I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm a good girl.
Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. This evening, joining me, of course, is Mr. Fantastic. We've hung out before over on Team Fatty's show. I had some fun panels over there. How are you this evening?
Great. How about yourself?
I'm wonderful. We are going to dive into the topic of why are there so many unproud Americans today? That's a strong statement, presuming that a lot of people don't have American pride or pride in their society or pride in even being an American. Tell me what are you defining as a proud American to begin with?
Well, basically, just the fundamental understanding of what being an American is, or at least what we were taught from when I was growing up.
Hmm.
We have a lot of um, communist and Marxist socialist ideology that's been embedded in, the whole, you know, American dream. You can make it here if you work hard, you play hard. If you work hard, you get rewarded at the end. All those things
Hmm.
have been drowned out by a lot of these. Again, just gimme, 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 entitlement,
Hmm.
and these very, very destructive ideologies, pretty much.
So, kind of like living the American dream. If I go and work really hard, save up my money, I'll be able to have the white picket fence, the home, 2.5 kids, and a dog.
Yep.
All right. So where have we gone wrong? You mentioned the Marxism, socialism, communism style of thinking, the handouts, gimmes. Do you think there's some kind of a propaganda that's pushing that narrative in any aspect?
Oh yeah, most definitely. The whole we saw the thing that happened with the life insurance guy, the insurance
Hmm.
guy, the medical insurance guy.
Hmm.
People applauded that, right? And
Right.
people want to blame the rich for their misfortune. Now, I definitely think we have to hold the other side accountable to where there's a lot of crony capitalism versus, I guess proper capitalism, to where the
Hmm.
corporations have gotten too greedy, but that runs into politics as to where we've got 20-year congressmen and senators, and I
Right.
think having a term limit on the president, but not having a term limit on the legislative, the people that give the breaks and give the loopholes to big pharma, that give the loopholes to these banks, that make these people what they are and create these monopolies, is a major problem and issue we need to address and fix.
So do you think that the people are maybe tired of capitalism kind of chiming in a little too hard, or kind of overriding the system with their wins, like their tax breaks, their ability to continue extracting the American dollar and not giving back per se?
No, I don't think it's tight. I think it's ignorance. Most people, again, ignorance and irresponsibility, fiscal irresponsibility. Most
Hmm.
of us, and I'm including myself in this. I had to train myself to budget. I had to train myself to spend wisely. I had to
Hmm.
train myself to not want to keep up with the Joneses, right? Investments, things like this. I started very, very late because I wasn't taught this, and that's a big
Right.
difference between the quote unquote rich. That this is instilled in them, in their households, and they're taught these principles and things. This is why they have the advantages they have. And then instead of us learning, which we live in the information age where everything is available now. You
Hmm.
literally can know, how to do these things with a free YouTube video. But
Yes.
people would much rather, go on Instagram and click big booties and laugh at memes all day.
This is true. Sex, drugs, and rock and roll, it always
Like,
sells. It's marketing 101. Nobody wants to take the time to learn how to budget their finances, or work through. It's just, would you say materialism and consumerism is becoming a problem then?
oh,
Like must buy, must have, keeping up with the Kardashians now instead of keeping up with the Joneses. Is that something that propagates this handout kind of mentality?
almost definitely. People complain about the iPhone, but they get in line for it every year. They
Mhm.
change one thing and change nothing at all. So, most definitely, and then you turn around and the important things, people are worried about houses. Oh, we can't afford a house. Well, who said you had to buy a new house?
Mm.
There are tax liens, there are foreclosures, there are all these things, and we just seem to make the excuses as where it's just impossible versus, what I'm saying, figuring out a way to make a way. And that's what we used to do when I was coming up. Even when it was, hard for you to do these things, there were people that were still doing them.
So culturally though, have we kind of developed a lazy aspect towards finding the American dream? And what kind of caused that cultural shift in your
Oh,
opinion?
yeah, 10,000%, 10,000%. And I think again the creeping in of a lot of this um propaganda, communist, Marxist, socialist propaganda. I think that's what it is, and I'm pretty sure people are aware of this. Yuri Brezhnev warned of this back in the like 80s, right? And people
Mhm.
just didn't see it. You feel me? People, but
Yeah.
but that's why they say ignorance is bliss. So I think people go along and instead of improving, but then, like I say, keeping the other side accountable, we had the biggest finesse ever, the whole college importance of college thing, the
Yes.
threefold hustle of America's where you had the government, the jobs, and the colleges all tell you in order for you to get hired, you need a college degree. Well, if we applied a simple supply and demand oversaturation when it was cool when it started and not a lot of people had college degrees, but now when everybody has a college degree, it's no longer valuable and you're still
Mhm.
telling people you need it in order to be hired, and it's the only loan you can't have forgiven, right? So yeah.
Yes. Okay, so let's go through with the education system. I mean, I feel like some of the propaganda can start in even as little as primary school, and then you move into middle school, high school. There's a lot of different issues a lot of people have right now with the LGBT community chiming in on that, the transgender identity narrative chiming in on that, but we like we're focusing a lot on inclusivity, but then at the same time creating exclusivity. But wherewithal would that chime in into, because I know we go through college too with the same stuff, but does any of that chime in on your narrative?
Almost definitely. Again, that goes against the principle of the family, right? Again, no
Hmm.
offense to, LGBT people. If you're an adult, you can do what you want to do.
Hmm.
But by all means, we know children are impressionable. And there's no coincidence that you had a major uptick in especially, the whole transgenderism ideology over the last 10 years or so because it's being introduced to, in schools, right? I never knew or whatever. I mean, the only thing I knew was like RuPaul. like when we were a kid, right? And now
Yeah.
there's a different,
But
TV.
RuPaul was like a character. It was,
Exactly,
like,
that's what I'm saying. It wasn't
funny.
it wasn't it wasn't promoted for anything as to where you can be this and boys can be girls. And I think this whole confusion, right? If you want to
Mhm.
destroy society, you put confusion in there, and you always target the kids because the kids are going to be the adults. So if the kids are used to it, and you raise them in a whole generation of this is okay, and all these different things, and anything can be anything. There's in unlimited genders. Now you have a group of adult people that have totally thrown science away, and it's all about feelings.
Feelings, yes. I feel like as I say, I feel, we've tapped into that a lot in societal norms. It comes down to my preferences, how I feel about something. It again, I take it back to the inclusivity that's built on exclusivity. Like my feelings are more important than everyone else's, and then we focus in on the minority while excluding the majority. And I think that that is a big piece, kind of chiming in uh, with the propaganda portion of it. I think with the DEI hires and agenda and so on and so forth, we see a lot of HR systems that are DEI based or so on and so forth. But what they don't realize is it actually creates an inclusive uh, while banking on exclusivity at the same time. Any thoughts there?
Yeah. So that in itself, like you said, of course, affirmative action, DEI, those things are something that were needed when there was clear discrimination.
Mhm.
But as time goes along, like you said, and we become more um socially modern, socially, I guess it would be safe to say, more
Mhm.
inclusive, no segregation, right? What happens is, like you said, now something that you meant um to help hurts because
Right.
we black men specifically suffered from the whole affirmative action because black women got a lot of these government jobs because they represented a two-hit minority. They were a
Right.
woman and then they were non-white, right?
Right.
So this is why we're and this chicken has come home to roost, unfortunately, to where now when you have this redux in the government force to where you got 300,000 black women that lose these jobs. Now they weren't complaining when they were getting the jobs, and you were making yourself so heavily dependent upon them because hey, who don't want to work for the government for how many years? You can't be fired. It's good pay, guaranteed government job, retirement, pension, all this great stuff. But again, everything's good till it ain't. And now in this predicament as to where a system that was made for them to succeed is kind of biting back in for the first time in our lifetime.
It yes. I remember because I'm a '90s kid. I'm not sure where you were on that chart, but in the '90s, I remember it was like Title IX came hitting hard. A lot of female pushing agendas. I remember Nike, anything you can do, I can do better for the female, pushing the female athletes, things of that nature. But did the pendulum swing too far over and cause like an unbalance in the system versus balancing it back out?
Um, I think I don't think it's ever been like an imbalance. I think the focus has and the promotion for sure. Like
Mhm.
feminism is another thing.
Mhm.
Women can do anything that men can do, and um, all men are dangerous and all these different things, and women, believe all women, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So a lot of these Me Too campaign, believe all women, all these different things have been extremely, extremely detrimental. And I think this is why we're having a bunch of the relationship issues we're having now, right? So
Mhm.
to the point of where men are extremely, extremely wary of approaching women, talking to them in these things. But yeah.
Well, does that tie into kind of your proud to be an American concept? Because, you were agreeable to buy a house, white picket fence, 2.5 kids and a dog, right? So would feminism tie in with the communism socialist propaganda and create a breakdown, as you mentioned, of the family unit, and therefore causing this big divide between men and women, but also birth rate decline, so on and so forth. And now we're just a big hot freaking mess with a bunch of single people running around waiting until their late 30s to finally settle down.
Yeah, yeah, it's a branch on that same tree, and
Mhm.
most impactful because, like you said, the most important aspect of any society are families, right? And if you
Mhm.
don't have men and women getting together, create families, now we're at the point, like you said, we're at where we're what below the reproductive rate, right? So you got a lot of these things that are happening, but again, I don't think most people understand these things. You know, people just go through life, living life, not understanding that if certain things, fundamental things, are broken or hindered, it can be extremely detrimental over time. And
Mhm.
I think that's what we're seeing.
Well, would you say then, even we have a lot of single moms, a lot of fathers that may be absent, or so like all of these different variations. We've got the no fault divorce. We've got children being split between homes. But a lot of single moms are on the welfare, the state funded systems, so on and so forth. So, in terms of handouts, would you still want uh like single mothers who are not doing well to have a supplemental system?
Well, for the sake of the children or something, I don't want the
Hmm.
children to starve. But I
Hmm.
think that's one of the major issues and problems that's happening is that the woman knows she can just leave the man and now force that man to pay child support, right?
Hmm.
Because she's getting on government assistance. A lot of people don't know that. If you apply for government assistance, you have to put the person on child support because the state's like, I gotta get some of this money back. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's a
Right.
twofold system as to where the woman gets double supplementation now and she has leverage and control over that man because if you don't pay that child support you get your ass locked up.
There is a fun little system with child support, and it's almost a scary one in a lot of aspects because we do want the child to be taken care of, and we do want participating fathers, and we want participating mothers in both directions. But the system is kind of in a way set up to more as a threat versus promotional in a lot of directions, I would say. Okay, so now we're seeing these children being raised in these atmospheres, going to the school systems, kind of everything wherewithal. There's no family system built into place. Family units are gone. And now we're raising these children up through all of this. What do you think we could expect in the next 10 years to see for society? Do you think we will get back to like the make America great again narrative, or pushing Christianity and bringing back singular family units? Or do you foresee it kind of like shutting down and going completely awire?
Yeah, nah, it's not looking good. And that's one of the things I wrestle with and understanding it. This generation, for the most part, and probably the next for sure, or is cooked for the most part. If anything, we'll be able to start with the whatever comes after Gen Z, I guess Gen Alpha. You start the thing back over
Mhm.
again. But as of now, it's just too much stuff in the water. And I think I forget who it was, but they're projecting the 50% of women to be single by 2030 in 5 years, right? So if the women are going to be single in 5 years, and then marriage is starting to stabilize a little bit or whatever,
Mhm.
some, but it's not getting incredibly better. But yeah, I don't see it being a turnaround, especially in 10 years or seeing anything good. Maybe 20 to 30, but 10, nah, it hadn't hit bottom yet.
Would you say that's part of the socialist or even communistic or Marxist push, is to get all of the mothers in that position so that they can have better? Because if what is it? If you don't have a ground to stand on, you're more. What was the saying? Like you're more likely to fall for anything or something like that.
So if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Yeah.
There you go. So, with no fathers in the homes, or mothers being more likely to be single mothers and impoverished and on welfare, relying on government daddy to take care of them, I would say that they're more vulnerable to be exposed to all of these other narratives coming into play in a lot of aspects, because you don't have the foundational grounding or the man at home, right? So, what are you likely to fall for after that?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's like you say, it goes back to your point of where it's intentional because now you have all the control. So you as the woman no longer have to answer to the man. You don't have to answer to your husband. It's
Mhm.
you and the government that's just giving you money. So you got all
Right.
the money, you got all the leverage, you have the mind of the children. If you want to, you can turn the children against the dad. Men
Mhm.
bad. Your dad is because your dad doesn't want to be with me. Your dad is a bad husband. He's a bad dad. And that's
Mhm.
what a lot of women do, right? When that's not the case. A man can be the most cheatingest, horrible person in a relationship, be the greatest father in the world.
I
But
believe that.
because women are extremely emotional and unfortunately vindictive in a lot of these cases with these children. The children are played with as pawns, and now you have even the next generation of boys and girls that believe this ideology that the men are evil, right? And the
Yeah.
man that's closest to them being their father.
So would that be the actual breakdown then is emasculating men, taking away fatherhood, taking away husband duties and what a man really is there for? Is that would that be I mean I would almost say that's the pinpoint right there is emasculating men because if men don't feel worthy of anything and they have no purpose and nothing to protect or take care of, what else is left for you? I mean, not to say that's all for men, but or like that's the only thing for men, but I think that that's a really big part in a man's is having a purpose.
Yeah, but I say this all the time. On the biological imperative is a thing, right?
Mhm.
Reproduction and survival, right? So everybody, for the most part, you have this urge subconsciously to make a copy of you, to make more human beings. So when women make it difficult, when they're saying things like "I'd rather choose the bear than the man," right?
Mhm.
And all men are evil, and men are creepy, and men are this, and men should only pay for stuff, and all these different things, and so on and so forth. Yeah, it makes men very very defeated subconsciously, right? So if you get the men to do that, they don't have a purpose, and then you take away the competitive spirit where toxic masculinity, right?
Mhm.
You want to pick up heavy stuff, and you want to, what I'm saying, be macho man, I guess, as they say, so on and so forth. Now you're a problem. You've challenged the existence of manhood and what a man is just hormonally wired to do. Testosterone makes you want to pick up shit. Testosterone makes you want to hit stuff.
Yeah,
Testosterone makes you, what I'm saying? So once you turn that bad, you're telling men that you can't be what you are. And that's very,
right.
very problematic.
What would you say the fix for men would be then in that aspect? I mean, because that's got to be a heavy burden to take on, especially as a man. Like your manliness is now being deemed as toxic and bad for the world, or bad for women, or bad for children. How would you? I know it's a little outside the scope, but how would you say a man should combat that and overcome it?
Um Rush head on into being masculine and don't fall for any other rhetoric. Now, of course, don't go out here and just punch some random person in the face, but all means, what I'm saying?
Mhm,
Do the thing that men do and look for women that appreciate that. Try to
mhm,
tune out because again, I still think it's a loud minority, a very, very loud minority of women that do this because we see women still like men clearly, no matter what they
mhm.
say on the internet.
Yeah.
Women love men, women like men, right? But I think for those that, especially the younger men that haven't lived life yet and they live their lives on the internet a lot more than our generations did previously,
Mhm.
the propaganda and stuff can make you think otherwise, and then therefore make them hesitant to approach women and try to deal with women and be in relationships and stuff.
That makes sense. I couldn't I mean, I feel like it's easy for me to be a woman. I say that point blank. It's very easy. You'll either be eye candy or you're recreational use. Like there's always something, right? It doesn't matter. In any direction, I'll always
Yeah, all,
be
all the women on my
useful.
600-pound life, all the women on my 600-pound life have a boyfriend or a husband. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so yeah, so as a woman, like there's because of our selection ability, right? Like we have the selection upper hand, and you are merely at the whims of whether we choose you or not, right? So I feel like being a woman is significantly easier in today's society, or any society for that matter. So is it do women just need to pull their heads out of their asses and point blank just shut up about the toxic masculinity? I mean, I feel like the propaganda's come down because I remember all of this stuff and I remember being told, you can do anything a man can do and all of these things. So did they kind of yield it too hard and now we suddenly are like, I don't need man.
Well, yeah, I think that's something for women to do. I think the majority has become louder than the minority, and that's the problem. We're
Mhm.
starting to see it slowly. More women are starting to come out and say how, hey, they want a man. They want the man to move the furniture. They're not trying to call their friends, their homegirls to do this. You know what I'm saying? Something that should take
Mhm.
2 hours took two and a half days now, right? Because we can't carry nothing. So I
Right.
think women have to fight back and push back on the propaganda to fix this issue and problem. because hey, this a lot of men are starting to look elsewhere, right? Men are
Mhm.
starting to travel. Women in the other of these other countries understand this, and they're starting to take advantage. So if American women don't get with it, it's a woman in Thailand, the Philippines, Colombia, Brazil waiting to take your spot.
Well, I mean, realistically speaking, is that the worst thing in the world? To import, like import women, right? Kind of like the passport bro style, except we're bringing them in, who actually have those American value systems that you spoke of earlier, who are okay with being domesticated, stay at home mom. Uh, Man is the leader, she's submissive. Would it be the worst thing to do that and have them come in and make babies and procreate because they want to do that, right?
No, it would actually be, like I said, a jump start to the thing, because American women don't feel like they need to compete for men. American women
Mhm.
don't feel like that the men, because they fell for so much of the propaganda, they feel like it should just be a one-sided thing, to where, hey, me dealing with you is a privilege. Me talking to you, me being in a relationship, me being seen in public with you is a favor. So you need to entertain me 1,000% of the times, keep me happy 1,000% of the times. And as soon as you don't, there's another man waiting. So if other women that have uh actual appreciation for men, right, and
Mhm.
they understand that the man is the source of provision and protection, is needed a lot, because then if America, you had a certain substantial portion of American men start dealing with non-American women, all right, that would literally, that what I'm saying, it would be the proof right
Mhm.
there.
So tell me about, I'm assuming you know about TradCon wives, the influencers, the social media. Would you say that that's a strike back to try to re-harness the attention of American women to bring forth that good American spirit, stay at home, Betty Crocker style thought
But
process?
yeah, I think her name's Nora Smith. I think Nora Smith is her name. I think that she's probably like the most popular one. I could be wrong, but that's that. I think I might be saying her name wrong. But either way, yeah, stuff like that. I don't think that that's enough, because I see her getting way too much pushback. Women are saying that marriage is sex work now, on all sides, all races, right? Or talking about
Mhm.
marriage and sex work. So I think again, that very, very small contingent of women that are doing the track con thing is enough to counterbalance the misandry. But I mean,
How
it serves some purpose. The men, I think, the men appreciate that way more than what the women do.
do you think if we instead turned it to focal point in on the men and the good things and why they're here and what they do and kind of almost like rebranding masculinity, would that set the pace? Because I mean, even you said men just focus on doing you, be the masculine, and don't let anybody get in the way. They'll come to you, right? So if we rebranded masculinity, would because I mean, no woman will turn down a really masculine. I'm like, I can attest to that. If you're like weak, if you're a crybaby, if you're emotional, and all these other things, I'm immediately like, oh, that's a turnoff. But if you're a man that, like, stands up for himself and says, "Fuck off," right? Or whatever the case would be, I'm like, "Oh, that's sexy. Talk to me, please." Right? No woman can turn away from masculinity. I don't care how feminist, blue hair crazy you are, you cannot be turned off by it.
Yep,
Um,
I think you, and I think that's the thing though. Women are purposeful liars when it comes to this, and I talk about this all the time. The same woman that will, publicly say, "Oh, you disgust me, you this, you that, you're unattractive, you whatever." You get
mhm.
that woman one on one by herself, have a conversation, and next thing you know, you guys are having, let's just say a very, very private meeting. Okay, a very
That's a
nice
nice way to put it.
a very nice cardio session, if you know what I'm talking about, right? So yeah, me and you both know this, but I think, like I said, because we were 80s, 90s. You say you were 90s baby, so you
I'm a
born in 90s.
90s kid. I'm a
90s
90s
kid, so
kid,
80s
so I'm an
baby. So
80s
80s, yeah.
baby.
So I'm an 80s baby. So shout out to 80s babies, right? I think we were I know we were the last generation of, hey, tell it like it is. This is what it is. This is
Uh-huh.
reality. Shut up. Stop crying. Do what you got to do. And hey, we'll you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying. We'll figure it out and worry about the feelings later. We were the last generation to have that. So I think what's happening is there's too many people that's gotten the mic, too many women that's gotten the mic, and then the simps. Oh my god, the
Oh
simps are what
yeah.
makes it. The simps is what amplifies
They
what the women. Yeah.
ruin
So
it.
yeah.
Okay,
So
when you said up earlier about the creepy men, that's the creepy stuff. Like where like for instance, you like a dude and I say a victim of this, right? Getting DMs from men and they just DM and I have zero responses whatsoever and then they continue DM. To me, it's like why are we doing this? Why but somebody didn't take the hint here, right? So that part is the creepy part because it's like if I message somebody and I didn't get a response the first, second, 10th time, I'm probably not going to keep doing it. Right. But there is that simp nature that comes out and that's the creepy part. That's because that puts like a weird obsession on it and so on and so forth. And I don't know. Does that ring bells?
yeah, nah. The simps amplify a lot of the horrible rhetoric and ideology of these feminazis, as we call them, right? What they do is they don't hold women accountable, and if a man or woman comes forward and says, "Hey, this is wrong. We need to fix this," you shut up. You hate women. You're just mad because some nonsensical BS.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think is that contingent of these men, and usually, like you said, those men are men that are the worst of men because they're doing it and they're placating to what a woman wants just for
Yes.
the sake of doing the same thing
Mm.
about the guys they're talking about.
Well, they give the delusion, right? They feed into that delusion of, well, I could have any man. Just look at my DMs, right? They literally feed that narrative and make her feel secure in her position to say, there's 1,000 of them here on my DMs. What are you talking about? Like I can do whatever I want. And it just feeds this delusion that any man's out there when realistically speaking, it's like, well, good men, met a man that's going to put you back in your place, a man's that's going to actually lead you and wants to have a family with you or so on and so forth, or just some dude who's slobbering all over a screen. It,
Yeah,
I feel
they don't understand. Women have a hard time understanding the concept of that, quantity is not quality, and that
mhm,
99% of the men just want to have sex with you, and the 1% actually might want to care about you and get to know who you are, and
mhm.
want to build something with you. But like you said, they use men's interest, sexual interest, as proof positive of I have all these options. No, you have a lot of penises to fucking choose from. That's pretty much it. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, 110%. So let's shift over to kind of more of the political arena. Is there anything politically that's kind of trickling down that you see? We already kind of dived into the welfare system, but are there other things trickling down that you see that would help provoke that narrative of like this is in America?
Oh yeah, one word, Trump. This Trump derangement syndrome is ridiculous. You say the
Oh,
word
okay.
Trump, people of all on all sides and whatever, they go crazy. So people blaming Trump for everything. Stuff that Trump don't even have anything to do with. It's Trump's fault. Trump. This EBT thing, everybody's talking about Trump. I'm like, you do understand that it's not even to Trump yet, right? You do understand that Congress and the Senate have to pass something for Trump to sign before
Hmm.
we bring Trump into this, right? But again, it goes back to the very, very poor understanding and people being willfully ignorant, right? And
Hmm.
then just wanting to blame him because everything that Trump does is wrong, no matter how great it's going, right? It's just always going to be a problem. So that would be the number one catalyst for everything right now.
So just blaming Trump for everything. What about Roe v. Wade, the overturning of that? Do you find that to have helped
Another
try to tie back into the American spirit?
Oh, most definitely. Yeah, because women were using that as an option for birth control. And it's never intended to be that way. So, and
Mhm.
people again, more willful ignorance to where people don't even understand. I think might be 5 states or so. I don't know. I'll say 10 or less states that have completely totally banned baby deletion outright, right?
Mhm.
Um it's not that many. People don't even understand that hey, all it didn't do away with it completely. It just sent it back to the states. And depending on what state you live in, depends on whether or not, when and how you can, delete a baby and the reasons behind it. So
Right.
most people don't even know that. But again, Trump and what do they call it? You're taking away a woman's choice, her body, her choice. Well, her choice could also be to either wear a condom, because
Mhm.
they do make, and I'm saying wear a condom because they make female condoms. Okay, all right.
Yes.
They make female condoms or any other 20 versions of contraceptive that you have before we even get to the point of you getting impregnated.
Yeah, I think the decision started just by having sex to begin with. I think if we promote more abstinence in that, like people kind of cringe when I say promote abstinence, right? And they're like, well, they're going to do it anyways. It's like, yeah, but if you shame a particular behavior, uh, I feel like we used to shame being a slut before, but now we put it on a pedestal. Like, yeah, I'm a slut. Like, yeah, slay queen, and I think that we've gone too far in a weird direction of promoting sleeping around, promoting casual sex, promoting casual relationships, and not even promoting long-term relationships at all. People aren't dating with intention, so they're just I call it Uber dicks. Is for Tinder, it's Uber dicks. Like, that's, I've heard too many stories of people, uh oh yeah, I just messaged him a couple hours ago and he's coming over, we're gonna bang and whatever. And I'm like, why is this a thing? But if we promoted abstinence, shamed bad behavior like that, we probably, Roe v. Wade wouldn't have been that big of a deal overall, because casual sex wouldn't be on the table.
Well, again, that's something more so that came with women, feminism,
Hmm.
women's sexual liberation, right?
Hmm.
I forget when they were, but it's pick any day of the week, and there's some women somewhere with their titties out talking about, hey, they're right, right? And
Hmm.
again, the men are not gonna, this is some of the greatest times to be a man. I mean, it's all kinds of, you know, opportunities out here. I can't. Again, that's not my ministry. I did cringe a little bit when you said abstinence. I was like, ugh. I was like,
So
abstinence. What?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I would, I would say they're not gonna stop. Right. We're not gonna stop. People are always gonna have sex. Right.
Hmm.
Biological imperative, practice, all those different things, so on and so forth, and
But
especially
it
with
wasn't celebrated. It
no, I
wasn't
agree. It
celebrated
wasn't
for
celebrated. Yeah.
women to sleep around. That's the stark difference. Now we
Well, yeah. That's no. You're
celebrate.
right. No, that's what I'm saying. And like the whole culture is a whole, the
Mhm,
304 culture is a thing. They
mhm,
what I think it's the Whatever podcast. They
mhm,
have a panel of girls from in their early 20s to our age, that every night they talk about, hey, I make money off of my body, and these dudes I hook up with and all different things, so on and so forth. So yeah, I think that as long as women have that attitude as to where they're using sex as leverage for everything, but then
mhm.
at the same time trying to shame men for wanting to have sex with them, is just a never ending cycle.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. On the back to the political arena, would you say there's anything aside from Trump derangement syndrome? Like, we all know that is it's a true thing. I feel like it should be diagnosed. But would you say, in terms of what's being proposed, we've got the Israel versus Palestine, we've got Ukraine, we've got all of these different scenarios kind of rumbling around, and yet I feel like we lack the ability to look internally first. We're too busy fighting everywhere else and dealing with everyone else's problems.
Now that the world police, thank you. That's a very that right there, and that's one of the things that Trump was trying to fix and get out of. People
Mhm,
don't understand. For background, I'm 20 years retired, Navy, right, military.
mhm.
So I literally got fucked over with the whole Ukraine thing. My ship, we were literally on the way back home, and they officially, said we were getting involved with the Ukraine shit, and a 6-month deployment turned into a 9-month deployment.
Oh
Okay,
my.
it was horrible. Okay, so people don't understand how much money that was wasted on Ukraine. It never should have been did in the first place, because people don't even know that Ukraine is not, what I'm saying, a member
Mhm,
of NATO. You feel me? And then we're not supposed to be, just for the reason in their geographical, what I'm saying, set up to Russia, right? And again, ignorance. But if you can just blame Trump, and you can just, everybody had Ukraine flags in they damn social media. You know what I'm saying? Back in, if I could have made up a virus okay, just for the target Ukraine flags alone, nobody would have an account. But yeah, just ignorance, man. And then this bleeding heart thing to where people are mad about, oh, we can't eat and we can't this and we can't that. Well, you can't complain about the price of bread, the price of eggs, the price of houses, but then promote throwing money to Ukraine and throwing money to
Right.
Israel and throwing money to Palestine and all these and all these different things. Again, like you said, you have to take care of home first. And I
Mhm.
think the more we pull away from a lot of these things that have nothing to do with us, listen, if you believe that the Palestinians and the Israelis are ever going to start fighting, I have some beachfront property in Antarctica to sell you. Okay, holla at me.
Or a bridge in Nevada. What else on the political front line? Because I know Israel and Palestine's a really big hot button issue. Ukraine is, I feel like that one's kind of
Yeah, it's sacred and
simmering
all.
out.
It's
Yeah. But in terms of policies that are being thrown down, I know we just had the SNAP EBT thing happen, and a lot of people are upset about that. But doesn't that kind of tie back into your concept earlier of like kind of you got to get off of it. You have to take care of you and yours. Where do you stand on the whole people losing their benefits for a temporary time frame?
I do not care. If you are not disabled, if you're not elderly, I don't care. Okay. If
Mhm.
you don't have kids, I don't even know why you're really on it. Okay. Figure it out like we all
Mhm.
had to do. Okay. I've never been able to qualify for food stamps in my adulthood. Okay. I've always worked, despite being in the military, so on and so forth, all these different things, right? Before that, I was working, right? So I think the drive to be self-sufficient and people being lazy and complacent and okay. The same thing you said about being like, slutty. It was shameful to be poor. You didn't want to be poor when
Yeah.
you didn't
Yeah.
want
You
you didn't
didn't
want
want
to
to be the poor kid.
you didn't want to be the kid getting free lunch. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
But now that's a thing of pride. And I think this EBT thing just showed that, man. These same people, and I covered this. Shout out to my man Hemp. This might be risky. We
Mhm.
covered this. These same people were bragging about the free money and stuff they were getting in the summertime. Sarah, they were
Mhm.
bragging.
Yeah. Yeah.
Welfare. Oh, well, yeah, I'm getting these stamps, and I don't care about how y'all feel about it. And thank you for paying for it, taxpayers. Bragging, and now again, these people that's gotten benefits and been on it for years. I don't even understand. Again, you're able-bodied, you're an adult, right?
Mhm.
There are people that are on welfare assistance and being SNAP, EBT, Section 8, project, government housing for a lifetime, 18 years. They're children that grow up their entire lives on that, and that's problematic. That helps, what I'm saying, just see that poor mentality.
Wow. Well, so with the because I believe I saw some videos where they were saying they're just going to start stealing from other people and doing all of these things. That doesn't give me hope for society. That kind of is, like, why would you do I mean, I understand the need for survival, but in all aspects, because you lost some benefits temporarily doesn't mean you can't figure it out. I mean, what do hardworking citizens like, what do we have to look forward to now since we are doing the work, we are trying our hardest? I mean, even middle to lower middle class people are wouldn't qualify for these types of benefits, but they still are out there working their asses off. How would that make like what would you presume a person who got stolen from somebody who was on benefits? How would you feel?
Yeah, and that's what it is. And I think again, social media is a very very powerful tool because everybody loves to say this, and I challenge this all the time. Oh, that's just social media, man. That's not real life. You need to touch grass. Well, those are real people from the
Right.
real world just on social media, right?
Mhm.
So a lot of people don't even want to understand the concept of that. That's just a microcosm of how people actually think. And you get to
Mhm.
come on the internet without shame and a lot of support, especially, promoting these poor ideologies and things, right? This leech mentality. You're going to
Mhm.
get supporters for that and could possibly make money from it, right? If you're monetized. So it's incentivized for you to do it. So I think a lot of people were unaware before this of how those people actually thought. And I'm like, I've
Mhm.
been through this. Like,
Right.
nah, they feel like, hey, you owe them. And some of this stuff is skits, some of it's not real, some of it's just, is hyperbole on purpose just for clicks and views. But there are some people that actually think this way, and I've been telling people, hey man, listen, I hope for your sake you don't choose me, because it will be really unfortunate to end up, you know what I'm saying, dead meat over
Right,
spare meat.
right. So in terms of solution, what could I mean, how do we bring it back? Like what are we doing? Do we just push propaganda? Do we just push administratively? Do we just let the weak fail? What do we do?
I think it's a combination of it all, man. Listen, you have to snatch the safety net at some point. You got to take the training wheels off the bike. I think if you are not a disabled person or elderly person, right?
Mhm.
I think you need to be that's what they're proposing, limits. There should be a certain time limit for government assistance. And what we're seeing here, with you pulling those things back, is also exposing the state issue, because some states are cool. I think the governor of Virginia said, if you're in Virginia, you don't have nothing to worry about. We're covering it, right? We have the funds, we have the necessary funds to cover everyone in the state if you get those benefits, right?
Mhm.
Um, but for the most part, there has to be something to where these people are forced off of the government teat, as they say.
Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of incentive to stay on it. I was having this discussion actually with Mr. Beans, and I feel like there's more incentive to stay on it than to get off of it.
Well, if you're lazy, I mean, I just can't agree with that. Someone that's had to work and had to earn things, I am, especially as a man, like you said, we go back. That's a part of masculinity, right? As a
Mhm.
man, I can't be in a marriage or in a relationship and know that the government is taking care of my family for me, right?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying? That pretty much, like, anybody that walks by my cart after I use my EBT card should be able to reach in there and grab whatever they want, one item, and go on. I ain't got nothing to say about it.
Mhm.
That's my thinking, right? But I think once we, and again, this is only for able-bodied people. If you have a condition, if you are disabled, if you're elderly, I'm not talking about that. But
Right.
working capable adults, no, no, there is no incentive other than you want to be lazy. Then you don't want to get out here and work hard. You don't want to be an American. You don't want to chase the American dream. You don't want to improve your conditions. You feel me? You want to sit back and complain and say, "Oh man, it's not fair. We can't afford nothing. We can't. You know what I'm saying? If that's your mentality, that's the easiest place to stay, because now I get to blame the same system that I'm surviving off of. That's kind of you see what I'm saying?
Right.
You get to blame the
Right.
system. Why the system is the reason why you get to somewhere free to stay, or damn near free to stay, and food to eat. Why everybody else get their ass up angrily early in the morning, go work that damn job they hate,
Mhm.
and do the same thing they're doing without the help. Yeah, so I can't support that in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
So well, okay, but then mm, uh with the whole system in place, I feel like the system is set up to emasculate men even more then. Like don't take care of your own family. Like we'll take care of it for you. You have no need to be purposeful. You have no need to do these things or do better or whatever the case may be. Like that's what it feels like in terms
Yeah,
of
but most men, and again, let me be clear. Now I'm gonna say this too. Being that we've paid into the system, if you fall on hard times, you get laid off. Like now, it's a lot of people without jobs and things and so on and so forth. I'm not talking. Let me make sure I'm clear here. I'm talking about
Mhm.
abusers. I don't
Right,
believe
right, right.
anyone. I got to say it so people don't. I don't think any person, able-bodied person, should be on any type of government assistance over 3 years. I just don't believe it.
Right.
Right. I that's me personally. Um, the problem, again, like you say though, is that is a if you all you got to do is nothing or the bare minimum. I think they're talking about proposing 20 hours a week or something, right? That's not
Right.
even official yet. But so right now there's nothing you have to do, you know what I'm saying, in a lot of cases. But it's state by state, so depending on what it is, but it's not a lot,
Mhm.
right? To have a very, very reduced place to stay and food in your stomach,
Mhm.
that is problematic as a man, right? And society wants the children grow up that way. And then a lot of these single moms, encourage the children, well, hey, you can just live off the government, just do what I did.
Mhm.
And there's some women that actually encourage and teach women how to do it. Well, hey,
Mhm.
if you have a kid, you know, they reevaluate at this time. So if you have a kid during this time, you can just skip the reevaluation and just start the whole process over again. And this is how you
Mhm.
get generations, multiple generations of women on government assistance.
And not needing the father.
Yep, never needing a dad.
Wow. It's almost like a catch-22. Like, well, you don't have to worry about it. Daddy government's got your babies. Don't worry. They'll take care of them. But then there's also kind of like that pride issue, like you were saying, like, I'm going to take care of my family. Like, I don't want anyone else taking care of my family. That's mine. But if the woman is not letting you take care of your family, now at that point, it's like, what can you do?
Well, yeah, in that case, I don't think that would be most like married situations or whatnot, what have you. That would probably just be like, hey, kid in common, and we're living separately. I don't blame the
Mhm.
man for that. You can't. I mean, that's your child is your family, not the woman you had the child with at that point, right?
Right. No, I
So,
agree with that. But if the government is not letting fathers be fathers, knowing
well, yeah,
that knowing
oh,
that the woman can rely on the government to take care of them and supplement it, what's then why would many I mean, that's very emasculating in my
well, no, I got you,
thought process. Yeah.
yeah, and I think, and I can't say it for sure, but again, I think that's the underlying thing that Trump is doing, right? All these things he's
Mhm.
doing is just forcing families back together, reducing reversing Roe v. Wade, reducing
Mhm.
options and chances of being able to delete babies, taking away a lot of these safety nets and things, making it harder for the woman to make it without the man. And people, well, that's cruel. That's this. Well, no, it's not. Again, human beings are lazy. I just said this the
Mhm.
other day. Human beings are going to choose the path of least resistance by nature. If you give a kid the option to play video games all day and do math, what are they going to choose? Right?
Video
So
games.
what I'm saying? If I gave you the option to sit on at home on your ass and not have to do a damn thing and pay you to sit on your ass, or you go out here and work hard, doing construction for 10 hours, what are you going to choose? Right? So again,
Right.
people don't want to admit those things, and this is how we get into these traps, like you said, this ideology of laziness and dependency, and entitlement. And that's the worst thing. When dependency becomes entitlement,
Mhm.
that's a problem.
I agree. Okay, I've officially dropped the link for anybody to who wants to jump backstage for open panel. You can sit and hang for a couple more minutes. I do want to tie in the meantime, one last thought process here is TikTok brain. Are the like between age child to I'd say 25, it's like they've got this TikTok brain, right? Short attention span, the inability to want to like actually sit and read an article or be informed of anything. And there's a lot of somebody was just telling me that even TwitchCon, like they were out there looking for people who were like informed, ready to have a conversation for panels and so on and so forth. But everybody was a gamer. That's all they wanted to do was be video like gamers who sit around and play games, and that's what their channels are all about. Are we maneuvering into this? I don't know if you ever saw the movie Idiocracy.
Idiocracy. Yeah, idiocracy. Yeah.
Okay, I'm right there then. It feels like that movie was a documentary that we just forgot to watch or something, or it's coming in and just happening. And we got the Croc shoes, we've got the video games, we've got the dumbed down language now. We've got random things that people say that are like don't make any sense. The TikTok brain, all of these things are just flowing in, and it's like, are we not proud Americans because we're too dumb to realize what that even means?
Unfortunately, yeah, that's a big part of it. Again, the intelligence levels have declined greatly, and we even seeing that in like schools, right?
Hmm.
Uh, the kids, I was looking this up. That it's actually causing an anatomical change in human beings to where you're starting to get like a lump or something like on your spine, up in your
Hmm.
upper spine, because
Yes.
you know what I'm saying, because of the looking down at screens and things. So yeah, I said this when they started doing it, and then everybody does it. YouTube just started the shorts thing, what the vertical shorts, like within what the
Mhm.
last couple years or so, and that's what people want: fast, quick, less than 90-second um media. People don't want to
Right.
learn.
Even
Chat.
even news, like, even news outlets, like, you can, like, you just read the headline, and
Yep,
that's really the only
exactly.
takeaway people get.
Yep. No one goes in and actually reads the thing, and that's how a lot of this TDS happens. Trump, you know, uh takes away veterans, and they don't say that, hey, well, they rolled in some veterans into a VA hospital that were about to die. Some of them
Mhm.
that you actually read the article.
Right.
But no, another
Right.
big thing, Chat GPT, Grok,
Oh,
all this
yeah.
AI stuff. You don't even have to learn anything anymore. Everything, you don't have to
Yep.
think anymore. It's literally here. Like you said, people are falling into the trap because it's easy. Human beings, again, we're being replaced, and people are talking about this stuff and not even worried or aware of it.
Well, do you remember, because you're around the same age as me, when we went to the library, we had to pull the catalog and actually go find the book, and then we had to get into the
Encyclopedia.
book, and then we had to, like, dig in and try to find the answer we're looking for, and there was just nothing. Now it's just you can chat GPT, you can Google, you can Wikipedia, and at least resource out to where it tells you everything, your starting points. My God, it's dreadful how I don't know
You don't
how.
have to be smart. You can literally live your life on autopilot at this point. Like you said, I was just thinking about
Mhm.
that process, and I was these kids have never seen an encyclopedia.
Mm-mm.
They've never seen one, right? They've never
No.
even, a lot of them never been in a library. Like you said, hey, we will have to go and actually get the little turn turn thingy to go through and see, hey, where it is, what shelf, where it's supposed to be. Hopefully it's right there. Get it, read the book, go through the whole book and search for what we're looking for. Then take this thing called a pencil and paper and manually write it.
Right. Yeah.
All of it's
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
You literally don't even have to type anymore. You can literally text to speech stuff. You can literally
Yep.
tell Grok or tell AI, hey, create this. So this is where we're at. And people are, using it, but not understanding that, hey, you're literally working yourself out of usefulness in the next 15-20 years or so.
Yeah, that's fair. I think some people were on your side asking for the link. You're more than welcome to drop it to them if you so
Okay.
choose. Otherwise, it is over on my channel. It is pinned at the top of my chat. You're welcome to come over and grab it from there. Either direction is fine and up to you. Let's do a couple super chats, and then I've got quite a handful backstage, so we'll get through that. Kazak says, "Hi Sarah, today's my birthday. Happy birthday to you." I bought a vanilla cake and it just says white, and I felt a certain way about that. That's fair. Fair enough, Kazak. It's probably I don't even know. I don't even know what to say for that. Alexander says, I mean, we don't even like to import labor. Imagine the outrage of importing wives en masse. What do you think about that? Do you think all the women will be pissed if we import women for to be to
Oh, like
take
some
on
modern
the
mail order bride. I
yeah.
think they would act like they didn't care publicly, but yeah, they would definitely care because they would understand what it was.
That's fair. Jim Rat '08 says mailbox. I have no idea what that means. That's on your side. Is that a thing?
He's talking about mailbox money. Shout out to him. Shout out to Jim Rat.
What is mailbox money?
I'm retired. I'm retired military. So you know what I mean? Mailbox money.
Oh, fair enough. Well, thank you to you, Jim Rat. Tom Carpenter says number 2 for the goal. Thank you so kindly, Tom. Shade Master says welfare, SNAP, EBT, etc., was originally used to encourage women to live on the government instead of being a good wife to her husband. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Whole like 10,000%. Yes. That's exactly what it was.
Well, but you also said we wanted to take care of the kids, right? Like you promote still supporting women who have children because we don't
Yeah.
want the kids to have to suffer for that. So is it kind of like a twofold in terms of it hurts, but it also helps at the same time? And how do you determine when it's hurting and when it's helping?
Well, again, I would say this, right? That's another thing. because if you take it away, now these women don't have incentive to have these children. A lot of these women have the children in order to keep receiving the benefits. So if you
Mm.
take away the incentive, that is another thing that forces a woman to be more sexually responsible and not have all these children in poverty.
I could not imagine having babies just to get money. That's a lot of work just for some added benefits and a couple $100 a month or something. That would I don't know. That's that's a big sacrifice. But at the same time, it helps curate our more women having babies, right? Like we do want to solve the birth rate decline. So in one way it might incentivize to a good way. It's just the quality versus quantity issue.
Well, yeah, that's problematic. So if you so if the babies that are being had are the babies that are being had by, what I'm saying, the lower class of people that are
Mhm.
going to have that ideology, and then you're going to continue to do that, then like I said, I think that's a major issue too. We need more
Mm,
children to be had within families. So
I
if
agree.
the single baby mom keeps having all these kids with these random dudes or the same dude that's not that what I'm saying is never going to take care of the children, again, that creates a possible habit of that being the same thing, and that's not the kids that we need or want to be had.
That's fair. I mean, and that kind of speaks back, excuse me, to the movie Idiocracy, because in the beginning, if you remember, they were like, here's a perfectly good couple. They wanted to wait until they were financially established, and they were being very smart about everything. American dream, like let's uh, get the right house, the right finances, yada yada, and then we'll start having kids. And then by the time it was time to have kids, they couldn't have kids. But then you had like the like I don't even know, the redneck rodeo baby daddy with like three baby mamas, and then that propagated to like more baby mamas, and then this baby mamas, and then like they ended up procreating more, and then that's how we ended up with idiocracy, because all the dum dums in the world
Yep.
started making
Had the
babies,
kids. Yep.
where the smart people who you want to make babies weren't making babies because they were too busy being smart about it. I don't know, it's kind of like it's a twofold there, I feel like. Sean Weiland says half of the Americans don't even believe scarcity is real and natural. Delusionally think that we are post scarcity, but that is a whole other debate. Half Americans don't even believe scarcity is real and natural. Delusionally, they think that we are post. Do you think we're in a scarcity situation?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What do you mean by scarcity? Is he talking about resources and or whatever? Because no, there's no scarcity of anything in America. This is why everybody wants to come here. So he would have to explain to me what he means by scarcity, because
Mhm.
I mean,
I mean, yeah, resource wise, we've got reserves on reserves on reserves.
yeah.
I'm not Sean, you'll have to jump on and talk to us, buddy, on that one. And Tom Carpenter coming in with number 4 towards the donut goal. Thank you, Tom. And Tom is going to be coming on this Sunday evening for an interview if you want to catch that. And that is AI on societal impacts on with AI. That will be members only, by the way. All right. Well, are you ready to meet your panel? I've got a full house backstage.
Indeed.
All right. Well, let's have some fun. All right. Thank you for. We've got a lot of newcomers here today. Really excited for that. Let me do some switcheroos over here. Actually, who was? Let's see. Carnal Conservative. you were backstage first. If you want to kick us off with a question, that would be great. And I do have a duck hanging out backstage. So if you guys want to get him up here or anybody else who hops back there as well, you got to boot somebody else off, except for me and Mr. Fantastic, of course. Carnal, go ahead with your question.
The question is, as far as the whole scarcity issue, it's not so much a question, so much as an information
Mhm.
dump. Being post scarcity is supposed to be, it's this communist ideal where we no longer have to work or fight for resources anymore. And it's an uninformed take when it comes to human economics, because when we're actually post scarcity of something, let's say grapes. If you're post scarcity on grapes, you start making wine. So it's just a compounding issue of what are you post scarcity on. So you're never going to get to post scarcity, and he's the what the comment was saying is they think that we're in a post scarcity time, and we never will be. That's all it means.
So how
Okay.
would that incorporate into like our current political agendas and narratives and everything we have going on?
Well, there is this idea that money is unlimited,
Hmm.
that you can just print more money, it'll go burr and take care of everyone, and you know the daddy government will just take care of you indefinitely with no consequences. And
Hmm.
that's never the case. There's always a cost. If you sell your soul, you sell your agency, it's going to come with something. There's always strings attached. There's no such thing as a free lunch. It's the eternal law of things.
Okay, fair enough. Beth, did you want to? You were second in line back there. Do you want to chime in with some thoughts?
Sure. Actually, I have a good question, or at least I hope it's a good one. With all the talk about men needing to come into not being so afraid of being toxically masculine, as we hear about so much, um, what do you recommend? Like, how do we deal with women who aren't held accountable for maybe their toxicity?
Me?
Sure.
Hmm.
Okay, hey, yeah, I think women have to combat that, because if a man says it, he's just going to be accused of more toxic masculinity, right? And a man
Yeah.
being insensitive, and a man wanting to be, dominant, and he wants to have control over the woman. So again, I think the women have to be much louder than the crazy, radical feminists that want to tell the world that men aren't needed, that women are literally out here campaigning saying that, hey, a woman can do everything that a man can do, but women purposely stay away from oil rigs and the deadliest catch, right? They
Yeah,
ain't
they
out
do.
there falling off those damn boats trying to get them crab legs. You feel me? So
Mhm.
yeah, those things.
Well, let me give some pushback just for purposes of giving pushback, right? Men can still be nurses, men can still be teachers, men can still do things that you could still be a hairstylist, you could still be a pencil pusher, right? And I don't think women necessarily want to be on the oil rigs or the deadliest catch of any sort. But for those who do want to be, at least to leaving the door open for them to come play, wouldn't we want to allow for that, since we allow for men to dabble in the more female dominated spaces?
Uh, Miss Sarah, I'll
Mhm.
say on that, the issue with that is if when a profession becomes female dominated, it becomes unbearable for men to go and want to work in that profession, so much so that they leave that profession. You're
Amen
starting
to
to see
that.
that a bit more with like research in STEM, where there's a lot of women who were pushed in, where
Mhm.
just the way they operate, uh, it completely disrupts the work culture that makes it so that men have to be more delicate with their words, avoid any potential miscommunications,
Mhm.
and has to go and deal with small talk as a part of their job when they just want to go and talk about work and then get out of there.
Not just that, but women in men's dominated workforce areas tend to become more of a liability than actually serving any good purpose. I mean, like if we want to talk about working on like oil rigs, right? Or like
Mhm.
washing windows on high rises. Some women might be cut out for it, but those would be the outliers. And sure,
Right.
it's cool to leave room for them. I think my big thing is that you see a lot of women who, like, he touched on how children are often weaponized um, in broken relationships and whatnot. And, God forbid that a man tries anything or says anything or does any, if a woman's acting toxically towards him, he can't defend himself. But women are always the loudest ones screaming about men's behavior. It's
Right.
kind of frustrating sometimes.
No, that makes sense. That I understand what you're saying. Clay, you were next back there. What do you got for us?
Sure. I mean, I could weigh in pretty much on anything that's been said, but my interest is the EBT. I don't know the exact extent of it as far as what's being unallowed, but and just to kind of preface this with, I understand that Mr. Fantastic mentioned that he's not talking about necessarily the disabled folks or the elderly folks, but when I look at society as a whole, I see millions, like hundreds of millions of people, and in those hundreds of millions of people, the dejected could easily be categorized as lazy, and that's not to say that they can't do, but because when you look at, especially like the poor class, um, those who are in the poor class are raised poor. Typically, they probably worked labor jobs if they worked at all, a lot of day labor type stuff. And then at some point, in their 40s or 50s, maybe even sometimes in their 30s, they become what we would call dejected. They look at society and say, "I'm out. I'm out. I'm not
Mhm.
doing this anymore." And so for those people who essentially I look at and I say, well, I'd rather have them at home, dejected in their own homes, than out there on the streets stealing. Um, what I mean by that more specifically is we feed the prisoners, but those who really are just upset at the system, when we look at them, we say, well, you haven't committed any crime, but we're not going to feed you.
Mhm.
And that just seems to me a travesty.
Well, fantastic. If you want to give pushback
Yeah.
on
So
that,
no,
I
no,
would.
no. So again, like I said, I that's I just looked. The numbers say only 12% of Americans are qualified for or on SNAP EBT, right? I think the poverty line is somewhere around that same line, 13%, right? Even those people, I think the majority of people that start in poverty don't stay in poverty, right? Some you usually elevate up to the working class or whatever. For those very very few amount of people that get dejected and so on and so forth, of course I feel for them, but at the same time, like you said, you have to have some type of drive, you have to have some type of desire, and a lot of those people just lack that. So again, I can't when I know I came from humble beginnings, as they say, right, and made a way. There's too many options. So if you just decide to quit, hey, that's what you choose to do. But I don't think it's a fair thing to say, hey, I have to take care of you and keep paying for you just simply because you gave up. It just doesn't seem right.
Right.
And
And my pushback would be to you, Clay. I understand the idea of we pay for prisoners to survive. Why don't we pay, for the poor to survive? But in that aspect, the prisoners don't have any other option. We lock them up in a prison cell. We force them to be there. They've lost their rights to anything else. We have to feed them because we put them there, right? So if we were going to whereas the other people, yeah, they're impoverished, but they're still capable of working. If they weren't, if that wasn't the case, then we would, if they're disabled, if they're elderly, so on and so forth, totally different story. But you're capable of going to get a job. You're capable of working part time somewhere else. You're capable of doing all these other things. Whereas somebody in prison, they have zero options for any of that. They don't have the ability to feed themselves.
Clay, I'll just say, like on the aspect of prisoners, if you make prisoners work for their food, that is no longer a prisoner, that is a slave, just by the strictest sense of the word. Because, in a
um,
sense, they can't leave the service of either the state or an individual.
Hmm.
yeah, no, I wouldn't agree with that. Even though I understand your ideal there. No, they wouldn't be considered a slave. They're just a prisoner who you simply put to work, and they are forfeit their rights. And because they are forfeit their rights, they also have to atone, and that's a punishment. It's not a slavery thing. But as far as the welfare, right? So the welfare is not it's not a leg up for the poor. It's a protection for the rich, right? So if someone in their ivory tower believes that they're going to be able to just essentially have all the poor people bring all the food to them, and then they get to dish it out to who it goes to, eventually the poor will take that food back. And so it is a protection for those who have, that they give to those who do not have. And yes, I do agree that there are some distinctions here. And when you mentioned the prisoners, the pushback for what prisoners have forfeit. Well, how much more so do we owe to those in society who don't commit crimes and then are simply just unhappy with the system to take care of their welfare as a society? Because when it comes down to society as a whole, the general welfare is a concern. And yes, I do agree that there are some nuances to who should and shouldn't get it when it comes down to it. Like I mentioned in the chat that I understand the need to punish those who abuse it, which is actually technically that's theft, right? And so yes, absolutely, they should be jailed for theft. But that's not to include those who are just simply dejected and then could easily be called lazy. And that leg up that they're getting, it's a protection for those who have. And so I would rather have my tax dollars go to feeding the dogs than to make sure that they don't have. I want them to live. I still have value in their lives.
Well, we're about to see a big overcorrection, I think, because now it's like in some states, like where I live, right? I am legally disabled for no fault of my own. It is a long-term disability. I have a teenager. Despite the fact that my child is a full-time student, the amount of SNAP that I get for him is being adjusted because they think that he should have a job despite being in school from, he has to leave the house at 6:30 in the morning and gets home after 4 in the afternoon. And even then, under New York state laws, he's only allowed to work X number of hours a week. So I think we're about to see this huge overcorrection because we've had so many people that are getting away with abusing the system. And it's not going to be good in the long run for people who actually do need it.
Well, I like that you mentioned too, real quick, that that there's those who are limited to what work they can do. So when you're on a welfare program, you're actually limited to how much you can work. And so there's no getting ahead for you if you are in that limitation, right? So, the idea that, oh, you're on welfare, that means that you can go get, you need to go get a job at some point, right? Well, yes. And then they'll lower your food stamps if you get the job and then tell you can only work a certain amount of hours. And it's a great idea that these limitations exist, but believing that somebody is just going to come out of the hole is, that's really not reality.
Especially when you start taking into consideration older teenagers who still aren't out of high school yet, right?
Right. I don't think that should be fair to put that burden on a teenager. Ant, do you you were next in line. Do you want to chime in with a thought to Mr. Fantastic or the panel or something?
You talking to me?
Yep. Ant.
Oh, Andrew.
Ant. God's favorite ant. Ant. Above you. Auntie, you with us? Maybe his mic's
I
out.
don't think he's here.
All right, we'll move on to you, Andrew.
Okay. I don't have much for the benefits conversation. I did see a lot of. I think that if we cut out the people, at least that weren't even born in America, that are getting benefits, it would help. It would help a lot. Excuse me. There's no reason that the American people should be paying for other people to come here that can't even feed themselves. That's ridiculous. If you come here and you can't even feed yourself, it's obviously not working. So there's large portions of, I saw the stats today, but like every community, it's like 20 to 30% of them that come over are on some type of welfare benefit. So if we cut that, we could take care of a lot more Americans. So that's my take on it. And then also about winning. I think we're already winning. Like about how do we fix it, right? We're already winning the culture war. Like it's not cool to be a Democrat. Like every person that I talk to on the left always says, "Oh, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent." So like already, like they're embarrassed to even associate with it. So, and we did that without the institutions, without the education system, without the mainstream media, without any of these institutions. We made it uncool to be a Democrat. So I think we just have to keep doing what we're doing, and we'll see the shift in society that we're already seeing. I mean, Trump won the popular vote every swing state. And again, this is without the institutions on our side. So I think we're doing the right thing. We just got to stay the course and keep up the right messaging.
Okay. Ace Philosophy, did you want to add in? And then we'll move on to obstacles after that.
Yeah, I just wanted to mainly respond to the prompt itself. Why are there so many unproud Americans? I remember when I was growing up that, well, first of all, I think a term everyone has to understand and know what it means is called the Long March to the Institutions. It's when these Marxists came over from Europe and basically systematically infiltrated a number of, the information systems that disseminate information to Americans. The universities, the journalistic outlets, and things like that. They got in there and they started talking. All they did was focus on all the horrible, evil things America did, and never taught people the true spirit of the founding of America. How it was founded on, the principle of limited government. The reason the Marxists hate the Constitution so much is because fundamentally its purpose is to limit the power and scope of the government. And the Marxists had to undermine the foundations of America. So what they did is they went into the media, they went in the universities, and they basically pummeled people with anti-American ideology for decades. And when the internet came out, I just want to finish. I'll finish in a minute here. The major tech companies and social media companies like Reddit and even like Wikipedia and originally Twitter with Jack Dorsey, who was like a radical leftist, and Google was founded by people who were openly Marxists and atheists and things like that. All of these people were going on these websites just trying to talk to each other, and they were being flooded with anti-American, just endless stream of anti-American propaganda daily. And I think it turned a lot of people in my generation, especially the millennials, just hate, a fundamental hatred of our own country. It was a cancer. So I think that now people are waking, like the co-founder of Wikipedia, all these people were acknowledging that this happened, and we need to recognize that we have been fed so many lies. We need to break out of it. And I think it's happening, but I think we need to recognize what happens.
Okay. Any thoughts to that? Oh, go ahead.
I would say that it's been a blessing in disguise because a lot of these people tend to be very immoral, degenerate, and when they go and people realize that, they go and get repulsed by it. Like, I don't know if you know the history of r/atheism for Reddit, but there was this meme of this obese person with a neck beard and a fedora, and there was one quote that was so ridiculous that it made online atheism a joke. So much so that people were ashamed to go and say that they were an atheist and to go and stop wearing fedoras online or in public because that was associated with them. It is things like that where it's a blessing where, because they've been pushing the propaganda so much, that as soon as they realize that the people pushing it is bad, it goes and it inadvertently wakes the population up to it. And about the people who are involved, with the people who came from Europe, the funniest thing is that it just highlighted the networks that were already here, because it was like the same trade unionists, like even the first one in Detroit Like you could see the direct connection, especially with the language they choose to print the paper in. But yeah, I would say it's a more of a positive thing because people see they see someone with blue hair that looks weird. They automatically tell that this is not someone they want to associate with. It kind of, in that sort of sense, it kind of
Filters itself out.
yeah, and it kind of um, highlights people when they look at a particular ideology that it's bad, just not even having to dig into it because they can see the people who are associated with it.
All right, fair enough. Obstacles. Welcome to the panel, sir. Nice to have you. What do you
Thank you.
have for us today?
Respect the fantastic and the host. And then Evan, I should have came here with blue hair. You wouldn't have heard a word I say. So no, speaking to A's point real quick before I want to go on my point, which is
Yeah.
just the main subject. Excuse me. I think Fox News used to have the majority of the airway when they had linear TV. So what
Mhm.
happens, the right just lost the tech war. And
Yeah.
as the left ideology took, they had technology. They're not smarter, they're not stronger. It's nothing like that. Their message wasn't better. It's just they leveraged social networking and technology. Most of VC funds actually come from Democratic led venture capitalists. So they just won that battle. But of course, shout out to Elon. There has been the playing field that's kind of shifted a quite bit. And of course, individual journalism. Going to the main point of why Americans are unproud, there's multiple reasons, but I'll do my favorite top 4 reasons, which I think is loss of gratitude and perspective. America's a great country. There's no other better country. I'm actually pretty subjective on that. I'm not objective. It is amazing. Comfort crisis or curse. People have been comfortable for so long. It's a book that was written about it. They start finding other problems. If I got to go to work 9 to 5, I'm a slave. Like literally,
Mhm.
really? It's worse than chattel slavery. They're like, yes, that's crazy. So, but they're just looking for a problem. I do say weak leadership, but I also love to follow it up by weak fellowship because those it's a two-way street. You can't have a weak leader without weak followers, and especially in a place like America because we voted for them. So a lot of people don't look inward; they always look external, and then that comes to the most important part I find is victimhood. Victimhood culture is running in live. And unfortunately, it's with a lot of different groups. I was, of course, raised on a healthy diet of Black victimhood. But once I got out that box, I went out to find other people, and they were like, well, it's a class struggle now. It's the middle class, and the rich hate us. And then I found it was a victimhood cycle inside that now. And now I'm like, I hate everybody who has money. If you got money, you're evil, and you're against white, black, and Indians and albino snow monkeys. And so, net, there's always these victimhood traps. And we have to look back, and I'll end it here. I lived overseas for 15 years. I served my country as a combat veteran and multimillionaire. I love America. I've been to many other countries, and people dream of coming to United States of America. We have problems for sure, but we don't have the problems that they have, which is Africa. No roads, no electricity, no water. But you have Americans believing that Africa's better than America. You have Americans believing living under the CCP is better than living under Biden or Trump. I don't like Biden too much, but it ain't worse than living underneath the CCP. And so we lost perspective. TikTok war is real. They have landslided us, China. And it's a lot of different factors. But again, I would say it's a lack of perspective. The red, white, and blue is an amazing country. Shout
You
outs to the next
mentioned
host.
thank you. You mentioned the slave to the 9 to 5. Would you say the whole quiet quitting trend kind of piled in on that concept? Because I know that that was big, especially a couple of years
Yeah,
ago, where it's like, no, I do 9 to 5. There's nothing extra. I don't owe you. That's
yeah.
outside of my scope of work. Do you think that that kind of bleeds into that idea of I'm not your slave. I'm simply just an employee here from 9 to 5. I come in, I do my job, I go home.
Yeah, that goes with the comfort crisis. And then that's
Mhm.
kind of along with the other person who wrote, Sean, I believe his name was, he wrote in the post, when he was saying post scarcity, what he's saying is people actually believe in America, housing is a human right. They believe
Mhm.
Wi Fi comes from the ecosystem. Like there is no internet and infrastructure. They just believe it comes from nature. So that should be a human right. And so if you look at it on its face value, let's even go back to our nostalgia area of the 1950s. People forget that those people had to survive World War II. So it wasn't fun. Like I don't want to go back to 1990 when people told me, go to war, go fight with Germany, and maybe you could come back and have a good wife. I got to go to war. So it was a lot of struggle those people went through. But what I'm trying
Mm.
to say is people believe now that housing's a human right, electricity is a human right. And so that's what they mean by post scarcity. They believe that, hey, I'm an American citizen. I was born out of my mom and dad. So thus, therefore, you owe me electricity, food, and all the essentials.
I
So that's
see.
that post scarcity that they believe in.
I see. I'm glad somebody like really was able to knock that one home. Ant, is your mic working now? Do we got
Is
you?
it working now?
Yay! Yes, we do. All
Fantastic.
right, your thoughts to the panel, and then I'm going to open up the floor after that.
Okay,
Go
okay.
ahead.
I'll try, although I feel like obstacles, A's, and Carnal kind of covered the stuff I was going to cover.
Mhm.
I was going to get to the post scarcity thing. I think most people don't understand what scarcity means in an economic sense. That is, it's a resource for which decisions must be made. If something is freely available, it's not a scarce resource. But if it's not, then it is. It has nothing to do with how abundant the resource is. Well,
Mhm.
it kind of does. But something has to be so abundant that there's no way to track who's like, for example, the air we breathe, water. I'm not talking about like out of your faucet or something. I'm talking just ocean. Nobody's going to charge you if you go take a cup of water out of the ocean or out of a lake, for example. But potable water, drinking water, obviously is a scarce resource because it requires labor to make it drinkable and to deliver it to you. So I have a problem with anybody who says post scarcity because there's never going to be a situation where resources aren't scarce. If for nothing else, time is a resource and that will always be scarce until we are immortal, which I don't believe is possible. I think I've had enough time. I'll stop there and bring up other stuff later as it comes up. Thank you so much.
That's fair. And Tom Carpenter's. Oh, I'll let you respond in just a sec. Tom Carpenter says, "Be good, panel." What am I thinking? Yeah, usually they get pretty cantankerous here. And Tom also supplementing at number 6 on the Dono Go. Thank you so kindly. Everyone should follow Tom's lead. He's a wonderful leader. You should follow him and do as he does. And Lawyer Chick sending in the big 5 just to say hello to everybody. All right. So far I've assessed that Clay, you are the Robin Hood for the poor. I think that that's the angle that you're coming from, but I think most people might actually be disagreeable to a strong degree, and you're also advocating that the poor don't have as many rights as the prisoners in that aspect based on that analogy. I'd like if anyone else would like to dive into that, and Mr. Fantastic, if there's any particular points here that you would like to chime in on, I'd love to hear it.
No, we can start. My bad, Swan. So, yeah, we can start there. We can start with that one. So yeah, I was actually looking at today because I was making that a point. When people get out of jail or stay out of jail or prison or whatnot, what have you, or probation, one of the things that's mandatory for them is to work. So they have in the process of probation and being under these, parole and things, they have to work. So that's something that a lot of these welfare abusers, don't do. So if a person that's a criminal, right, is being forced to do it, so on and so forth, I think it kind of counterbalances what he's saying. And I know he didn't make the slavery argument, so I forget who did, but nah, you definitely have way better options than a person that's making, I think, a cap of 35 cents a day, depending on the states, for whatever time that they're incarcerated. So, and like I said, that's just something as to where it's fundamentally just not true. And I think it gets to the point of where, not speaking about you specifically, but that's the poor mindset I was alluding to earlier, as to where they're told and they're taught that, oh well, I can't do this and I can't do that because of, well, again, there, a lot of these people, self-made millionaires, say they at one point in time they were homeless. So I just think there needs to be, I guess, a better message put out there so that people are more encouraged. And to get back to the point like Obstacles was making, America is great. You literally have people that can't speak the language, that come from third world countries, no running water, and they end up being extremely, extremely wealthy. So if they can do it, you definitely can do it as an American.
I would
Uh,
argue with. Sorry, Sarah.
no, Evan had kind of
Oh.
talked up. I wanted to hand it back over to him
Sure.
if he wanted, and then back to you, Beth.
Thanks.
I was going to bring it to like the original topic, but Beth, if you have something to respond on like the specific
Sure.
job, and you can talk.
I was just going to say, I think it's really the main war that we need to start fighting is against entitlement and instant gratification. I think that those two things have become so prevalent in this country that nobody understands accountability or how to work for something or how to just, make things happen. I mean, I grew up my family was always poor, and guess what? We always had a garden, you know. Where your churches help take care of stuff.
Right.
It's not like nobody owes us anything, even if you're poor. Just saying.
It's like spoiled children. Like
Yes.
everything that they do is like spoiled children. Like it's like the kid that grows up in the nicest house, which is the United States, but like whines because they don't have the pony. Like that's exactly what you're dealing with. And that's why they always have an emotional response. Like you have to treat them like children, actually. It's the only way to deal with, but that's what you're describing.
So, I mean, how do we get away from that? How do we, because to me, it's the teach a man to fish, he'll be fed forever. Give a man a fish, he'll be fed for a day.
Let
How
the
do
food
we,
stamps go out. Let the food stamps run out and just let nature take its course.
I
More
would.
than
That's
that,
not wise.
Mhm.
That's not wise. Okay,
Better-
so
But why should
better
we
than
just
that,
pay
like-
for it? Someone's paying. It's not free. You're just shifting the cost. So like
Well,
you said
wait.
earlier, Americans that get up, I have to get up in the morning and go to work at 6 a.m. Why do I have to pay for it? Why should I pay for it?
So
it's a
here's the
protection.
it's like
But
I
why
said.
why do I have to?
I just said it.
Like
It's a
I have to
protection.
wake up and go to work and I have to pay for someone else that doesn't? Like
As
that
a
shouldn't that be
protection.
my choice?
Yes.
well,
at least?
okay, but
You
here
pay police.
for Andrew, hold on. For Andrew Clay, Andrew wants protection too. He wants his money protected from being wasted on somebody who's not just sitting at home doing nothing and
Thank you.
abusing the system. So the protection is twofold.
And that's why it's like you'll start, or at least I know where I am, a lot of the communities around me have big community gardens that anyone, like the homeless, can walk right in, pick some food, and walk right off with it. No money asked for, no nada. In fact, they bring the kids in and teach them how to work it, how to grow food, how to deal with all of make compost and stuff. So
Mhm.
Yeah,
these are programs that we should really be investing back into within our communities.
Yeah,
I was-
I'm all about charity. I love charity, right? Welfare, which is primarily housing and food stamps, is exactly that. It's just a tax that is being applied.
Charity's
So
a choice.
it is
No,
It's
not
not
a charity.
forced charity.
It's
That's
not a charity.
that's
Go
why
one
it's
at
a
a time.
problem.
Let's go one at a time. Andrew, I think you were chiming. Let Clay finish, and then Andrew, I know you wanted to chime in.
It is a protection in the same way that you would donate to your church so that the hungry, the poor would have and not come into your home and rob you. It is the same as that protection. It's just through the government who already takes your money anyway.
You just said it was a charity. Is
Yeah,
it
it's
a charity
not
or
a-
is it a protection?
Exactly what it is. That's what a
Is
welfare
it a
is.
charity or is it a protection?
It's neither. It's skill building. When you start getting your community to invest in,
You're not gonna get
itself
rid of the
and
poor.
making these gardens and things like that.
Clay,
Do you believe that you're going to get rid of the poor?
I think that you could get rid of the poor by having everyone work.
It's
And
never going to
sometimes-
happen. You live in
Yeah.
utopia.
Poor is a relative term.
You can go and have a society
No, there
where
are
you
people
take
who
from
are
others
poor.
to
We
give
know what
to
poor is.
all of your own people, and you can
So there are-
force them to do
Hold on.
jobs to go and have them occupied. But I will just say one thing to kind of like the whole thing, as opposed to like giving money as like a government program versus charity. With charity, you see someone give you the money, and you have an emotional feeling of I have to make something of this, as opposed to just getting a anonymous check from just a unpersonal government, where
Mhm.
that I would say that's a big difference. Like there is not an emotional connection there, where you just see it as just like a constant money source, where it's easy to feel entitled that way.
Well,
As
even at
opposed to-
that. So if you're in a church community and let's say if I was going through hard times and I went to my church and I went to the nuns or the priests and I said, look, I'm having a hard time. I just need a little help. Is there like food pantry, something that we offer or something I can do volunteer wise to get it? Like, what can we do? And they said, look, like we've got this, like XYZ, here you go, here you go. That's part of my community. That's my people giving to me. And so that makes me feel tied back into the community. And I think this is what Evan was trying to kind of elaborate on. Whereas if I fill out paperwork to the government and I send it in and we go back and forth with a few phone calls on my actual income or whatever, and it's like, yes, this is okay, you're accepted or rejected or whatever the case, that's just some red tape, hocus pocus. I don't feel anywhere obligated to the government. It's just like, well, am I accepted or not? Am I going to get it or not? How much are you going to send me a month or not? There's no community tie-in. There's no feeling of I owe back, or this came from people with good hearts who want to see me do well. This just came from a government person sitting behind a computer sending me a check every month, or however it is.
So this is actually what I would say in response to that. This is actually why it is that this topic actually right here. Why are there so many unproud Americans today? Because people are being told that you just have to pick yourself up by the bootstraps and don't worry about the poor people, right? So the tax money that you are paying, hold on. I literally just like, can you give me a couple of minutes
Go ahead.
Put it out there? So
go on.
So when it comes to feeding the poor, doing what we would call general welfare, it's actually in the Constitution. It is the government's responsibility to take care of the general welfare of the people. Okay. Those programs are there as a protection for those who have, so that those who don't have don't come and take your money, your stuff. Now, on top of that, you're telling me that a church will take care of you. There are people who don't go to church. There are people who don't believe in the church. There are people who do not want anything to do with the church. So what are those people to do? They're not going to the church. And you say, well, the church will give to them. All they have to do is come. They are not going to the church. You know who they pay? They pay the government. There are atheists who pay the government so that their fellow atheists can have a general welfare, just like your church. The church and state have been separated for a reason. People do not believe in your church.
So why don't you organize your own welfare for atheists like the churches do?
Yeah.
Why do we have to pay for it?
There's online places like GoFundMe
But why
where
do you
they can
need
give
us?
money
We
to.
don't need you.
Hold on.
We do. It's called the government.
Evan, you were chiming in on that. Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, there's online websites like GoFundMe and other places where people who aren't necessarily religious or anything like that can give money to strangers directly. And there's PayPal and stuff like that where those sort of organizations can happen. And I'd say that is like a different thing. But churches, the main reason that they are around to give charity is they are long established and it's part of their doctrine. And if people are too proud to go and accept from that choice, then that is their choice. Just like how they don't need to go and believe in it.
So they're too proud to go and accept from the church, but they're proud Americans. This is exactly my point, right? So you're telling me that these people who are proud Americans have to go to your church so they can be so they won't be too proud, right?
Well, what's the?
This is
I just got a quick question
of the conversation.
Go ahead, Mr.
Well, I just got a quick question. So, is the contingency the religious aspect of it, or it being a church? Because my understanding, most food banks, you don't have to be affiliated with a church at all. Anybody is open to any and every one. So, I mean, if the food bank just happens to be a church, why is that a point of contention if you need to eat?
Because the church, okay, there's food that the church gets, okay, and it's old food, right? And so you're expecting that these people who are going to go get the welfare that you say is the only option for them to go get stale food that the church has basically had in their pantry for a year. And then on top of that,
where are you making these claims from?
Hold on.
Because I've been there.
Hold on.
I've been there. Look, I have been there.
Hold
I
on.
probably have
I
old.
want to give a big shout
I'll
out to
ask next.
Angry Man. Welcome back, my friend. If you're welcome to take on the panel if you'd like. I'd love to have you. And Tom also making number 7 of the donos. Angry Man making number 8. Please feel free to donate all of your money. It's much prettier sitting in my back pocket than yours. So please feel free to do so to finish that dono goal. Okay.
Can I throw
Yes, let me make one thing clear. Clay is probably the odd man out on this panel at this time. When Duck comes up here, Duck will be an odd man out too. So let's make sure we're at least mindful that it's like 9 against 1. So let's be mindful of that when it comes to talking time. But yeah, go ahead, Beth, chime in.
real quick? So one, social services is not supposed to be like the full payment. It's not going to cover 100% of the bill ever, ever, ever. 2, you're right. There's going to be some bits and pieces, especially within some food banks, that is close to expiration. That's just how it is because unfortunately, that is what the grocery stores tend to send over to the food banks. However, not all of it is that. You can pick up some that's, a year or so out, and beggars can't be choosers, like he said. And then on top of it, in the smaller communities, you get hunters who donate their kill, like venison and stuff, to the food banks. So they're getting fresh, good local meat. And
all this is good. So I want to point this out too. I'm not an atheist. I'm a believer in God. And
I know
I
you
find
are.
it very interesting that fellow believers are saying to me that we shouldn't feed the poor.
That's not what I'm saying.
Clay, I
That
want to
is
respond
what
to that.
you are saying to me.
No one-
We should
no
not take our tax
That's not what
dollars
we're
that
saying.
the
That's not
government
what I
has
said at
already
all.
taken from us. Hold on. Can I
Yeah.
we
Can I?
No,
we have
But
fellow
that's-
believers.
You're lying,
Hello.
Clay. You're
Hi.
lying.
Who?
You're lying.
We
No, but that's not what we're
we
saying. We're
have
saying
fellow
we could
believers
spend the
among
money
us.
better.
Listen,
We could
listen.
spend it
Hold
better.
on. Hold on.
I'm just
All
trying
right.
to say one thing. I'm just trying
Go
to
ahead,
respond.
Andrew. Go
one
ahead,
time.
Andrew.
Yeah, we could spend. We're not saying we shouldn't feed the poor. That's a straw man of our argument. Like that's not what we're saying. We're
That's
saying
exactly what
we
you're
could
saying.
do a better
Hold
job.
on, Clay.
We could do a better job. Who's going to do a better job of managing your money, you or the government?
If I give a man
Who's going to do a better job of managing your money, you or the government?
Clay, let me ask you, do you really believe the government is the only way to help people to send our money to these corrupt maniacs in Washington who constantly
Crazy.
get everything wrong,
You're muted, Clay.
lie to us?
you guys have a
Clay,
conversation between yourselves because you can't fucking wait for me to fucking respond.
Hold on, Clay. I know, like everybody wants to kind of add in their terms, and then we'll hand it back to you. Ant, were you done, or was that A or Ant?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
want to ask him why he has it in his mind that only the government can help people. That's basically my question.
I don't have that
think
in my
that's a good
mind.
question. Clay, would you still recommend for anyone? I know that you're kind of in the atheist realm of the concept, right? Instead of going to church and building on community, but why would you prefer the government help over the church community,
Because I recognize
or a community just on its own, like a neighborhood of some sort, pitching in to help a neighbor?
I'm all about that. I'm all about working locally, right? And I've never said that we shouldn't have the churches do. I've always said that the churches should do more. The problem is that they're not. The government comes in where the church is not doing. This is why we pay the government.
Clay, I will just say that there are certain things like managing children who don't have homes, housing the homeless, and things like that, where governments take over those responsibilities, make it illegal, give fines to places that resist, where they go and usurp that power just so that they can go and further.
Yeah, that's corruption. Yeah, I get that.
And that's why I say that's why
churches
churches may not overstep.
No, the
because they
churches
don't
are
want to
corrupt
upset
too.
the government.
The churches are corrupt
Obstacles.
too.
Did you want to add into that?
Yeah, shout out to you, Clay. I'm not actually against you neither, Clay. I'm just in the middle, actually, because I don't like it. Let me be quite honest with you, Clay. I don't think I should pay for them. I don't care. But I do know what you said. I don't think that nobody acknowledged your point. It is a protection for myself. Because if there's too many poor people and if history shows me that they'll just take us and take over and rob us of everything. So that's a real reality that I understand. And so the negotiation begins, right? And I don't think anybody's objective on this panel to say, I don't care about the homeless. I ain't paying for them at all. They're just wanting to have like, okay, where's our money going? All right, who is this a freeloader? If it is, get out of line. And I don't think, Clay, you like that neither. You don't want no freeloaders bumming on the program, and then that's taken away from what your point is. So I think we're getting lost in just the minutia, but that's negotiations, right? We're supposed to be figuring out, hey, where is this gone too crazy? But if we do look at the government, a lot of the budget is allocated to social programs. Now, if we're making an argument that it should be more, cool, we can engage in a contract and a negotiation. But let us not get lost. We all want to help. Nobody's up here like a minion like me saying, forget all of that. But the reason I say, okay, let's pay them is because I do realize I got to pay for my protection. They're going to come get me.
Yeah.
So
And
Yeah.
A
Thank you.
Philosophy would like to make his exit, and I've got Angry Man hanging backstage. I'm going to go ahead and let him skip the line if you guys don't mind back there. Go ahead and give us your final thoughts, and I'll let you exit the panel.
Yeah, so I just said I would leave on the condition I get 2 minutes to kind of state my thoughts. Yeah, I appreciate where Clay's coming from, but unfortunately, it comes from a long line of bad socialist ideas. I think the underlying premise is that if you're not sending your money to these corrupt government officials, then there's no other way to help people. No, there's lots of other ways to help people. There's way better ways of helping people. What socialism is it's basically it's twofold. It's a way for corrupt politicians to buy votes from people who want to use the government to steal other people's money. That's the game. That's who Bernie Sanders and this guy in New York City. This is who all these socialists are. They're thieves, and they're not out there to help us. So take the money out of their hands, keep it in our hands. And I want to say something about the poor people. Everyone talks about how greedy and corrupt the rich are. Yes, they are greedy and corrupt. But you know what? A lot of times people are poor because of the choices they make in their own lives. Where's the social contract? What's the responsibility on their end? Should we be sending money to people who aren't making the right decisions in their own life? I say, let them face the consequences of their own actions. If they have to suffer, so be it. If somebody doesn't eat, break their plate. And I guess that's about it. Don't be a socialist. It's thievery and it's immoral. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, A. Angry Man, hello. So glad to have you again.
What's good, everybody?
What
How's it
time
going?
in? Bring it to the panel. I know you got some heat.
I'm trying to figure out who Clay is talking about. Who are you talking about in America that's poor?
We don't have much. I mean, I believe there's like I mean, and it is subjective. It is, but the poor class is never going to go away. So, like to believe that there's nobody poor is that's not reality. The poor will never go away.
Okay, but poor is subjective.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're talking about poor in a first world country as opposed to poor in a third world country.
Yeah, and that's fair. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
the reason why I'm asking that is because many of the people that are being classified as poor are not really poor as much as they're just lazy
and I've
unwilling to take advantage of the opportunities that's right in front of them.
Yeah, and it's not to encourage people to be lazy at all. So we live in a kingdom, right? And there's a kingdom next door. The kingdom next door to us is super poor. They're always fighting over their scraps. We live in the rich kingdom. And you and I, we sit at the big table, the king's table, right? But Sarah and Carnal Conservative, they eat the scraps, right? It doesn't matter that we are the rich kingdom. What matters is that Sarah and Carnal conservative are also taken care of, so they don't come and snatch our steaks off of our plate.
Oh, well, they're not going to come and snatch the steaks off of my plate because I'm going to dish out a healthy heaping of ass kicking. I'm not worried about that.
Then you don't have a kingdom anymore.
Yo, no, actually I do.
No,
that's the entire reason. That's the entire reason
for you. No, I'm
That's
not
the
working for you. I'm going to leave.
that's the
this
entire
kingdom
reason.
just you and
You
me.
said what?
No, I'm leaving.
Hold on.
You said you're not working for me.
That's right.
Oh, well, you don't have to. You'll just get beheaded.
No, you'll be an angry man kingdom of one.
No, I'll be an angry man kingdom of steal my kingdom because I have soldiers that are gonna give you a fresh ass kicking the moment you start preaching off of your soapbox.
No, that's
like,
tyranny.
Are we literally gonna pretend like we don't remember? Well, not remember. Are we gonna pretend like we don't know the history of the world?
Yeah, you're acting like you don't.
No, you're acting like you don't. Like,
no, I'm telling you.
Since when has a kingdom had to worry about not being king because some of the poor people didn't like him? The only time you'll see a king be usurped like that is whenever there's an uprising of soldiers, other soldiers that are willing to try to overthrow that king, and it doesn't always work then.
Did we forget France?
What
about France? France is a bunch of punks. Like, bro, did you really just bring up the French?
It was the poor who took that. Yeah, that hit.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of pansies.
Okay,
name a country with hardcore soldiers that actually got taken over by the poor. Go.
Hi,
Russia.
Hi, America. Hi, how you doing?
It was the local elites that
we create our own
America.
It wasn't the peasants.
They weren't poor.
It was an ordinary man who took this country away from the greatest navy in the world. It was the ordinary man. Yes.
No, he wasn't poor. He wasn't a poor man.
We're
what are we talking about? He wasn't a poor man.
It was the ordinary man. I didn't say poor. In that instance, it was the ordinary man.
In order to start a revolution, we're not poor men, bro.
Compared to Britain, America was broke. Yes.
No, there was a lot of rich people that were there, like George Washington's estate. They were very rich. George Washington was a general.
Hold on.
John Adams' family was very, very rich. Like,
and they had
a lot of the founders.
They had a king.
Hold on. Before we get cantankerous, Evan, I didn't hear anything you said, and I know you are our resident historian. So if you could say it again, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right. One George Washington, like the leader of the Continental Army, he was from a rich Virginia line of plantation owners, and he was a general before the Civil War, so he was a big deal. The Adams family that had John Adams become the second president, he was his family was incredibly rich, also plantation owners. Hamilton became he was someone who climbed up, but a lot of the founders, like, they either owned breweries, were plantation owners, were wealthy merchants, and they wanted more power for themselves in the colonies instead of having to go and pay a marginal tax to England. England was pretty benevolent with the colonies, and it was only Boston who was rowdy because Boston had a lot of Catholics, which were specifically Irish, who hated the crown.
Are you proud to be an American, Evan?
I am proud to be American because my family fought in the Revolutionary War and got land in Michigan. But if I lived during the time,
about
I wouldn't have done that.
Why would you suggest that those founders were only all about power? Because that's literally what you just said, that they were only seeking power, more power for themselves.
More power and more does. More
that's
power.
What everybody does.
Not everybody.
The power that he got from.
Oh my God! Name somebody.
Can I make one?
Clay, please tell me. Please tell me, Clay. Please tell me. Oh my God! Did you? Which college did you go to, Clay? And what part of communism did they shove down your throat, bro?
But I don't do communism either. I do recognize the social contract, though, which is
this
the Constitution
sounds like
of the United
communism,
States.
bro.
It's the social contract, the Constitution of the United States. Do you not appreciate that?
I got to ask a question here. Well, actually, two
Which
of
part
them.
of the Constitution are you talking about, bro?
Clay, why are you
the welfare
conflating
clause, the
poverty
general
with
welfare
slavery?
clause?
Why are you conflating?
Sorry, Beth.
It's okay. I'm asking, why are you conflating the idea that people who are possibly in poverty are going to become thieves? And then how can you talk out of both sides of your mouth saying we should take care of the poor by giving them our shit, but then also saying the poor are going to steal our shit? It's the math isn't working.
Because desperation breeds.
But are we really that desperate? Because I think that just what is it here? Something like, so I actually looked this up earlier. 36.8 million people in our country are living in poverty right now. There's something like over. Oh God,
it's like 13%. It's like it's like around 40 million on average, right? Yeah. So the problem with it, and I'm shout out to Angry Man. That's what I was saying. That we're the majority. So if you try to rob me, I'm going to send you to Uncle Charles. Okay, you're going to be taking a long dark walk to whatever believer you believe in. Okay,
but you are brave enough. You don't see all these people living in poverty becoming thieves, is what I'm saying. I think that right down to 54% of working age families earn less than 60K a year. And they make it work. A lot of them make it work. I think.
Well, that's not considered the poverty line, though. And if everyone can hold for just a moment, Evan would like to make his exit from the panel, so we're just going to give him a minute for his final statements.
All right. I'll just say, like on the original topic, when it comes to Americans, I think most Americans are proud of their country, and in that sort of sense, like, America is one of the most preeminent powers in the world, and that gives us a certain prestige. So when American tourists go somewhere, they're like, oh, great, there's an American tourist. They're going to spend money. So they treat them nicer, and they go and they say that they like the country. And there's a lot of people that do like the country. Like, besides Israel, I think America's the second most country that has countries that just go and sings its praises, because either they were rebuilt by it, or they are just infatuated with the culture. And I will say, kind of like with the thing coming from like American entitlement within regards to like the financial aspect, I'd say it's just like this is the end product of the consumerism marketing of trying to make people comfortable, trying to keep up with the Joneses. It gives you a sense of entitlement that I need to have what my neighbor has, and it needs to be better. I need to be comfortable. I need to not do as much. And that sense of not going and doing the work yourself kind of makes it so we don't have pride in our work, and that causes a lot of issues. So I'd say that are my general thoughts. I can definitely see where Mr. Fantastic has came along with, especially with the political and dating dynamics, where that can certainly blind like us from like the personal level of not being proud, not being an out-and-out patriot. But I think compared to other nations, Americans are very chauvinistic, which I think is a good thing, and very proud of our nation. Like, look at the Olympics or our local sports teams, and you'll see how much you're proud of where you are. But all right. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Evan. I love having Evan on. He's such a sweetheart and always in with the historical drops. I love it. Okay, I did interrupt. So if somebody wanted to take it back, I'll leave it open to you.
I'll be real fast.
I still can't believe that Clay brought up the French, bro. The French are like the Jar Jar Binks country of the world, bro. Like the French. Like seriously?
Cool quip. Yeah, I mean it's great. Awesome.
I wanted to clarify real quick. I wasn't meaning to say that 60K is below the poverty line, but for a family, like we hear a lot about, you need to make X amount to be comfortable. And 60K for a family is typically, there's a lot of people in our country who look at that and they're like, how can you be comfortable on that? Well, people do it on a lot less without resorting to thievery. So I think that we need to reevaluate. Just because you live within poverty, let's say, less than 30K for a family and making it work. That doesn't necessarily mean that the moral integrity or the entitlement is so low that you're going to resort to thievery.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I was trying to figure out. Like, where have you set the bar at what poor is? Because on one hand, you're saying poverty, and in the other hand, you're saying poor, which is not necessarily the same thing. Like, what do you mean poor?
There's a reason why I use the word poor and not poverty, because that is subjective. And when I say it's subjective, I mean it's subjective to the person who believes they're poor. So there's the poor in finance, but then there's the poor in spirit. And this is why I mentioned dejected from the beginning, right? So those who are poor in spirit will become dejected, and then, well, they're desperate. And that's the truth of the matter. To deny that fact that there will be poor is just, it's a travesty, because especially me as a believer.
Oh, hold on. Somebody's got an echo.
But being broke,
well, hold on.
But being financially broke is not a prerequisite for being poor in spirit. You can be poor in spirit and not be broke.
Yeah, but then that's what dejected becomes, right? So or it becomes dejected. So that's why I, as a believer in the Word of God, I really understand that it is my duty to continue to feed the poor. This is just a naturality of my belief. So when I say, okay, well, the churches ain't really doing it, but the government does have a program for that. Why would I take that away? It is part of my spiritual nature to want the poor to be fed, regardless of whether it's finance.
Because charity is supposed, look, here's the thing. Charity is supposed to be voluntary. When you're doing a charitable act, you're doing it because you want to do it. Taking money from people to give to other people is not charity, it's thievery.
Okay.
And not just that,
by
but
a different name.
You made a criticism about food banks. If people are getting that desperate, they're going to take that. At least I would hope they would take that before they resort to the desperation.
I don't disagree. No, I don't disagree with that.
Your plate.
For the sane person.
Churches more, right?
Can I let Mr. Beans, because you and I just went over this last week, actually, and you are more of an advocate for the system. You believe it's a human right. Did you want to kind of chime in the other direction here?
Because he's a communist.
Oh,
I saw that comment in the chat room. You think I didn't see it?
Mr. Beans was so polite and so sweet last week. We had such a great conversation. He had some good viewpoints on it. I think Clay was agreeable with him. Go ahead, Mr. Beans. I know you got some thoughts.
Well, first of all, I have to say something that I don't really want to have to say, but I'm going to have to do it for the next couple of days. I did some research and I found out that I've been saying something that was completely incorrect. And because I'm not an asshole, I'm going to acknowledge it. Previously, I have been stating that nobody's actual income taxes goes towards the welfare system, but it actually does. I didn't understand transfer payments. Transfer payments are literally social programs like Medicaid, welfare, and things like that. So when the statement says that none of the, or that 2/3 of the income tax goes towards waste and transfer programs, that's what it was talking about. So I have to retract that statement. I'm gonna do it on the next couple of shows that I go to. However,
Beans, I will wait.
You can't say but, Beans. You gotta let it go. Let it ride.
Hold on. Let him finish.
Beans, I want my apology.
So yeah, probably only because you are who you are. It'll be in the mail. But that being said, there's only really two programs that people care about. This is why you only hear them talk about housing and food stamps, right? When I bring up the earned income tax, when I bring up the child tax, they don't care about that. When I bring up Pell Grants, they don't care about that, right? So let's talk about the two that people do care about. So for the fiscal year of 2024, you had 139 billion in food stamps, and I think you had housing was 69. So that's 208 billion, right? Well, the deficit is 38 trillion. The interest on that payment last year was $1 trillion. If you take away those two welfare programs that y'all care about, you know how much the interest payment would have been? $1 trillion. So this is what I've been trying to explain to people, that even if you remove those programs, your taxes will look the exact same. It's not gonna change at all. So if they taking $550 out of your check, Guess what's gonna happen when they remove those programs? They still gonna be taking $550 out of your check.
And
Yeah, but
So Beans, I got a question for you. I got a question for you, Beans. So my question is, where does it come back in then? If okay, so you've got these transfer payments, we're sort of looking at how this is impacting a paycheck. Where does that finance actually come back to people like me who want to think that I'm thinking about citizens that are underrepresented, people that don't have the same opportunities. I want to get on with business as usual because of this. Like, where does this finance discussion, whatever it is, come back in?
I'll be honest, that was a very collegiate level question.
From Doc?
It wasn't. If you're going to talk about something, back it up.
No, I'm admitting that I don't understand the question, sir. I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking myself.
Well, then attack yourself. Say I don't know, right?
I just did.
It's not a collegiate question.
Hold on.
It's not a collegiate question.
Hold
you
on,
don't know.
Doc.
There's a big difference there.
Doc, hold on.
I didn't answer it.
We don't
I
need
don't
to
understand
attack
it either.
him. He said he admitted that he didn't understand what you said. So either layman's terms it, or we can see if anyone else has an answer to it.
Okay, so if Donald Trump is talking, because he's really good at talking to the American people on his microphone. If Donald Trump is talking to us, what does he say about welfare payments or social safety net payments that brings the money down to the level that people can have a conversation about it? Because I too don't know. I don't know what a transfer payment is. I don't know any of that stuff.
Yeah, to be honest, man, I really don't know. I just think right now for some reason or another, and I don't really want to get into the politics of things, so I won't go there. But for whatever reason, the country is in real divisive right now because welfare is not hurting anybody. It's not hurting anybody. It's not affecting paychecks like you think it is.
Yeah,
it's really not doing what people think it's doing. And here's the thing about it. Even if it's having a negative effect, like maintaining poor people, that's a benefit to the country. It's not a disservice to the country because the more money more people make, that causes inflation. Things will skyrocket. Things will get out of control. So
let me say,
let him finish.
We keep telling people that 6 figures is the mark. But if 6 figures becomes the median income, then a gallon of milk will be $47. So making more money is not.
I already know that. I already know that though, Beans, because and the reason I know that is because I go grocery shopping. What I don't know is what it's like for people to live in fear that their SNAP benefits are going to end, or wondering, why Sean Hannity on Fox News is hosting the guy that is promoting this in some purple state, turn the tide sort of, save America sort of election. Like, I don't understand the social political stuff about that question.
Yeah.
Then just say you don't understand and we can move on and somebody else can say something.
That's fair.
Got it. Actually, I don't understand, Angry Man.
Sasquatch, could you?
The reason.
Go ahead, Angry Man, and then I'll hand it off.
My fault. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I was going to let Sasquatch if he wanted to add anything new to the panel, but if you had a thought that you wanted to add in for Doc, I want to let you finish.
I was just going to say that the reason why the country is divisive is simply because the Democrats wanted it to be divisive. Point blank, period. They've been pushing a narrative of divisiveness ever since Donald Trump got elected, the same way they did when he first got elected. Because if they weren't pushing that narrative, it is just like Rome in the Colosseum. People would go back to watching TV and being distracted with their lives. They wouldn't care about politics right now if it weren't for the mainstream media making them care about politics with all of the fear tactics and all of that. And just for the record, Beans, I'm not one of the people that only talk about that program. I'm talking about all of the programs that they overtax the American people to pay for. That's money they send overseas to all of the different countries. Is all of this ridiculous bloat that is the bill is at the foot of the taxpayer in America. It's ridiculous.
So let me say this real quick before we move on. So to Bean's point about what would change, nothing would change for your taxes. No, nothing would change for the taxes, but a lot would change to where the money's being allocated to and where it's going. That's what people is bothered with. Okay, you know how we talk about the infrastructure. We have one of the worst electrical grids in the country. I mean, the world. I'm sorry, for as much as strain we have and as much electricity we take up. Taking all that money or a certain portion of that money and reallocating it in other places to be spent on versus those government programs would do a major thing. Everybody complains about the roads. Everybody complains about infrastructure. So taking the money and keeping the tax the same way versus, again, and people only care about the abusers, which again, I admit are not the majority. The majority of recipients, I think, are elderly, right? I think that's the most people, no one's talking about them. We're talking about, though, is not only the money being spent, but the ideology behind it. So when you're a person that says that, oh, it's a human right to depend on everybody else and leech off everybody else, that's problematic. That makes goes to the point of what Clay was talking about, the working class being dejected. Because what the fuck am I working for? If somebody can just sit back, be lazy, get free stuff, why am I getting up every morning doing some shit I don't want to do for the benefit of you? And I'm not saying you specifically, but the other person that refuses to work. So
what about your parents, Mr. Fantastic? What about your mom and dad? If your mom and dad had some sort of, if they had some sort of problem, wouldn't you want them to have welfare benefits? Is it, or if
elderly, I said elderly and disabled. I don't know when you got here, but I said that from jump. I have no
50,
issue.
49. What age? What age exactly? What age exactly?
What's the retirement age now? 60 years old?
65, isn't it?
65 or 60? 65 or 60.
Well, but
I think
the one thing I do kind of see as an issue is the assumption that the money would actually be allocated to those things, right? That's the point of the original statement that I was reading wrong, is that so much of it already goes towards waste before even one nickel is spent on roads, schools, military, all of those things that you were just talking about as well, right? So the assumption is that if we get rid of this, then we'll spend the money the right way. But we're not 38 trillion dollars in debt because they spend the money the right way.
And that's actually my bad.
Real quick. And not only that though, but here's the other part of it, right? So I did this thought experiment, fantastic. You got $1 million. It's two people taking off with your million. One has 200,000 of your million. Another one has 800,000. They running in different directions. You can only stop one of them. Who would you go after? Of course, you would go after the one with the 800,000. So why do we spend our time going after the 200,000? And the reason why I use that example, because welfare is only about 20% of government spending, and we act like that's the problem, right? And I'll say welfare, I'm talking about all 13 of the programs, not just food stamps and housing, right? But we're focusing on the 20% instead of the other 80% where all the waste and extra is at.
Well,
actually
the 80% is carrying its own weight though. And I wanted to hand it to Obstacles because Obstacles was trying to chime in there if you wanted to throw that thought.
I really appreciate the main topic, but I would just address this because we keep going back and forth. Look, I think sometimes we don't hear it. Everybody's saying that if somebody really needs the money, they're not saying, if you don't get it, they're saying abuse, waste, fraud, and abuse across all levels of all government activity. And so even if the price is smaller, like 200 versus the 800, like you even said, this is a different perspective. Maybe people just say, hey, this is what I know, and I'm talking about the 200. You're like, nah, but let's tackle the 800. 800 is going to be more complex than tackling $200,000 of financial issues. So if you can't even get in order 200 and say, okay, it's 200 versus trying to get together 800, they're both hard things to figure out. So I think we're just trying to work through it, trying to figure it out. But I don't think nobody's saying if somebody actually needs the help legitimately, they don't want to provide it. America across the board it sends out the most money in the world on their own, not even counting what the government does. Americans allocate the most money that they can to help people out of all countries and all nations. The statistics have been shown. So again, we just need to have that conversation and realize that. I think we're getting lost in the minutia. We might have disagreed here and there, but we agree taking care of people. that
Okay,
need.
but the
And
Fair
oh, I'll let you finish, Angry Man, and then this time I'm actually handing it to Sasquatch for real this time. Go ahead.
okay, but
Watch, what's up, man?
this is laughable because one of the issues as it pertains to waste is that in the government, whenever they send funds somewhere, if it's the wrong place, they don't get the funds back. And you know how we found out about that? We found out about that because of Doge and Elon Musk, the same guy that y'all demonize. So why would we care about why have a conversation about waste if the moment you get an administration that actually wants to audit the government and look into where the waste is going, you demonize the guy and try to destroy his freaking company because he's trying to figure out where the waste went.
Who did that?
Doge, and what's name? So again, you
A
literally
lot of
just
people.
had
Who was the people who demonized them?
Yeah, who's the people
Well,
who demonized
All
it?
government workers.
demonized what's name? Well, no, yeah, I'll go after the Squatch guy. Squatch got to go, and then I'll go after him.
Go ahead, Squatch. Did you have something to add in?
I mean, I came in to address the actual topic on the prompt, and I'd like to start with that.
Sure.
If you'll go back and watch some of the Yuri Bezmenov interviews, you'll discover exactly what happened to America. The Department for Education was subverted, and it went south from there. You have two sides to every situation, and only one side can reproduce. The other side has to indoctrinate your children, and that's what they did. That's why there's so many unproud Americans. They've been taught to be unproud. They've been taught that America's history is some kind of ist. And choose your ist. You can paint it with whatever color you want. It doesn't really matter. Whichever one you hate the most and can get most worked up about, emotional language and stuff. But when it comes to the benefits situation, like obstacles to opportunities was saying, nobody's saying kick off Grandma Stinson. Grandma Stinson should be on welfare. We all agree, and it shouldn't be a problem. What we're saying is like the 22-year-old welfare queen with 5 kids, maybe she ought to kind of buckle down a little bit, but let's look at it from the perspective of population.
Who the fuck is that, Sasquatch? Who is that? Who's this
Yo, mama?
welfare queen that you're talking
Don't listen
about?
to me, Doc. I will roast
That's
you.
my fucking mama. Yeah, shut the fuck up, bitch. Yeah.
Go ahead,
I don't know who this
Sasquatch.
person
Finish.
is.
Go ahead,
right? I like
Sasquatch.
it.
Finish your thought.
If you're gonna set me up like that, I'm taking the shot, bro. Anyway, what I'm getting at is we're still in a population deficit, and you have to balance your welfare programs against the need for additional population without overburdening the system with immigration. And I'm done.
Yeah, so
I think that was a fair question, though, Squash, to be honest with you, man. That's what I'm saying. The thing that really makes this, to me, the conversation kind of disingenuous is when I'm telling you, do a disservice to the argument when y'all say, well, we're just talking about the ones who abuse it, because that number is so nominal that if you get rid of every single, watch this. See, people don't like math. If you got rid of every single person who was abusing it and who was on it for too long, right? How much money would that be, sir? Obstacles, since you're shaking your head. How much
probably
money?
40% of it. Probably 40% of it. 40% of the money.
40% of what? The budget?
Well,
the
but
math
can I
doesn't
throw
see
it back at you though? But
Right?
if these people, hold on, if these people were actually active employees and harnessing income tax, we'd actually have more put back into the system than being brought out. So they're a drain on our ecosystem. They're not putting back into it.
But again, Sarah,
If they were, but see, if they were employed, like they would be getting the like more people would be putting into the pot versus taking out of it.
Sarah, again, that's wishful thinking, right? The problem is that we make it seem like, oh, if it wasn't for welfare, these people would be Elon Musk. No, it's a reason why they in the position that they in. And it ain't the welfare. That's just who they are. They were never going to be these overachievers anyway, right? But
opportunity is there.
No, but wait, do me a favor. Don't run from the math. Obstacles. If we got rid of all of the people abusing it, what's the dollar amount? How much is that yearly?
I'm not going to do
You
your
asking me, or is it?
Yes, you're the only one on the panel named obstacles.
Well, whatever you said, because you said 200, right? So when you said the 20% versus
I said
80%,
208
okay, go ahead.
billion was the total number for
Okay,
housing
so that's the
and
number.
food stamps.
So
But
It
whatever
doesn't
number
everybody
you
matter.
got,
confusing it.
20%,
It
10%.
I'm
doesn't
saying,
matter
But
what the
Hold on,
exact
what I'm
hold,
saying
amount
is
hold,
you're
is.
missing,
hold on, hold
Beans.
on, hold on.
This is why humans are very funny. You're keep going back, and there's some debate about us because we wanted to tackle a problem that's a smaller number. Okay, we tackle a problem. You know how you eat an elephant one bite at a time. So if we get
No,
the
you
small
don't.
target
No,
first,
you don't. That
okay,
doesn't mean
all right,
anything.
cool.
Hold on,
See,
guys.
see,
Enough
this
with
this
the
is humans,
interjections.
right?
Go
No, you
ahead,
So
should
what
Oscar.
shut
I'm
the
just
fuck up.
saying is, if somebody gets a small target first, and then we get the large target later, we done it. Now you're saying, well, let's get the large one first. Okay, we get it. We get the large one first. People still want to get the small one. Let's just deal with the fraud and the waste and abuse, period, regardless of its
oh,
number. I know you saying it's not effective and efficient as targeting the large number 1st, but you see we're having contention off of that. So let's go where we can get the damn job done instead of going back and forth, which target we should hit first. That's
right.
all I'm saying. I'm not even
Uh,
It
against you.
doesn't. It
Okay.
doesn't
Angry Man.
matter.
Weak. I got it. But what I'm saying is this. Let me give you it. This is why I gave you the example earlier, right? Which I don't even want to reiterate it because I don't think nobody's going to answer it genuinely, right? But you're saying if there's a fly on my arm and a and a bull raging at me, let me worry about the fly. Let me go out of my
No,
way to get this
making
fly
these
off
extreme.
Hold on.
the
I
raging
think I
bull.
think
And I'm
Angry Man
saying
wanted to add
it's
into that
easier
after.
to attack the fly. That's simple. That's nothing to do because all you're doing is just saying, well, we're just going to cut off people's benefits, and there's nothing they can actually do about it. But over here in this other area, there's real accountability. You're over here, you're going to really stop some people from pocketing money for real, and not no $200 in food stamps, right? But real money, real waste.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So, and I'm saying, y'all, it's easier for people to punch down. That's why you want to focus on 200 billion instead of the trillion. That makes no sense at all. None.
That's
Go
that's
ahead, Angry Man.
that's a false equivalency because number one, it doesn't matter how much the amount is. If you got rid of the waste and fraud of people abusing the welfare system, it doesn't matter how much the amount is because that amount would be in the green instead of the red. That's the point. It would be in the green instead of the red. And saying that you don't want to handle the small issue first, you want to handle the big issue first. Giuliani literally cleaned up New York handling the small issues first. Broken window method. By attacking the smaller problems, he was able to clean up the damn city. So this idea that you don't want to attack that, it's really just making an excuse for it. And I've witnessed with my own two eyes. This is not me. I'm not some person that's some economist that's looking at our community through a microscope. I've been there and I watch as people abuse the system. And part of the reason it pisses me off is because coming up, ain't nobody give me shit. But I sat back and I watched as people abuse the system on a regular basis. And I'm the one, I'm standing in line. Me and my wife are standing in line back in the day buying groceries, and we're having to cut coupons and try to budget. And there's literally a chick in front of me whipping out an EBT card with a cart full of junk food, Hot Pockets and all types of goofy shit. And we're trying to figure out how we're going to get enough food to last the damn week on the money that we have. It's ridiculous. And when you say
Then why don't you do that? Why don't you fix that? What is this non-JFK, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country? You're going to complain about groceries and not do shit about it?
Yeah, I'm going to complain about groceries because I'm going to complain about groceries because I have to eat to live. You fucking
go to the church.
asshole! Like, do you
Go to the church? Get
come
the
on this
charity.
show just angry? Do you have like a gerbil up your ass or something? Because every time you respond to somebody, you respond with yes, you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
I agree, man.
I didn't think I did
So
that.
hold on. Let me reset.
I was the angry man.
What about and let me do a couple super chats first, and then I will ask a question to the panel. Tom Carpenter says, new plan. The Raging Tomato goes nonprofit. Then we can all get tax deductions for our donations. If you are a content creator, your super chats are tax deductible, by the way. It's free advertisement. Tom Carpenter also says, just give yourself a huge salary as the nonprofit president. Not a bad idea. SKC says, if you get rid of welfare fraud, you also get rid of black market crime. It funds well. The criminal market costs a lot of money. Any thoughts on that one quickly?
1,000% correct.
A lot of people selling food stamps.
Yeah,
that don't exist, do it, Beans?
And Tom Carpenter says with the big 20, forget rid of concept and enable/equip concept instead. Let's just do a simple thing. Require those on benefits without disability more than 6 months attend free GED course, college courses, etc. Child care during class. Mr. Beans, I think you spoke of this program though, and you said it was kind of like bullshit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading some data. What does it say?
Require those on benefits without disability more than 6 months attend free GED course, college courses, etc. Child care during class, yada yada yada. Like basically, let's help you get back up on your feet. System
to do what? Go work at Walmart? Like, how many underwater welding jobs do y'all think there are? Right? 6 figures isn't the median income because there's millions and millions and millions of $250,000 a year jobs. Like, that's not how that works. The median income is what it is because that's what most businesses pay. They don't pay a lot of money. So what you want people to do? Only 40% of people with graduate degrees actually have a job in the career that they got their degree in.
Now, in fairness, I do
like just let people be content, bro. It's okay. What I'm saying is, and I'm so glad that Obstacle said this because it's going to prove my point, that people are crying over a teardrop. They're crying over a drop in the bucket. Some shit that don't even really matter to them at all, ain't affecting them in no way. They can't accept it because they need to punch. They need to be able to talk about. You know how much I pay in taxes? They're not gonna do that, right?
No, we used to.
I might offend the people who I want to sit next to. Right?
We used to say that. We used to say that. We used to say these are just sick people. We used to say these are sick people who can't manage themselves.
Hey,
you guys remember those days?
Doc.
He looked like Jesus.
I will put you backstage and bring up the next person if you keep interrupting. Beth and then Clay, because they were already trying to chime in earlier, and then to you, Doc. Beth, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Sarah. We can actually make this even better and by promoting BOCES courses within our high schools. You know, like our high school, the school my kids went to offers welding in high school. They have their own auto lift on school grounds. You know, if we started putting, I mean, we all have to pay school taxes anyway. So if we focus more on giving the kids that jump start in high school, including offering some early on college courses, I think we'll start seeing a better, you know, turnout with that stuff.
Yeah, that's fair
Clay?
too. Yeah, so in all fairness, this is a program that more or less does exist. Like, so with most states, I don't know about every state, most states do require you to go and put in applications, and then or they have schooling requirements, something. You have to do something in order to keep those benefits. And so but with that said, there's also the abuse. And so when we're talking about this situation, we are talking about the abusers. We're not talking let's bring it back to the actual issue, which is the abusers. And I like that Bean keeps bringing this up because it is a drop in the bucket. And I don't have a problem with attacking the drop in the bucket. I don't have a problem with that at all. I'm saying that you're not going to get rid of every like molecule of that drop either. So it is worth looking at. It's worth getting into, but don't take the whole bucket away either.
Bro, I wouldn't care if it was a vapor of the drop in the bucket. It's my goddamn drop.
If we can't catch the drop,
I get to determine where that damn drop goes. This is bullshit, bro.
No,
And
it's
you're
not
talking
just
about,
yours.
Hey, hold on.
This
And
is
you're
fallacy right
wait,
here.
you're talking about. You're sitting here talking about what was the thing you just said a second ago?
You really believe there's no social contract, don't you? You believe it's your drop only.
You said what? I'm not talking about everybody else's drop. I'm talking about my drop that contributed to the rest of the rest
so
of
get
the
the fuck out of my country then.
You said what?
Get the fuck out of my country then. If you don't like the social contract, get the fuck out. It's that simple.
But why?
Let me hand it over. Hold on, because Duck was waiting. Duck was waiting patiently. I want to let him chime in real quick, and then we'll hand it back to Angry Man. Sorry, you gotta go. Duck, you're muted.
Duck.
There we go. Okay, so this is like one of the cases I agree a ton with Clay. I agree with Mr. Beans here, and the reason is we used to say that look, what Tom's doing in his very generous super chat. Tom, we dab on that, but what this is doing is solutioning something that either isn't a problem or it doesn't have a direct solution like you're talking about. And a lot of people see, Mr. Fantastic said, we all have Trump derangement syndrome too. And so this is the weird thing is, we should believe unemployment is like a complex sort of social, psychological, evolutionary thing. It's an economic thing. There's a lot of reason people decide to do different types of things. There's a lot of ways that they develop their own worldview and life philosophy around work and around, playing a role in a society. Those are intuitive things most people just understand. And so it's weird when we say that it makes common sense to have GED and college programs now in place. And, instead of saying this, we can just say, why don't we support the people that need to be supported because it is a small problem. I'm not a crazy person for thinking Donald Trump, the mid-tier real estate guy who invested in 3 asset classes, shouldn't be president. He's reckless. He's dangerous. He's leading us off a cliff. And I'm comfortable with the social safety net. And and Mrs. Angry Man in the background, no offense, he's got his little dolls. He's got his little studio set up. This is the reason that we don't have good conversations is because I'm crazy if I agree with Clay and Mr. Beans. I'm crazy if I want to have a conversation with Beth or Sarah. I'm not crazy for, whatever it is, kicking out all of the immigrants in the United States. That's a crazy idea. Welfare isn't.
So how's it crazy?
We're gonna let Mr. Angry Man cook for a couple minutes. I know he's got it.
So first and foremost, great value, Charles Manson. Don't hate on my little collection. I'm an American and I'm free to do as I please. So don't hate on my collection. You feel me? I can't help it if you don't have any personality. Going back to Clay, how is it your country and not my country? I'm just curious.
Well, you were just saying before that it's your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's my money too. Yeah, I earned it too, and I earned it too. Yeah, I get to say what goes where it goes to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I get
you
to
get
vote
to
that
say
the poor
where
get fed.
your money goes.
I get to vote that the poor get fed with my
money.
Yes,
not my money.
Yes,
yours, not mine.
So look at it this way. Okay, fair enough. So look at it this way. Your money is going to defense. My money is going to feed the poor. There you go.
Right.
There's your solution.
No. That's cute, but
you don't like that?
No, that's cute, but that doesn't work. I'm sorry, that doesn't work. It works if you're talking to a 5-year-old. That doesn't work, bro. Because number one,
5-year-old doesn't get fed because you don't feed him. Dumbass.
Check this out. It doesn't matter. Bro, you're so lucky that I'm not a race baiting dude. I said this last time, bro, because you as a white guy telling me to get out of your country was nasty work, bro. I could have went all the way in. I spared you, bro, because I actually like you, Clay. I spared you, bro.
Nothing.
But no,
but
but listen.
about it on the internet.
No, but listen.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Can we talk it out, or are you just gonna go ham on me?
So number one, okay, if I go out here and I farm all of my drops that go into the bucket. Okay.
Yes.
I know that those drops are going into the bucket to be allocated wherever, because it's all of our drops that are accumulated so that they can be allocated, because we know the government doesn't really produce anything, right?
Sure.
Fair
absolutely.
enough. However, would you agree that taxation without representation is robbery?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So if I know that my drops are going to certain places I don't want them to go, because I've seen with my own eyes people abusing said drops, are you honestly telling me that I don't have the right to be like, no, my drop shouldn't be allocated over there because this is going on? At the very least, y'all need to look into this and get all of this cleaned up.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to make the argument, and then we can put it to a vote.
Absolutely. What? Well, absolutely. You're 100% right. We can put it to a vote. However, we just recently put it to a vote, and who got elected?
Very good. Yeah, very good. Yes.
Who got elected?
I don't have a problem with who got elected.
So when he got elected, what's one of the main things he wanted to do?
Well, cut a lot of spending. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's
No,
not a
the
problem.
first thing he wanted to do is he wanted to bring somebody in so that he could see where all the drops were being allocated.
I love it. I love it.
Was he able to do that without any pushback?
No, he was not.
What
No, he
was the
not
guy
able
that he
to do it
brought in
without-
demonized?
He was. Absolutely.
Okay, so guess what that means? That means that I, the American, because I was born here, just like you,
Right.
that went and farmed all of my little droplets and put them in. I said, hey, I'm voting for this guy because I want to make sure that the money I send out is going where it's supposed to go. And every person in this country that gave him hell and gave him pushback, is that not circumventing my vote and the will of the people?
No, not at all. Everybody else has
How?
a voice as well.
They have
Everybody
a
else can
voice,
put
but
their
they don't
opinion.
have the right. They have a voice, but if we elect someone to do a certain thing and that person was elected, they don't have the right to then usurp what he's trying to do if it's within the confines of the Constitution, right?
And the law, right? Correct. Yes, as long as it's lawful. I agree. Yep.
Then why are you giving me shit about
Because
my?
I don't agree. Because I don't agree with taking the food away from the people. It's that simple. It's not a wise decision.
And this is where the problem is. You're not taking food away. You know what you're taking away from a lot of the people that get this particular thing when we're talking about SNAP? You're taking away a luxury. You're taking away a privilege. You're not taking away a necessity in many cases.
Okay. And
that's the point. You're speaking about it as if, look, I said this earlier today. You guys are acting like the average person on SNAP benefits is sitting in a hovel with a freaking candle trying to keep warm, and there's a crust of bread in the cupboard. That's not what's going on, bro. You literally have people that go get food stamps simply because they don't want to spend money, cash money on food.
yes, and I agree with that. That's waste, fraud, and abuse. Right. Yes. And I'm not
I got a problem with it.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to getting rid of that. So case by case, but not just cutting a whole bunch of this. So
Can I make a
I'll
point?
give you another analogy. So
there's a
driver's license. So not everybody drives for business, right? But everybody wants to be able to drive, right? So should we take everybody's license away who wants to just drive for personal reasons?
No, but driving is a privilege. Driver's license is a privilege as well.
Well, you just said the benefit is a privilege as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're not going to just take people's privileges just because they want to have it for fun or for personal reasons.
Privileges all the time when they do something incorrectly.
When they break the law, right?
You drunk drive, or you drive recklessly, or hell, sometimes you don't even got you could owe child support, and we take that privilege away from you.
Exactly. Yes.
The only time we have look, this is what I noticed when it comes to the working class the middle class, working class. We're the ones that's underrepresented. We're the ones that catch hell if we do anything wrong. It is only when you start getting to what we consider to be the lower class that we have a dozen excuses for why they're in the situation that they're in. Whether they're involved in criminal activity, whether they're involved in fraud, there's always a damn sob story when it comes to the lower class. A person in the lower class could commit 10 crimes and get out on no cash bail. But if I, a working class man, or anybody that's a blue collar worker, if you steal a candy bar out of a damn store, you're going to get 5 years in prison.
So why do we focus? Do you know why we focus so much on the poor?
Yeah, because the Democrats love to play this little goofy game. The Democrats and the left, they love to focus on the poor because they know how to weaponize victimhood. They know how to weaponize all of that crap for their own purposes.
No.
think you're
We
all
focus on the poor because we have an ethical value in this country. That's why we focus on the poor.
Yo, my forebearers were slaves, bro. I ain't trying to hear that ethical bullshit. So you gotta save that
my
for somebody
forebears
else, man.
freed your forebears.
You said
because
what?
of an ethical value. My forebears freed your forebears because of an ethical value. Now you're saying you don't give a damn about the ethical value.
But my forebearers would have never been slaves if the unethical would have listened to the ethical ones back then. They would have never been slaves in the first place.
From other forebears of yours didn't buy them?
Sasquatch, did you have something to chime in on that?
Yeah, I think we're on the wrong side of the drops here. I mean, I get what Angry Man's saying. He wants some control of what his tax dollars go to do. And I hear what Brick's saying is that feeding the poor is exactly what the tax dollars should do. But Beans was saying that the fraud and abuse in the entitlement system is just a drop in the bucket compared to the system. But if we can't catch that one drop, how do we have any control over what the system's doing in the first place?
You don't.
That's a fair assessment.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Tom Carpenter says, I'm not crying over anything myself. I actually want to help people like people helped me when I was young. Happy to help people who can't find work, learn new skills along the journey myself. I think that's the best approach in terms of I think Beth had a great idea in terms of like the trade schools that they teach early on in high school. I've seen those programs myself. They work very well. I've seen a lot of high schoolers come out and end up employed very quickly. And in the trades system, which is where we really need most of that help to begin with. And it's not a saturated arena right now, and we need to fill those seats. Tice, I think, says parents, if they really wanted to change, then curriculum would show up at school board meetings. Less than 10% Fox outrage at its finest. Anyone have a thought on that one?
You mean like the parents that get arrested when they try to show up and speak on?
Not all parents get arrested.
Not all, but there's been some notable cases of it happening in recent years.
Sure,
Yeah.
but you still go there. They can't get everybody. You go there. You make your voice heard.
I agree.
I just heard somebody say the other day that the money is what funds the curriculums. So now it's just the parents showing up. As long as they show up, then they'll get all the best curriculum.
Oh no, there's other activities involved, sir, and I think you understand that.
No, I'm looking at what that said.
Well, aren't we too busy fighting? There's a lot of LGBTQ stuff that we're too busy having to fight and focus on that we can't focus on the actual things that matter. I think that's a good step right there.
Sarah,
It's worse
Sarah,
than that, Sarah, because
we can't.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You haven't.
I was just going to say, on that very note, they were unaware in our school district that there was a teacher who was teaching the gender studies as part of biology in high school until this year. And I think it's because there are some people within the school districts who bank on the idea that both parents are going to be at work. And then they've gone vastly paperless in schools now as well. So you need to be able to see what's going on that school Chromebook if it comes home in order to keep up with what your kids are being taught, and then have the time to go to the board meetings and hope you don't get arrested when you get upset because they're teaching your kids gender studies.
That's fair. Jason Reeves says, I always find it funny. The poor want to tell the rich how to be successful. I literally paid 6 digits in taxes from one check. Ouch. Any thoughts to that?
Yes, absolutely. This is where I get to send my thank you to Fantastic for actually answering the question that I asked Obstacle by giving me a percentage, which was 40. So again, the only two, despite what Angry Man said, the only two welfare programs that people even talk shit about or care about is food stamps and housing. That's 208 billion. He said 40% of that is abuse. So that's 80 billion. Sir, if we took that 80 billion out, you know how much you would have paid out of that one check? 6 figures.
Beans, is anybody saying that's the only solution that we want to implement?
That's why we
Nobody's
can't get
expecting
anywhere.
that to be the whole
Well,
solution.
we can't get anywhere because you don't want to acknowledge truths, right?
No, we acknowledge it, but we just say that's good. Let's get
So
to the
if it
next
doesn't
one.
change anything, then why argue it? Why
Because
would I
one
want to argue
action
with
doesn't
something
change
that doesn't
everything.
change
Like
anything?
that's not how it works.
You're
One
looking for a
action
single
does not change
solution.
everything.
There isn't.
I'm not looking for anything because we're not even talking about solution. I'm questioning the process now, and I'm saying if you're admitting that it's not going to change what you all are complaining about. The people are complaining that here's the thing. I'm sorry, Obstacle. I don't want to. As a matter of fact, I apologize because I never heard you say this, so I don't want to put this on you. So I'm gonna say it this way, Obstacle. The complaint that a lot of people have is that it's coming out of their pocket, and that's what I'm saying. If you're just arguing that you don't like to see it, then that's a whole nother argument that I necessarily can't even have with you because you're probably just an asshole. Because why are you paying attention to that if you're doing so well? But if you are complaining about what's coming out of your pocket, I'm saying if you get rid of the abuse, the same amount of money will be coming out of your pocket. So why would you focus on that? Why would you focus on the thing that even if you change it, won't affect you at all? Why
I'll
not?
tell you what.
Let me just say this real quick, that Angry Man.
Go ahead, Obstacles.
It was simple. When Doge actually, let's go to people who actually did this, not people who just sat at home and just had conversations in the panel. When actual Doge went out and did stuff like that, they targeted small numbers, and they target this one, and then they got this goal, and they got this goal, and it was guess what? It was rubbers in South Africa. It was handing out condoms over here. It was taking care of AIDS tests over here in this random country. Small little stuff. What is it? Lab rats. Whether they were going to be homosexual or not, they were targeting all these little small things. It wasn't a 500 billion and trillion out the gate. It was just this. And guess what happens? Let's count. 1 bean, 2 bean, 3 beans. And then at the end of the goal, they ended up with a large target, which is how much is Doge right now? They got it on a website where you can go see 300 billion or something like that, right? So that made a difference. But it was one small drop and bite at a time. It's complex. The government says, I hear you. You want, let's go to the 800. How about you go, Beans? You go get the 800 started. And then we'll go over here and get the 100 started. And then at the end of the day, we'll get rid of it. But guess what? All this whole time, everybody's been answering the solution. I must talk to the panel, through the panel. People have been offering, sign up for GDB. Go GED, 6 months. Somebody else said, hey, I don't agree with it. Clay said, get out the country. You said, oh, no, that's stupid. People don't use college degrees. So every time somebody's at least trying to say, hey, there's my 2 cents. I think we can do some education. Somebody tell them, shut up. Clay tell them, get out the country. So it's like we can't get anywhere. You don't see that happening during this whole conversation?
Well, no, we can get somewhere. What you're failing to acknowledge is that we all have.
I'm failing.
Approach. Yes, because here's what I'm saying.
Okay, got you.
Because here's what I'm saying. You're saying this. Here's the contention. You're on the side of get rid of it. I'm on the side of don't get rid of it. So yes, any answer or solution that you come up with to me can kiss my ass respectfully, because I don't. It's not important. It's $80 billion on a $38 trillion deficit.
It's absolutely important.
You hate math. That's
it's
why y'all won't acknowledge it.
It's absolutely important because it's not just the money side. It's not just.
Go ahead, Angry Man.
Government spending on an annual basis.
It's not just that side of it. And it's really funny how intellectually dishonest you're being, Beans. And you know it's not just one side of it. You know why it's not just that? It's not just that, because the entire welfare structure decimated the black community, decimated it. And it continues to instill a level of entitlement in black people that does not serve them well. When you have us engaging in that particular program, it gives us just enough to survive, but not enough to thrive. So you have a group of people that get a level of entitlement where they don't want to achieve. They don't want, because what you just say a few minutes ago, well, what are they going to do after that? What are they going to do? You've already made up your mind that a portion of people that receive these sort of benefits are going to be stuck in that same level. So they might as well mooch off of everybody else, because they're not going to do nothing else. And that's where that mentality comes from. It comes from that whole welfare system.
You don't get to make the argument that the welfare system decimated the black community.
I absolutely do.
It does.
I absolutely do.
Okay, I'll tell you why. Because you and I absolutely have had these conversations as opposed to me and obstacles. And I know for a fact that when we talk about the drug game, you say that shit was a choice. So is this. So you don't get to blame this and say this decimated the black community. You have to say the choices that people made using it may have decimated the black community, but not the welfare system itself. Because
I can
point to other communities and say that it didn't decimate them, then that means there were choices that we made that participated in the decimation.
That's a little bit of a leap. That's a little bit of a leap. And the reason why I say that is because when you're talking about people participating in the drug game, one could argue that a lot of those youth that were in the 80s wouldn't even been participating in the drug game had it not been for the welfare system that decimated the black community. Because first and foremost, by the time you get to the 80s, if you would have had more households that actually had fathers in the household, a lot of times they wouldn't have ended up being dope dealers. So yes, I can make the argument, because when you look at 1964, 1965, you look around the time they had the Voters' Rights Act, around the time they revamped the welfare system, you can literally see, you can watch as the black community is on an upward climb from Reconstruction all the way to the 1960s. By the time you get to the 70s, after the revamping of that welfare system, you see a sharp decline in the black community, not just in achievement, but also you see a upward trend in single parent households, single mother households. So
I know what happened, right?
You said what?
I know what happened, but what I'm saying is we can't say in one area that it's about choice and then in the other area blame the system. We either got to blame the system or we got to blame people in their choices, right? So on this one, I'm just going to agree with y'all.
No, that's not right.
Don't agree, right? Is that there's a choice to be made. Not every single person who got welfare made the choices that decimated their family. Some people used it for the purpose that it was made for. Some people got over it, whatever, right? I'm not disagreeing with you with what happened. I'm just saying I'm putting the accountability on the people, right? Because at the end of the day, it's anecdotal. But when I was a kid, everybody in my family was on welfare. You know how many of them on it now? Me.
I wanted to give Chuck the opportunity. He's raised his hand a couple times. Chuck, did you want to chime something in?
Well, I didn't want to be disrespectful, but last time I checked, defense spending was 13% of the budget. Social programs were 25% of the budget. So people want to pick on the defense spending as the problem. Mm-hmm. And like somebody pointed out a while ago, there's a lot of abuse in the social as well as the defense side. If we could eliminate some of that, that'd be great. I don't know how we would. The other thing I wanted to point out is I'm older than most of y'all. But back in the day, the more babies you had, the more welfare you got. Therefore, it was advantageous for the father not to be around in order to increase the income of that family. They have since changed that. Now, mind you, when I got out of service in 80, whatever hell year that was, 83, 80, no, not 83, 85, 86, I had a degree and I had umpteen years of technical training. And when I got out, I couldn't find a damn job. So I took a job digging ditches because I could have went on welfare, but the I was bred that you only get what you put into it. So I took that job digging ditches, $10 an hour, which was fine. And I had two kids at the time, and we managed. And I kept striving and building to make myself better. The last year that I worked, I was making. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say
Oh,
that
I thought you
actually
had your finger up.
that actually speaks to Mr. Fantastic's American pride concept, because it was like the American dream and we sold on it, like hardworking father, two and a half kids and a dog and a white picket fence, right? Like, but you have to go through and earn it via the American dream. That's why people come here to the United States, to earn that American dream. And I think you are the exact definition of what that is.
Correct. And I remember a time when I was in the service, I was barely in. I was making $4,500 a year. And I had to humble myself to get on this thing where they called it back then, WIC, Women and Infant Children, because I didn't make enough money to feed them. We fed the kids, and me and the wife ate beans and rice for a long time because we made sure the kids had real food. And a lot of that is lost nowadays. Now, the last year that I worked, I was up in the six figures. And I don't say that to be bragging or anything, but that's what I worked myself up to after all them years of working. And I had 14 years in the service and 27 years working at a steel mill. But I worked my way up to that point and then I got hurt. And thank God that I had worked and paid into Social Security in order to get the disability payment that I paid into. Otherwise, I don't know what we'd be doing. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just saying the zeal for to go out and earn a day's pay for a day's work.
Question.
I've seen is lost. Go ahead, Beth.
I wanted to ask you, like, the entitlement factor that we see today. Like, what was that like back around the time that, like, when you were younger and even when you were getting out of the military?
There wasn't no entitlement. People weren't expecting handouts. Hand-ups is one thing. Handouts, no. And a family had pride. I don't care how rich they were or how poor they were or middle class. People weren't looking for handouts. They were looking for a hand up. You know, it was what Sarah talked about, the American dream. Has it died? I don't know. But the neighborhood I left 5 years ago, these quote unquote men, and I was the last white family in this neighborhood. But these men, and even the whites that were there before then, took pride in teaching their children how to be drug dealers as opposed to be productive citizens. Because it's what's in it for me, what makes life simpler. And I think we've lost that along the way. Call me old fashioned, but there is something to that. Hey, you're not much younger than me, Sasquatch.
Jason's. You want to?
No, go ahead. No, go.
Jason says he can't figure that the debt won't keep going, so over time the payments get smaller. I think that was in to the kind of drop in a bucket amount in the going through Doge. I believe that was the comment there. Anybody have a quick thought to it?
Well, I was trying to say earlier is we're not going to find like one thing we can cut that's going to fix the debt problem. It's going to be a lot of small cuts that add up over time. We're in a position now where we can choose our austerity measures to handle our debt. Whereas if we just keep letting the debt balloon and balloon and balloon, we're not going to have such charitable options for dealing with our debt.
We can't deal with the debt. If you understand the central bank structure, it's actually impossible to pay off the debt. There's not enough money in existence to pay back the money that it is owed plus interest.
I'd be interested to hear you break that down for me because I don't understand how that's true.
Okay, I'm happy to, but
I mean, I actually would be interested, but maybe we could do that on your channel or
I'll
something
do
later.
that for you.
I'll schedule it.
You want to get through the
Okay. Tom says, how about we don't get rid of it or not get rid of it, but we reform it with the focus on actually helping people? I would be all in on that. But again, Mr. Beans, we had you here Thursday night saying that those programs weren't really anything good. Nobody really does them, and they're kind of like a hogwash system that isn't really helpful. I mean, and how can you help somebody who doesn't want to help themselves either? I mean, unless you made it mandatory. Any thought there?
It's like y'all said, listen, go work to be poor. Don't just be poor. I mean, I could dig it, but
that's fair.
You're working, you're not going to be poor. That's the point. If you're working, you're not. See, here's the thing. When he said reform it so that we can help people, this country is just like that scene from Scarface when Tony looked around at Miami and he's like, this place is just one big coochie waiting to get fucked. and that's what America has become. Everybody just looks at America like one big coochie just waiting to screw it. The people that come here from other countries, they stand in line to get their screw in. People that already live in the country, they in line to get their screw in. And then you know who's getting screwed? All of us that's working and paying taxes. We're the ones that's getting screwed.
That's fair. Snow sends in the Big Ten just to say round 2. Ding, ding. Not
Quick
sure
question.
who's going through round 2, but it might hurt.
Quick
Yeah, go ahead.
question.
Question.
Have any of y'all ever been to a food bank? I'm talking about to receive food on this panel.
Yeah.
No.
Other than me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I used to track this because I worked with a local organization where I live, and they were actually better off when it was still private, like churches and things like that, private food banks before the government got involved. Now they don't hardly have the resources in order to provide food for people that are in need. And I realize the government's picking up the slack, so it's kind of shifted from the private charitable organizations over to the government, and it's gotten worse.
I see a huge difference between, like, we live down in a much bigger city that's like in the next county over from where we live now for like 10 years. And the food banks down there were vastly different from the ones up here. Where I am now, the Amish farmers come in and drop off produce, the hunters drop off meat. Like, there's actually good stuff there, along with all of the almost expired stuff that ends up there, as well as the, the canned goods that last for, still have several years on them and whatnot.
That's fair.
I think it goes to the community.
Simply put says everyone, especially Clay and Beans, and Clay is now officially hanging out backstage. Go read Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. It lays all of this out perfectly with real life examples. Dusty, did you have a thought to add in on that?
Thomas Sowell's awesome. I recommend anything by him. Yep.
Agreed.
Fair enough. And Gold says, Mr. Fantastic, open your eyes, sir, so you can see the desk when your face lands on the keyboard. Are you falling asleep, Mr. Fantastic?
Nah, I'm
He's chilling.
He,
You brought a great topic to the table, and everybody wants to chime in on it. I would just let them chime in. It makes it work, right? And Mr. Charles says, is everybody named Mr. here? Don't you guys believe these food stamps are causing people on welfare to become more unhealthy? Anyone have a thought to add in?
Absolutely. And you know what's funny about this? What's funny about this is when I was a kid, when I was I say in elementary school. My grandmother was on Social Security. She got about $300 a month. She qualified for $10 in food stamps. $10. My mother is currently disabled. She doesn't qualify for food stamps. My father is a disabled veteran. He doesn't qualify for food stamps. So when y'all start talking about the people that's on food stamps that desperately need it, you have to excuse me because I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, you're
The
telling
only
me.
people I see that get thousands of dollars of food stamp a month are chicks that have a bunch of babies. That's who I see getting food stamps. I don't see any of the people. I don't see any of the people that really need it getting it.
There's a store where I lived, like I said, 5 years ago. And if you had food stamps, you could go in there and get 50% of face value. And now this was before the credit card thing, the EBT card, whatever they call it.
Paper bills.
People would be lined up with their food stamps to cash them in for cash.
Yep. There's places there you can get. There's places in a lot of cities where you can get weave. You can get products that aren't even food with your EBT card. Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw a news article.
Back.
I feel like
left that out.
I feel like if
cash also.
with that, I think there's because I think we should have regulations that prevent that from happening. And I think your options should be limited, right? If you're going to rely on our tax dollars, to feed you, I think your options should be limited.
There is regulations. They're not being enforced.
They're I mean, they are now that they have cards, right? It's a lot easier to enforce it.
That's
right.
Well, not when it comes down to what it is that you're buying. I mean, look at that lady who was just caught buying tons of
What's
soda
that?
and dumping it out in the parking
Bro,
lot.
he obviously don't know how the food stamps finesse work.
You don't know how it works.
Yeah, you don't know how it works.
How does it work?
I do.
A day in my life, but allegedly, somebody's let me borrow their card, and
Yeah.
the ratio is 2 for 1. You feel me?
Yeah, I know how that works. I know how that works.
Yeah, what we talking about, bro?
What I'm saying is it's harder for the vendors to sell you shit that they're not supposed to sell you. You can buy them from somebody, but you still basically got to get food with them.
Yeah,
certain food.
but it depends though. If you go to the corner stores, it's much easier because of the way that they ring up system is. So they'll just charge you certain things, but you can get whatever you want to get. Store.
But I mean, the cards have made it harder to abuse the system.
Yes.
I know what the cards have done. What the cards have done is the cards have taken the shame out of it.
I just want to reiterate this really quick. Nobody respond. I'm just advocate, right? The thing that I don't like is when we had the debate about the police. The argument that kept getting thrown out is that it's not all police. It's not all
right.
Everybody wanted to focus on the fact that the number of police who do these atrocious things is so small. But then when we talk about anything else, poor people, black people, it's always let's focus on the nominal. Let's focus on the minority.
Hell, deport them all.
I just
These
wish
aren't
y'all
like
would
things.
in y'all arguments.
Yeah, but I think that's you conflate a lot, and that's not the same. The theory that no one says that everyone on welfare is a deadbeat bum that doesn't want to work and don't want to hold their weight. The difference is you're claiming that all or most of police are that way. None of us are claiming that all or most of the people on welfare are the leeches, right? Or are the people that are abusing it. We've clearly said it for the majority of the time.
So don't say that because I don't.
Well, you literally just said it. You made the
I
claim
didn't
that
just say that. What I said is that when we had a conversation about the police, everybody's argument is that it's a small number. When we talk about the bad stuff that they doing, the argument that we get back over and over and over and over and over again, well, it's not all of them. It's just a small number of them. Even I have stated how many of them don't even draw their guns.
That wasn't my argument.
That's my point.
Before we shift topics, because I see a big shift coming in, Gold says, I came in just to mess with Mr. Fantastic, slobbering on his shirt and all that. You like Mr. Gimme a Cigarette shit. And Tom says, good night, all. Get your membership because Sunday night's interview will make you 2 inches taller, make you 2 levels prettier, increase your income. Not, but it will help you understand AI's coming impact. Yes, Tom Carpenter is coming on for an interview Sunday evening. It is
Cool.
a members only exclusive, so you have to have a membership in order to see it. Thank you, Tom, for the kind reminder. Okay, back to you, gentlemen, and Beth.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a shift. It's just I'm saying if I'm arguing one way on one thing, I'm gonna argue the same way on the next thing. I'm gonna be
It's
consistent on
inconsistent.
arguments.
And the thing
Over
against
here, I'm saying
cops,
I'll focus on the minority. Then over here, I won't focus on the minority, right? But if we're having a conversation about the minority, then that's different, right? So if y'all saying we're having a conversation about the minority, then that's fine. But then let's have an honest conversation about the minority and just
who's the minority?
impact that you're pretending that it is.
Who's the minority?
But that's whataboutism.
But yeah,
But,
no,
I mean,
it's still the
Yeah.
minority, and it's what the only thing you've not acknowledged the point of where we said several times, right? You're saying, oh, well, why are we worried about this small amount? Because the small amount adds up, and we proved that with the whole Doge situation. When you have these numbers of people, and if you cut down billions of dollars over the year by making these new requirements, hey, you got to work this many hours, hey, you can only get limitations, all these different things, so on and so forth. Over time, you can chip away at the deficit. Now again, I can't just directly totally throw away what the powder Dusty is saying there's no way to overcome the deficit when we came out of a deficit before. Now, if he's saying by sheer numbers and by sheer, amount, mathematically, I don't know, but you know what I'm saying. But being in the fact that we've come out of multiple deficits in the history of this country, I don't understand how you're claiming that, I guess just because it's trillions of dollars now that is completely totally impossible to never get out of the debt.
It's because of the Federal Reserve System. The first dollar printed was lent from the Federal Reserve Bank to the Treasury at interest. So there's the amount of money needed to repay all the debt and the interest accrued doesn't actually exist.
But I think if you got a good cause for the country going, I'm a firm believer that the rich folk, and I'm talking about the super rich, could bail this country out in a heartbeat. However, it has to be done with no strings attached.
Don't worry, we got you. Don't worry. Now let me break this down for a little bit because this is for the audience too and the panel if they want to listen. If not, cool. But net, one of the biggest things about the GDP, and Elon actually recently said that when he was out of Doge. He said one of the answers I'll solve the national debt, since he couldn't solve it going through Doge, was growth of GDP. So people talk about our debt, but they don't talk about the GDP. You need to have the GDP compared to the debt. It's kind of like your debt to income ratio when you go buy a mortgage for the property of your house. So one of the times actually in American history where we actually paid down the debt considerably, because we had issues in the past too, was 1835. And actually that was done during the sell-off of federal land. Federal land is an asset that the government holds. That's just federal. So if I only count federal, that's about 10 to 12 trillion dollars. They own massive amounts of acres. Actually, Donald Trump spoke to this. He said, hey, if I need to actually get down the debt considerably, I'll sell off some federal land to the private market. And then the private market will sell it out to the public. So again, that's another way that they can generate. That's 10 trillion. That's a lot of money. So if you compare that with the growth of the GDP, AI, and artificial intelligence, etc., and then you also add on the considerable techniques that we utilized already in the past, which was selling off federal land, plus also tight physical discipline. This is something that Doge actually kind of did. Right now, they saved $200 billion on an annual basis. So back to Bean's point when he said we paid $1 trillion in interest, that's $200 billion available to pay down that interest. And then also, if you take into account the tariffs that are implemented by Trump, which is accruing more interest, I think it was somewhere around let me be conservative and say another 200 billion, but I believe it's more. So a new 200 billion, that's 400 billion, which is 40% of that, 1 trillion obligation in interest. And that's just in, how long has Trump been in office? Not even a year yet. So you see the progress that actually can happen.
It
But
sounds like
what happens is we mostly listen to people who say, there's no way out. We're going to die with debt.
There
Okay,
isn't a
that's
way
cool.
out. We're not going to
But
die, but there is not.
I just gave you ways that we did get out of debt previously, and I gave you ways that not only Donald Trump, not only Elon Musk said we're going to get out of the debt.
You're not hearing me.
So that's it. No, I heard
every
you. That's
dollar.
cool. That's your statement.
Okay,
I heard
you understand. Then you understand that it's mathematically it's impossible for us to pay off all the debt because the money doesn't exist, right? For it. Do you get that? Because dollars are created.
Assets. Okay, go ahead.
I know, but dollars are created. The debt is in dollars. We borrow dollars from the Treasury or from the Fed, which is a private bank, and we owe it back at interest. So if I lend you $1 and you owe me $1.25 back next year, there's only $1 in circulation.
If the money don't exist and the debt don't exist by that logic.
Yeah, but we do have assets. So there's the difference, right? So if the government has assets and they sell off the assets, and I generate 10 trillion for selling off, let's just say 80% of the assets in which I owned, then I could take that cash and then do what?
But the cash has to come from the nation.
It will go from the private. No, it will come from the private market, like it did as in the previously. The government sells it to the private market. Actually, America did it, so that was one example. And then other nations have done it. China does it. Other nations do the same thing. That's why China owns most of the land, because they resell it to the private market, and developers buy it. Then developers sell it to the actual citizens via development projects and housing and etc. I know it's complex, but remember, Beans, you just learned.
You can't.
What you learned. You're gonna have to relax.
Hold on, one at a time.
Just let me walk you through it.
Even if it is complex, though, even if it is complex,
it's not complex. I don't think it's complex.
It was, so I'm just repeating what you just said. So
okay,
please
gotcha.
don't argue with me, right?
Yeah,
what I'm saying is this: even if it is, you know what I heard or what I didn't hear? I didn't hear 38 trillion, right? Which is the actual debt, right? And wait, can I just finish? And then also, what I really heard more than anything was that 80 billion is really unnecessary to fuck with. If you have something that you could do to generate 10 trillion, again, why are you worrying about 80 billion?
Again, that's why I said people actually did 200 billion. So Beans, you keep talking. People actually got 200 billion out of the physical debt for something that was an issue. So remember, respect people who do work versus you just talking about it. So I'm mentioning the people who actually did it. 200 billion is a lot. Nothing to scoff at. Okay. And then when I add on, if it was, wait, hold on, let me finish. I'm about to just finish off in this point. If I take 10 trillion and take away from how much? 38 trillion. If I take 10 trillion away from 38 trillion, that's 28 trillion. And if my GDP is already 27 trillion, but if it increases, now I'm at a ratio that's more actually legitimate. We have 120% GDP to debt ratio now. So what we're trying to do is scale down. Japan has 150. China has 200. So there are other nations that have way more. We're talking about US. And so that's what I'm saying. People are actually doing to reduce it.
So here's the question. The 10 trillion, is that in dollars?
Yes. Of course, we're selling the land. No. Yes.
Where does those dollars come from? The Fed?
The private market, which buys the money from the federal government.
Market doesn't
those
make
dollars
money.
come from? The
So
Fed?
developer.
The Treasury does.
Where does the
from
actual
all different
dollars
ways.
come from? The Fed, right?
I have a money. So if I liquidate and go buy it, that's $1 million.
Let me interject,
That's
bro.
where the money
Again,
comes from. Is that so hard to understand?
Just real quick, just real quick. Let me hop in real quick. Again, bro.
They think that dollars is the only money, y'all. See, they like math, they just don't like economics.
Hey, man, don't say that because I'm
hold
asking
on.
you the question.
It's the only currency. It's the only currency.
One at a time.
You sound crazy right now.
Yeah.
It's not
I don't sound crazy
if
right
I'm
now.
asking
It is
the
the currency
question.
that we use. We would
Oh,
have to have a currency reset.
So let me go.
Okay,
all
but
right,
that's
real
not
quick.
the only currency, bro.
Okay. So let me
Go ahead,
question.
Mr.
That's the
Hold on.
point.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah. So again, the Powder Dusty is making his argument. He getting into the tinfoil hat fucking session of this shit, I guess, and so on and so forth. There's no real money.
Economics. It's basic economics.
Hold on. Let him finish, please.
You're
ahead,
getting
mister.
into the esoteric fucking, Illuminati government shit, so on and so forth, brother. I understand this. I'm well versed in this. I talk about it, right? But
You are
as
not.
Angel Man, hold on, bro.
Flo, hold on
Hold
and
on.
let him talk, please. Thank you.
By your logic, that means we're all broke, we're all in debt, we're never gonna get out of debt, which is stupid as fuck. Okay, it's dumb shit. All right, can we have a real fucking conversation, bro? If you get along
I don't know
today,
if you're capable. I can explain it to you,
go
but I
and
can't
get
understand it
along.
for
You
you.
gotta explain
Hold
shit to
on,
me
Flo.
because I know
Let
the
him
shit
talk.
better
Ask
than
me a
what you're
question.
trying to what you're trying to say. I've been talking about this shit for years. Get the fuck out of here, bro. All right. So I'm gonna tell you again, okay? The whole world has fucking in debt by the fucking Fed, bro. Okay, but there's still money made. All right, like that's why print money. The most money that ever fucking existed has been printed since 2020. We know this. You ain't saying no new shit. You're not saying nothing profound. You're not the only motherfucker up here that understand the fucking money system and the Fed. Okay, you're
I
not
think I
special.
might be.
Yeah, you're definitely not. Because I just explained.
Why do you think it's tinfoil hat shit?
Yeah, because brother, that's what people reference it to. Okay, I understand exactly how to fucking. I know all about fucking the Jekyll Island and all that shit. So again, bro, you know you're talking to. Don't come to me with the bullshit. Okay, I understand about the Rothschilds,
That's
Rockefellers,
tinfoil hat
Morgan
shit.
Chase, JP Morgan Chase, and all that shit. Okay, so again, bro, I'm well versed. But like what we're saying is, and what kills your whole fucking bullshit argument, as I stated and as Obstacle stated, the same fucking Fed existed back in the 90s, back in the 80s, and we had a fucking deficit and we ended up in a fucking surplus. So if you can do it again, nothing has changed. It can be done again. It's just going to either take a longer time or whatever.
You understand that a deficit is not being.
Hold on. Has the Fed changed from fucking when Clinton, the last surplus I think we had was Clinton. Clinton would have been what, 90 something? 90s.
Yeah.
Has the Fed changed since the fucking 90s? No, it hasn't.
You're confused about what you're talking about. We were talking about debt. We were talking about debt, not the deficit. They're different things.
Flo, if I owed you $20, Flo, I owe you $20.
What do you know the difference, man?
And I make $10 an hour, or $10 a week, or $10 a month, whatever it is. If I go get 2 jobs, would that not allow me to pay you back plus the interest?
Let me try, Flo. Let me try.
Okay.
The issue is not the debt or the deficit. The issue is that the very first dollar that was printed cost you extra money, and every dollar printed to pay the deficit.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
And every dollar printed to pay the deficit is printed at a deficit. You can't catch the original interest, and that's compounded through the years. And yes, I did put on a tinfoil hat. It was said twice. I figured I should.
That's cool.
He said Rockefeller and Lyland. So
It's more than just that. We have to have the actual gold to back the money that we print.
Well, we don't. No, we don't.
One thing. Wait, hold on. One thing that most Americans keep saying this nonsense. We have the largest gold reserve in the world, so there's nobody else with a larger gold reserve than us. And so, net, you can argue that then everybody's money is fake, and it is at the end of the day. But what I was just actually getting to is our GDP is growing, and I'm gonna talk this stuff because I wasn't going to do it. I was actually going to reserve it. But the reason I'm about to talk this stuff is because the same reason that a little kid gets in karate class and he done learned a couple of things and he think he bigger than the whole room is the same way that people come up here and tell you things about the economy. You don't understand basic economics. Are you rich? If not, then be quiet. Sit down. Because you could understand all the economics you understand, but it hasn't led to results in your real fundamental life. I'm trying to tell you how it actually works. If you have a debt and you have a GDP, you could start paying off of it. Just like if I was a millionaire, I could borrow 100 million, long as my real estate brought in about 25 million to service my debt. If it didn't service my debt and I had assets that I own, let's say I had 100 million in stocks, I could sell the stocks and then pay down my debt. The real estate doesn't have to bring in the revenue. That's called a whole portfolio. It's called wealth management. You must learn all these things. So you can't just talk about one thing in a vacuum. You must talk about how it all works. And this is not me. If you have a problem, get on the stage with Elon Musk and call him a liar. If you have a problem with me, get on the stage and call Trump a liar. Because both of these people had said something that I said in 1835 proved what I said. That's it.
Well,
Okay, we're talking about a country, not a household. Who is the U.S. primarily in debt to?
1938 was the U.S. I said the federal government did it.
You're not answering.
Not a household.
Shit, he left.
And wealth management is wealth management for a corporation, for a house, and for an actual nation. I don't need to answer that. I'm telling you, United States. Your first statement was incorrect. The United States did it. You said
Hey, are
something
you
about
rich?
a house.
I asked you a fucking question.
Yes.
I didn't make a statement.
Hey,
Who
I have some
is
money. I'm kidding.
Who does the U.S. owe most of its debt to?
Your first, what did you first say?
You
said
can't answer the
U.S.
question.
Is the U.S. not a
Can I-
household? So I just doubled
pause?
down.
Can I
And I'm not
pause
going to answer your
everyone
question.
for just a second? Clay, I'm going to drop you back for just a second. I wanted to check in, Mr. Fantastic. I saw you dropped out. I didn't.
Yeah. I didn't. My bad. I wanted to. I didn't give. I wanted to make sure I came back and gave my.
Okay, that's what I thought.
actual-
I was like, wait, where'd he go? And then, yeah, we're gonna give you the floor. Actually, feel free to go ahead and say whatever you want, and I'll just start by saying thank you so much. This was such an amazing topic, and thank you for sharing your community with us.
No problem. Hey, definitely. Thank you for the consideration. Shout out to Fatty. Like I said, this is how we met, whatnot, what have you. It was a wonderful conversation. Appreciate everybody that came through, and hopefully we can do it again. You know what I mean, on my side.
Absolutely, would love to have you back for definitely a lot more.
For sure. Y'all have a good night.
Have a
Good talking to you.
wonderful evening. Thank you.
Night.
All right.
Damn, I wish he wasn't leaving because I had a question for him.
Oh, he's been here all night. He's
Hey, he ain't got no job. He all right.
True.
And backstage, I still do have Kinetic Kel and Citizen Man hanging and God's favorite aunt now because he got booted. So if you guys want any of those people up, please feel free to, you can pay to boot someone else and shake it up. Or if anybody leaves, they'll be brought up. Okay. Back to you.
I wanted to come on here to prove that I'm not a double agent working for either side of the versus. I forgot to take my hat off before I made this fake statement.
Oops.
Oopsie poopsie.
And thank you, Sasquatch, for the raid. I appreciate that.
Yeah, all both of them.
Yeah.
So isn't the federal dollar backed by like it's a fiat currency? It's only backed by commodities, but not like any particular commodity, right?
No,
I mean,
it's
even though
backed by the
gold is
power
the
of the
most
United States
valuable
government.
It's
Yeah,
guaranteed
so it's
by
just
the U.S.
fiat.
government. It's not backed by anything.
I mean, except for the United States government.
Clay said fiat. I'm gonna do a count on how many times somebody says fiat in the next hour.
Drink every time they say fiat.
Say this real quick.
Fiat.
Wait. I know what fiat. What's
sorry.
fiat?
Fake.
It means by decree. Basically, it's money because the government says.
It's a joke, Sarah, because every time any conversation on the internet starts about the Fed and money, somebody says it's fiat currency, and then all of a sudden every person is like fiat currency. They just keep saying it over and over again.
Do you know what that is?
Laughing because I'm telling the truth.
He's telling the truth.
He is.
But do you know what it is? Like,
Yeah, it means fiat. It means by decree.
Can I ask this question real quick, please? I just want
Yeah,
to
go
get it
ahead.
out so I won't forget it. Because Fantastic left, so I want to ask it to Angry Man. So when we were, because somebody brought up Clinton, I was so glad that they did, Angry Man. Because remember we were talking about if we got rid of the that 80 billion, and I think maybe you, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but I'm pretty sure Fantastic also said that that money could be reallocated to things, more worthy of it, right? And so I was saying that's wishful thinking, right? Because they usually don't do that. Then somebody brought up Clinton and that surplus, and it made me think about it, right? Clinton, at the end of his second term, the country did have a surplus. And then what happened to it? Did they reallocate that to fix the roads? Did they do all of these amazing and wonderful things with it? Or did they use it to fund wars? Right?
What happened to it?
In debt again, right? This is exactly what I'm saying about arguing for the 80 billion. It doesn't fix anything and it doesn't change anything, and we still are in the same predicament. People are going to allocate the money fairly.
What you're doing is you're arguing the management of it. See, before the argument was that it couldn't be done. And when that reference was brought, that eliminated the idea that it couldn't be done. So now you're arguing, now you're about to argue the actual management of the money.
Wait, what?
And by the way, in Powder Dusty, the deficit is when basically you don't have enough money to cover all of the stuff that you're paying for. The surplus is when you have more than enough to pay for the stuff that you're paying for. And the debt is actually the money that accumulated that you couldn't pay for.
Surplus
To answer your question.
and annual versus in its entirety.
To answer your question. But the idea that it can't be done is ridiculous. And I get what y'all are saying about the Fed. I get what you're saying about, oh, every time we print a dollar, blah, 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 it comes with a debt. I get all of that. But we've done it before. We've actually had a surplus in this country.
In a
And
year.
then Republicans spent it.
The surplus or deficit, that's for the annual budget. It means that for that year, right? So we can definitely do that. We can have a surplus for a year, but we can never pay off all the debt. So I was speaking of the debt. That's what's impossible to pay off. But
that's the way an economy. That's the way an economy works. That's just like right now, you as a person living in your household, you can get a surplus of money stacked up in investments and in the bank gaining interest. You're never gonna not have bills. You're always gonna have to. That's the economy. That's money. Money flows in and out, and out.
Like I can make more money than I spend this year, but if I'm sitting on existing debt from the past, I'm still in debt, right?
Right.
Yeah.
As long as you can service that debt, and you'll be okay if you can service it, where you have assets to pay off the debt, which banks usually ask for collateral to back it up.
Unless you keep electing Republicans and they keep spending.
Right? Because I think I'm
no, unless you keep electing Democrats and they keep
now they're about to go back.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much money did Trump add to the debt? Like before COVID?
Go directly to Democrats.
Hold on, let's reset. Be mindful. Let's still try to go one at a time. I know it's starting to get a little more heated, but we still want to be mindful that we can't hear you if you're all talking over each other. Go ahead.
Yeah, why do you always jump straight to Democrats? Like, I ain't even gonna go.
What are you talking about?
It's their policies and their behaviors.
The surplus happened under a Democrat.
But did you not hear him say? Freaking Republicans did X, Y, Z. And just for the record, Bill Clinton wasn't really a Democrat like that. You go back and look at his policies. You go back and look at his policies.
A Democrat.
Yeah, he was a Democrat like that. He played saxophone.
I
and
swear
smoked
to
that
God,
jazz.
right now. Hold on for a sec. I swear to God, right now, I can go pull up a speech of Bill Clinton, and everything he's saying in that damn speech is what Donald Trump is saying right now that y'all don't like. What are you talking about?
Same thing with
Obama.
Bill Clinton's platform.
Yeah, I don't.
Let me interrupt for just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, you're 8 out of 10 on the dono goal. You need 2 more, and you got about 20 minutes to do it. Hit it or we quit it. It's up to you. This is a really lively, awesome panel. I couldn't put this together myself if I even tried. So I don't want to quit it. So let's get 2 more of the $10 donos in, and we can continue on.
Hit it or quit it. I've never heard that before.
Millennial Mike says, wish I wasn't working to pay Bean's welfare check so I could join. Dusty is going to fry them on a monetary policy anyways, I suppose. Debt isn't deficit. Any thoughts?
He's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's right. But it can be paid.
Is this
The debt? You saying the debt can be paid off entirely?
I thank you for paying Bean's welfare.
And plus, if you know anything, I'm going to die with debt. It's called buy, borrow, die. So I'm never going to pay it off.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't make any sense.
you probably shouldn't.
It's actually wise investments with debt is probably a thing that we can argue about. Like, that's where Beans gets into things like, it's stupid to start these wars. That's misuse, and then that's a dumb use of the debt. But debt is something that people use to build out a portfolio, to build wealth. And the nation uses it, corporations use it.
Sure.
It's just the misuse.
I know that there's a lot of uses for debt, but I was asking.
And by the way, Beans
and we are the number one economy. Wow.
Beans and Jack,
I know that.
Don't try to pretend like you didn't hear what I said about Bill Clinton. Go do your research, buddy.
Bill Clinton didn't spend like
Go do your
$12
research,
trillion.
because he really was on some Republican shit, and y'all loved it. So go do your research, buddy.
Yeah. We used to have two parties in this country, and there was some diversity there. But like now, we just have like the party of Trump and like Democrats.
That sound like sour grape, bro. Hey, don't be a sore loser, man. Don't be a sore loser. It's all good.
No, I'm not a sore loser. I just wish you all had like actual principles or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, but Trump is not even really the Republican Party, because the Republicans didn't like him. They hated him when he first came in. So
except for like 47% of them would still vote for him, even if like evidence came out that Epstein, that he
but that's
worked
same
with
as Democrats.
Epstein. Like
Same
that's
as
just,
Democrats. Let's not play
I
games.
want to talk about child abuse and shit, but
lunatics, cut out.
I'm
Cut
gonna
it out.
yell
Both
out
sides.
because I can see Kel. She's not sitting in her seat. Get your ass back to your seat, girl, so I can bring you up. Jack, I'm gonna send you back to the backstage. The lovely lady Kel is coming up. Hello, Kel. Are we all better on
Nice job.
the speaker system? Thank you, Almighty Nate. We all wanted to see Kel. Your hair looks nice, darling.
He's fighting a
Sarah,
skirt right now.
you took Jack down too fast. He said Epstein, but he didn't get a chance to say Stormy Daniels.
I know, right? You didn't get the chance, man.
You didn't get a chance.
I didn't. You know what? I didn't get the chance to call him. I didn't get the chance to call him Beat Nick Markiplier, because it looked like Markiplier was enjoying some jazz and some snapping.
Hey, trippy for 1 second. You guys can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Yeah.
baby girl.
We can hear you massively echo over there. Yeah.
Don't scream, baby. Come on, don't scream.
Goodness. Oh
It's
goodness.
like an auditorium.
Yeah, it's very echoey.
Choppy auditorium.
Let me see if I can do it on my end, Kel.
Definitely.
I don't
right,
want it to
Sasquatch.
be.
There
No,
you
it's
go.
already
Get a little
marked.
closer.
Is that better for you?
Much better, actually. All right, Kel, what do you got? Throw something at the panel.
You guys are all sexy as fuck. When was the last time you got laid?
Welcome.
Last
Well,
night.
I'm gonna have remarks about that later.
How
from
about,
somebody. But
how
yes,
about
we are.
something on the topic? And Gospel of Bob coming in. I'm not sure whose side this is coming in on. I just know it's not mine. Maybe
Shout
it's
out to
flow,
Bob.
maybe it's culture. Not sure, but thank you to whoever you sent that to.
Appreciate
No,
it.
I had 30 minutes ago. I'm like, but it's been a long hour. Like, my hair's feels burned.
Wait, did you just get dick down? Is that what you're saying?
Oh
That's
my
right.
god. Cal,
looks
what
like,
do you
uh,
have for the topic? Unproud Americans,
I
welfare.
mean, she wants to tell us about it.
deficit.
No, let her tell her story. She wants to talk about it.
Was it good?
Unproud Americans. I'm like, that's all they
Do you have the right? Do you have the right mic
She
on?
doesn't have the right mic
not.
turned on.
That is turned into the stock mic.
I'm starting to see why the other day when I said something about box powder Dusty's like jumped up, like he's
all about the box.
Later.
He's named after a certain type of gross box. Hey, Powder Dusty, if she did get laid, maybe Destiny stopped at her house before Easy's.
I did have to say something before I go.
Is he on his way to
so-
yours for that confetti?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Obstacles. Go ahead, please. And
Yeah,
thank
'cause
you
I'm in
again
Thailand.
for hanging out tonight. This was very exciting to have a lot of new people show up on panels.
Yo,
Thank you.
Obstacles.
You were
floor
good.
is
You
yours.
look like you could be in the Temptations right now. Like he's look at him. He's got the beard. He's
Yeah,
got
bro.
like
Save
oiled and
swimming for
shit.
the rest of us.
Bro, he's got a
He could
he's
be
got
out
a
there.
ponytail.
Cut it
Putting
out.
at the
Come on.
microphone.
Show us the tail. Show us the tail.
Go ahead,
Prince
Alex.
Hakeem. Prince Hakeem
Oh,
from Coming to
no
America.
way!
You feel me?
Hey.
Hell
Yeah,
yes.
that's one of the
I
first
was-
things I
Coming from
noticed.
America,
Hell yeah.
Prince Hakeem.
I was not
Oh, yeah.
expecting that. Go ahead,
Yeah,
obstacles.
yeah.
Everybody else is going to shut the fuck up now. The floor is yours.
Yo, first of all, shout outs to everybody. Clay, Angry Man, Sarah, of course, Mr. Fantastic, Sidequise. Oh, Swice. I'm fucking up. It's late. Shout out to Power Dusty, everybody, man. Shout out to Mr. Beans, wants social security for everybody and free money and free internet. So one thing I would want to, I'm just messing with you, Beans. Regardless if we agree or not, regardless if we pay off that debt, I would say one thing about the whole subject. And if you really know this, sing it with me. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. I gladly stand up
Next to you.
in the center still today. 'cause there ain't no doubt. I love this land. God
bless this
bless
USA.
the USA.
I can't believe you
forgot the
made us sing
words.
the whole song.
Out,
I love that.
everybody.
Have a wonderful night, Obstacles.
Nice.
Nice to
I'm
meet you,
less
Obstacles.
than anything else.
Nope, I let a firework off.
It was in my
Power
pants.
of the panel verse right
My
there coming
last
out.
night on YouTube, Sarah. I'm
This is
going
the
to Rumble.
You going to Rumble?
I'm going to Rumble.
I'm telling you, this is the Hanka-verse. This is the Hanka-verse. That's what this is. Yeah, everybody here's a clown. Honorarily.
Did you just take a pull of gin? Is that what that was? No.
Good girl.
Clown
Yeah.
food.
I got clown food. Jack's got something else.
Darko, I know you were kind of starting into something before you got the boot. If you want to dive back in, I'll open the floor back up to you.
Oh yeah, Republicans. We have this cycle in America where this economic disaster will happen, and so people will elect a Republican who doesn't know how to manage it, and then they'll elect a Democrat who, will fix it, but change won't be fast enough. And then once things start getting fixed again, they'll elect another Republican who just spends. Yeah, like
because
2/3
Biden
of
fixed a lot of shit.
What did Biden fix again? I forgot. I'm sorry.
he fixed
Both sides
COVID.
spend like a motherfucker.
What do you mean? Hold on. So
Go ahead,
Biden
Trippy.
Biden fixed COVID with the vaccine that was created under Trump.
Why didn't
No,
he
he
cure
actually
cancer?
took it
Yeah.
seriously and did the rest
yeah?
of the payouts and
Project Warp
just
Speed
the,
wasn't sent into action through Trump at all.
and
the
that
COVID
helps
vaccine
with
that's flowing through your
immunity, but that
fucking
has
veins.
nothing to do with the economy or public policy regarding public health.
Secretly, that COVID vaccine had just a little Trump blood in it. So if you took the vaccine, you got a little Trump in you.
Yeah, well, I actually used to work for Pfizer, so I already knew that. I don't know why you're trying to act like you have.
How many
any
boosters have you had?
How many other men have been inside? Never mind.
Holy crap! You worked for Pfizer and you're criticizing Trump?
Yes.
Jesus
You will
Christ!
not, you will not take my baby oil or my pistol.
That sounds kind of
That sounds
self-serving.
like It sounds like an inside
How are you able to
perspective. I
do
would like
that,
to hear it.
Trippy?
I'll allow
If
buttons.
it's inside, if it's
Yeah,
an
I actually do
Guns
think
and
so.
lotion.
I would
Go ahead,
say out of
Darko.
all the big pharma companies, Pfizer is pretty good. I looked through their whole catalog. They make a lot of weird like steroids and hormones and stuff. They make two things that are kind of weird, which is Xanax, which is a benzo, and then they make fentanyl patches. It's harder to get the fentanyl out of the
Can you
patches.
get 'em?
So. No, they make those down in West Virginia, unfortunately. I did have access to Xanax for a while, though. Just
Man.
it was crazy.
Are you
You
saying
could
you're
be
not
like
good for
such a
nothing?
bitch.
You're out here trying to brag about your connections, but you ain't good for none of it?
Hey,
Big
I
good
can
shit,
guarantee you, that the right number of microchips was in each vaccine.
I really love this conversation.
I'm going to throw pies at him or myself.
You missed. You missed.
Yeah, Republicans love to spend. They just shipped off $40 billion to Argentina, which is about half the year's worth of SNAP
God.
benefits.
Do you have like a hard on for Republicans? Like what the hell, bro?
No, they're just bad at governance, and they are ruining my fucking country.
Based
honestly.
on who? Based on what? So Ronald Reagan was bad at governance.
Absolutely.
Yeah, his policies weren't super great. I don't know, the whole pushing the war on drugs and mass incarceration and just say no
That was
doesn't seem to be effective.
Was
War on
Wait a
drugs
minute,
has been
pushing
around
mass
for a long time.
incarceration. So remind me again who authored the freaking 94 crime bill and who signed it into law?
I don't know who authored it, but pretty much it had unanimous
You don't
support
know who
across
authored
literally
it?
everybody.
You don't know who
Darko is
drafted
right
it?
on this one. He's right on
You don't know
this
who
one. It
drafted
did
it?
It was
start under.
Biden.
I don't know who the main author was, but I know literally I think it passed 99 to 1 or maybe even
Mass
100 in the Senate.
incarceration started in '68, so he is actually completely right.
Yeah. I mean, the war on drugs with Ronald Reagan, it started with the Just Say No campaign. I mean, yeah, the 94 crime
No,
bill was
before
after
that,
crack exploded in
Reagan
neighborhoods.
did make it worse.
I have dementia.
Reagan made it worse.
Yes,
But
but it started in
With
the
that
He
said,
also
his
have dementia.
economic policies were great.
No, he
So you're
believes in
saying
trickle down
that mass
economics. Which is,
incarceration. Wait, let me make sure I get this straight. So you're saying that Ronald Reagan had a bigger effect on mass incarceration than the 94 crime bill?
I never said that.
No, I'm asking Clay. That's what I'm asking.
Oh.
I'm saying that he made it worse from the 68 decision of Terry versus Ohio.
That's not what I asked just now, though.
Yeah, because you were trying to do a
clever what
gotcha,
you
and you were
just
trying
did, but
to
that's-
attribute the crime bill to what I was saying, which is not at all what I was saying. Yeah.
Okay,
I said
fair enough.
68.
But what I'm
Hold
asking, but what I'm asking is which was worse.
Ty, are you with us, my friend? I think we're in your pocket. Ty, that's strange.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
That was
Is he back?
weird. I don't
Okay,
believe he
all right,
doesn't still have access to
he's coming
Xanax.
back. He's coming back. There we go. All
Oh,
right.
okay.
Go ahead. Back to you, Angry Man. I
Oh
apologize.
my God.
No,
It's
I was asking Clay which one had a bigger effect on mass
I would say the crime
incarceration
bill.
in this country.
I would say the crime bill. But that's kind of a non sequitur. That's not to say that Reagan's war on drugs didn't make things worse for people being incarcerated. It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, I never said that Reagan wasn't problematic when it came to the war on drugs. I was merely trying to point out because freaking
We
David
agree on a lot of
Healy-
things, bro.
David, I know we do. I know we do. That's why we cool. But David Healy was just up here a second ago. I was going to ask him how Darlene Carter was doing, but he was saying something about the Republicans, and I was trying to point out things that the Democrats have done that he clearly wants to ignore. That's
but here's the thing, and I know this probably his argument would probably go against me, Angry Man, at some point. But truth be told, if you remove Clinton and put another president there who is a Republican, you get the same thing, right? And I know we could say that regardless, right? If you take Bush and you put a Democrat there, we probably get the same outcome. So I'm just saying, like, I'm not taking nothing away from what Clinton and did.
Which Bush, though?
Bill. You know I'm not doing that, but I'm just saying I think it was the inevitability of the lead up. You know what
Which
I'm saying?
Bush though? Which Bush though?
The second Bush.
The second one.
Yeah.
See, I'm not too worried about the second one because with the second one you're really just dealing with Cheney, but the first one was diabolical.
Yes, sir.
The first one
Yeah.
was a problem.
Not wrong.
I've heard him
Man.
referred to as the American Putin.
Does he ride a horse shirtless?
Oh my God.
Not that. It's just like going from a secret service into a public service was kind of a strange flex. But okay.
I want to actually chime in on something that I've really noticed. I mean, the whole panel tonight has been great. It's been really awesome. I believe that that Americans are proud, and specifically the ones that are on this panel tonight, because there's an extensive amount of knowledge here. There's a massive amount of knowledge, and yeah, we don't agree on everything, but the ability to just talk it out, and sometimes it gets heated, but this is really great. I believe Americans are proud.
Shut the fuck up. Is what gives us something to talk about.
Even you, Dusty.
Not you.
He's like, shut the fuck up. You're fired, Clay.
Dusty might be the proudest.
Sarah.
He's the first
Yeah.
one to chime in.
Trippy yelled out in the middle of everybody talking, I have dementia.
I was like, I got dementia. Didn't Reagan have dementia?
Not while he was
Was
talking.
it Reagan?
That threw me all the way off. I forgot what I was about to say.
Well, I guess there was
Also-
speculation. It's like the end of his second term.
My butt's been wiped. There's the other guy with dementia.
Clay, I agree with you. I think one of the things that has been happening at least 80 to 90% of the time tonight is that we've disagreed on process more than we've disagreed on what was true. And on a lot of panels, people just straight neglect what's true. And that didn't really happen tonight. So I would agree with you on that. Maybe that can be attributed to people being Americans. But my thing is, stop telling us, right, that in America, being poor in America is like being in the middle class in other parts of the world. I mean, being poor in America is like being in the middle class, in other parts of the world. But then at the same time, shaming people for being there. This is what I was saying earlier, Sarah. Even if you get these people off the welfare and you get them jobs, they're not going to become angry men. They're not going to become Sarah, right? They're not going to become Elon. They're not even going to become the 100K people. They're going to be $35,000 a year earning people who will qualify for some sort of
Isn't
assistance.
that the soft racism of low expectations, sir?
It's not
Yes,
about
it is.
low expectations, though. That's what I'm saying. We
But if
have
you
ways of
hold on though,
determining people's
I mean, what
outcomes, right?
happens when you throw a person in the pool? Like they figure out how to
They
swim
die.
pretty fast. They figure out
Yeah,
how to swim
not
pretty
always.
fast most of the time.
Not always.
Most of the time. But if you remove supplements, people have to figure it out.
The ones that don't die. So
They're
what
not
you're saying
gonna
is there's a little bit of
die.
breakage. There'll be a few deaths, but it's not a.
We call it
That's
shrinkage.
That's why we have a guy at the pool to
Some of
dive
you
in
may
rather than
die, but that is the price I am willing to make.
All I'm gonna say is this: Bill Burr told a great joke about this. He said nature keeps trying to thin the herd, and we keep saving everybody. So, I mean, it sounds brutal, but it's
The people that hang out at Walmart at
Oh,
night.
no.
If you ever go to Walmart at night, that's where the gene pool is being saved at.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you guys.
The people at Walmart at night are the ones who would have died in nature.
But again, though, two things, Dusty. One, without these people, guess what you don't have? You don't have Amazon
Walmart at
can't be
night.
as big as it is without these people. Walmart, UPS, FedEx, these companies can't even be as big as they are without having the plethora of people who are underachieving to work for them.
But y'all don't like them. You don't like Amazon. You don't like Bezos. You don't like Walmart. You don't like the super rich.
I don't have a problem with
Y'all
it.
plan on robbing it tomorrow. That's right.
I
I say
don't
down.
have
I say down with all millionaires until I'm also a millionaire, and then down with all billionaires until I'm one of them, and then you guys can call me Bernie Sanders. You guys can call me Bernie Sanders after that because that's what he did. He was like down with all millionaires. Wait, no, down with billionaires because I've got multiple houses and millions of dollars.
Well, but
you can't have more Chiefs than Indians, right? So y'all got to stop shitting on the Indians because everybody wants to be a 500.
which one?
those Indians
Indians
aren't contributing to society. Like
I'm Native American.
Indians work,
They're
sir.
Not a lot of them.
No, they're not. They get taxes back, and they're not even paying into the system. How the
Not
fuck
income
does that
taxes.
work
Every
out?
time they spend money, they pay taxes.
I'll jump out.
Yeah, but who's jumping out?
Who said that?
The one that's not cammed
Me,
up.
my bad. I've just been I've kind of spectating. Kind of.
All right.
Yeah. Who do you look at the most?
That's kind of.
And for the
Can you
record,
rank us
being,
in order of the
I'm
most
not
attractive?
shaming. I'm not shaming the poor. I just have a problem with November 1st. There's going to be a bunch of people that are upset about their EBT, and the moment that they check to see,
I'm one of them.
The moment that they check to see if their balance came in on their $1,000 iPhone, they're gonna have a hissy fit. Like, do you have any idea how crazy it is to say that you're poor and you're literally checking for your EBT on your $1,200?
That's hyperbolic. What if they got that?
Can I answer this? Can I answer this? I haven't said anything the entire time.
Okay. Yeah.
Can
go
I
ahead.
answer this? I haven't said anything. Okay,
Just
yeah.
stay
So
quiet a little longer,
the
then we'll
ED,
let you go.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
Would you say, Rick Rubin? Shut the fuck up.
Answer the question. I wasn't
Fuck
threatening
you.
him with anything.
Fuck you. Fuck,
yeah.
fuck
That's
all
why
this
my
shit. I don't
button
even
is an R. That's why my fire button is an R.
respect him.
Hold on.
Okay, never mind. No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead. Keep.
No, I wanted you to answer the question.
Keep the conversation going.
you said you had an opinion.
Answer the question, Ty. You got 60 seconds because somebody paid to drop you.
Okay, then draw me. Fuck you.
Regulated.
That's certainly not my attitude.
Didn't mean to do
I
that.
wish we could unpack what his issues are.
And this is where my droplet goes.
So, Angry Man, I went down.
This dude from the Transformers.
It is the guy from the Transformers. It's. I also call him Asvaroon because I thought that him and Kazak were the same guy for a few days. Sorry. Sorry,
No, this is
Kazak.
Nazarene. Not at all.
All your movies.
So if, I
That is
mean,
not
we're
Shia
kind of,
LaBeouf, sir.
we're kind of in the realm of, like the poor people or people that are impoverished that are banking in on the system, well, they still pay into taxes by sales tax. But even at that, they don't have a whole lot of money to throw around. So they're not really boosting the ecosystem that much more, right? And that they're using the EBT. So it's kind of like a system that's feeding itself, but negatively. So, and then what they get back on their tax returns, because they get all of those credits back for being impoverished, like they're not paying income tax, they're not doing anything else. It's just, they're just getting and getting and getting. And I feel like that's still a drain on the system in the long run, if you look at it. So, like, why should we be okay with this when everybody else is paying their 25% into the system and then paying sales tax on top of it, and then paying property tax on top of it, and then paying all of these other taxes on top of it? And then here, not only are they not paying income tax, they might pay some sales tax, but they don't pay property tax, but then they get all of these tax credits back. Why is that okay?
And they spend all the money in the system, right? And they go out and they support small businesses. And that's what I'm saying. You know,
Small.
Walmart and Amazon are small businesses.
Oh, I got a lot of problems with that, dude. Nike's not a small business.
You know,
I mean, come on now.
You know who you don't hear complaining a lot? Landlords and people who own corner stores.
You've never met a landlord. Are you kidding? They complain
I don't know.
all the
I don't
time.
know what Nike's. What Nikes can you buy with food stamps?
Is Millennial Mike
None.
still listening? I know that you. Millennial Mike, I know you do the landlord thing, and I know that you promo on the Section 8 stuff along with Lumberjack Landlord. If you're still listening, let us know. Okay, go ahead.
Landlords are like the most complainingest demographic on earth.
That's because you're not tenants. Get out of my house.
If you have an apartment, right, and your apartment, let's just say, would probably go for like $900, but then you Section 8 it and you get 11, right? You're probably not complaining too much about Section 8.
Yeah,
right?
you are when they move out.
Right?
And you got to take a bunch of the money that you got from them to freaking fix the apartment or the house that they destroyed after they left.
Bro, that's anywhere anybody live for more than 5 years.
No, that's not. No, it's not.
And in economic models, I have an economics degree, and in economic models, the government is the only component that does not produce anything. All it does is redistribute. And the standard figure that we plug in is a 30% inefficiency rate. That means for every dollar redistributed, 30 cents is gone just to the process. So, I mean, on the whole, redistribution might help a few landlords. There will be certain winners in that system, but it's a net negative, pretty significant.
And that's not true, Beans, because I'm gonna get my deposit back, brother. So there's some people out here they gonna get their deposit back. Okay. But on average, and this is real, on average, because I know a lot of people that are landlords, a few people that decided to do the Section 8 thing because they feel like it was guaranteed money, and they end up spending a bunch of that money replacing stuff and fixing stuff, because you got to realize on average, when somebody doesn't have to, when they don't have skin in the game, when they don't have to come up with the money themselves, and they didn't have to put in the work to do it, they don't value it the same way they do when it's their money. That's just the truth. It's just the facts, bro.
That's right. And if you guys,
that doesn't necessarily have anything that would have to apply for anybody renting and not just Section 8.
Nah, it doesn't, because with other people, you have to have a certain credit score, then you have to pay a freaking deposit, and you're trying to maintain your reputation as a renter. You're not.
That applies to Section 8 too.
Hold on a second, boys.
Can I just say this?
I worked as maintenance man on Section 8 housing for 5 years, and there is nothing quite as disgusting as trying to clean up a Section 8 house after they left. It will break every single window.
What's so dirty about a Section 8 house?
When they leave, because generally they've been evicted for reasons, whatever the reasons are, we don't really have anything to do with that. We just repair it. But they keep people like us on staff so that when they move out, we can go in and shovel all the crap that's accumulated everywhere, scrape down the walls and repaint everything, replace all the glass, all the
everywhere. Most of them don't even have to put up deposits because there are programs that cover the deposit up front for them, or at least they do like a voucher program where even if they destroy the place when they move out, it's the voucher program that has to pay the landlord and not the tenants themselves. So yeah, you're absolutely
I'm not gonna lie. Even me,
this is probably the biggest issue I've had with the conversation tonight is that we say things in general that just aren't true and are provably wrong.
That wasn't true in general.
It's absolutely not true in general, right?
It's not.
There are some dirty people.
I'm not saying that it's not, right? Okay, so I'll give you an example, Sarah. One time I lived in this building, right? For about 12 years, we lived in this building. All of the people in our building had rats and roaches, but we didn't.
Yeah.
So did they all have rats and roaches because they were just nasty as fuck? Or was it because of the fact that they didn't use the same treatment method that my mom had my uncle use because he was a contractor?
We're not talking about that.
She could afford to do it, right? So all I'm saying is that I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying I've never been to nobody's house who had Section 8 and they weren't nasty as hell. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying if I have an apartment complex and I say you have to have a credit score of 720, you're going to have a credit score of 720 even if you have Section 8. It's not going to change.
The exception doesn't disprove the rule.
So
I have a credit score of 510.
Everybody who has
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time.
They can't help themselves. Everybody who has Section 8 does not everybody. I'm sorry, I don't want to make the not.
Who's gonna afford Section 8 with 720?
Section 8 apartments messed up like that.
Yeah, nobody on Section 8 is going to have that kind of and we're not talking about rats and roaches here. We're talking about garbage. We're talking about damage to walls. We're talking about ruined carpets. We're talking about
marijuana,
food, using the bathroom outside the bathroom, leaving the bathroom, and never cleaning the bathroom.
They use them for marijuana labs.
The point is they don't care about what they get because it's not their money being spent on what they get and live in.
They're not good stewards.
Yeah, they just take advantage. Now, you guys were kind of dumbfounded about. You guys kind of made like a dumbfounded look about.
This is why we have.
How do they get?
This
Nikes
is why we have government housing.
Shut up, Rick.
Hold on.
Trippy. I'm saying put a number on it, right? Stand on it, right? Let's not say some. We can say that about everything, right? The minority or the majority.
Look at Asmund Gold. He's rich and dirty.
The majority.
You guys were.
I said
the majority. Hold on.
I said majority.
You're all going over each other. Angry Man is specifying that it is the majority of people. There are the exceptions to the rule. We all acknowledge there are exceptions to the rule. Kazak, did you have something to add in?
Nothing that I haven't already said. No.
All right, Clay.
Sasquatch.
Yeah, I want to say that I feel like you guys are acting like you're going to get rid of the gross people. You're going to get rid of the poor people. You're going to get rid of the poverty.
Not going to happen.
It's not. Hold on. It's not going to happen. Okay. This is why we have these programs.
I want to get rid of the vegans.
They can just come in and ruin everything and then move on to the next one.
Basically.
Okay, but here's the problem. Here's the problem. What you're saying, Clay. Here's the problem. What you're saying. You don't want. This is what you don't want. I get what you're saying. The poor will always be with you. The cream always rises to the top. I get all of that, right? The problem is you don't want to get into a space where the remedy for the problem or to sort of ease the issue becomes the encouragement for the issue. You get what I'm saying? So instead of having people in a situation where, okay, we're giving you these different subsidies and we're giving you these different things to help you along so that eventually you may not need it anymore, as opposed to someone sitting back and saying, well, I'm going to get this because I don't want to do shit else.
Do you recognize this? Lord, I do say that even the dogs do desire the scraps from the master's table.
What is your deal? Sasquatch, what percentage of Section 8 is fucked up?
We had 72 units that were Section 8. Basically, it's not the same in Georgia. It's called something different, but it was HUD housing. We had 72 units that were HUD, and we had 76 units that were not. And I replaced approximately 17 windows out of the units that were paid for by the people, and almost all of the windows. There were a few exceptions. There was a couple of bathroom windows they didn't break for some strange reason. Most of the doors would be kicked off the hinges when we got to it. They would turn off the power 2 or 3 days before they were supposed to leave, and leave whatever was in the refrigerator in there. When those things explode, you're talking hundreds of dollars of remediation to get that up to a rentable level back on the HUD or Section 8 dole.
Yep.
So they do this specifically to hurt whoever's running the property because they're the bad guy. But in reality, it's people like me that have to actually go in there and do that work.
Oh yeah, dude.
Are you glad that you had those jobs?
Managing property.
Were you happy that you had those jobs?
Exactly.
Not those jobs. Those jobs suck.
Oh my God. There was a couple that made me
So
throw up.
if you didn't have those jobs, you would have been only doing the private jobs. Why
Look,
did you take on those jobs?
That's inaccurate.
Why
okay?
did
Same landlord.
Why did you take on those jobs?
When you're doing property
Same
management,
boss.
you're gonna flip the apartment
Okay.
regardless.
Right, because you work for
However,
somebody,
when
so it
you
wasn't
have
your
to go
choice.
in,
It's more money. It's more money into flipping it than it is of what you're obtaining. It's a net loss, right?
I don't get.
So, Brick, you're saying that it's good that we have destruction because then people get to fix it.
I don't get paid
Yeah,
it
extra
is,
when the
actually,
landlord has to throw out the
Yes, I do.
refrigerator.
Why is
I get paid
vandalism
extra
illegal?
when it's clean.
All right, let me reset. Michael Hatch says, shout out to the 510 people. What's 510? Anybody know?
People watching.
Secret society that you're obviously not part of. Don't ask about 510.
Shout out to whatever that goes to. 510, 510, 510. Chuck in Tennessee says, as someone who raised chickens the last 4 years, how many have given the eggs away for free to ensure your community ate? No cost to them, but a simple thank you for payment. No accolades, but respect to those in need.
Wow, let me polish that halo there.
Yeah, like
That was
really,
a hell of a virtue signal.
like really, Jesus Christ.
Oh, somebody says 510 means credit scores.
But it was on my
I
side, so
said
thank you
I-
for virtue signaling with me, Chuck. I
said
appreciate
had a
you.
510 credit score. Look, you guys were wondering why somebody with a bridge card would be able to buy Nikes. You go to the store with your bridge card, and people will come up to you and say, "Hey, I'll give you real money if you go into the store and you buy me this food." And then they hand
That's
you
against
real
the law.
fucking money.
Wait,
It doesn't
wait,
matter.
hold on.
Does it stop people from doing it?
No.
Does it stop
It's
people
not the
from
food
doing
stamps
it though?
buying them.
Wait,
It's not the food
Does it stop
stamps
people
buying
from
the
buying a
shoes.
gun if it's
It's
illegal
not
if
the
they
food
can't
stamps
have
buying the
one?
shoes. It's not the
Hold
food
on,
stamps buying the
It's
shoes.
totally fine because most cops won't even fucking notice that you're doing it.
You're saying that breaking the law is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about breaking the law. I'm talking about what
Breaking
you're saying.
the law,
That's how
breaking
you're
the
using
law.
Nikes, man. It's just not
Or
happening.
Kazak is lost in the sauce on the conversation. Would anyone like to give Kazak the TLDR version of
Give
what
me
we're
the
on?
give me the rundown.
Let's all talk at the same time.
Yes, poor,
No, go ahead.
poor people deserve welfare is a human right.
Poor people smell worse than rich
and
people.
yes, and getting rid of the what do you call it? Fraud and abuse of housing and food stamps won't fix anything for your pockets or the government or the deficit or the debt. Now let me introduce this one piece of evidence, Kazak, and then you can go from here. I'm looking at it right now. 61% of all Section 8 voucher holders are age 62 and older. So does anybody now want to take back the asinine comment that the majority of
Absolutely not.
Absolutely
not.
Houses torn and destroyed?
Absolutely
No.
not. Because the moment those old fuckers move out and tear up the spot, that's the no. I'm not gonna take it back.
You think old people take care of shit? Is that what you're saying?
You know how old people move out? They die.
Have you ever been in an old person's house? They're nasty. They smell weird. They're full of shit.
And they stink up the place, and people have to come in and clean up because they've been in there forever, getting their face.
Old people, get rid of them.
Peppermint oil. Use peppermint oil.
Hold on. What's up,
It
Beth?
has to be stopped.
Beth, you're very faint in your talking.
Yeah, your
Go
mic is
ahead
low.
and
Oh my god.
might need to be closer to you.
Can you hear me now?
Put it in your mouth.
Absolutely. Oh my God.
Don't you put it in your mouth. Don't you
13%
shove
of
it
the
in your face.
population.
People
Go ahead,
over
Beth.
60, number one, they have a hard time. They not all, but there's a portion of them who have a hard time cleaning up after themselves. So they tend to let a lot of things go. You also find a lot of hoarders over a certain age, and that's just because of, especially if they grew up with a lot of siblings and in certain time frames, it's just a thing. And then yes, a lot of them die, and that's how they leave the apartments, and their families sure as fuck don't want to clean it up. I had to take care of my mother-in-law. Trust me, I know.
That's a very different narrative than they just tearing up the place and kicking the doors off the hinges.
It's not necessarily like that. It's not necessarily that they're doing intentional damage. It's just what happens.
Dirty, dying old
The best apartment from Section 8 that I ever had to clean up. Homeboy died. No one found him for 4 days. We come
Mr.
in.
Beans. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead,
We
Sasquatch.
come in, find the guy, call it into the coroner. They come and they show up, do all the measurements and everything, pick him up and leave. For 5 days after he died, no one went through that door. No one requested a key. We couldn't legally go in and do anything, but they legally turned off the power. So knowing there's a deep freezer and a refrigerator in there, I'm sitting over there like this, like, dear God, I wish somebody would just kick a window in so I could go in and empty that refrigerator right now. Just somebody please break something in that freaking place so I can go inside and fix it legitimately.
Yeah.
But we couldn't do it because until someone had showed up to claim whatever, we're just stuck. And like I said, this was one of the better turnovers that took place, right? It wasn't maliciously done. It was just a byproduct of systems, right? And yet across the street, there's another one where they kick the windows out every single time we change tenants.
Sasquatch, I'm pretty sure Ephesians 10 and 11 says, "Thou shalt not make fun of the dead." Y'all gonna stop this shit, okay?
I'll make fun of all the dead people. They can't get me.
And leave a mess behind, so y'all will have to clean it up, man. Okay?
We're not
They should
making
have took it with
fun.
them.
Look, this is just a reality of
First of
life.
all, I didn't
It's
pick on the
nothing
dead.
against them.
I picked on the system that left them for dead.
I think it's a little old lady that she can't keep up with their apartment the way that anybody. I'm not holding it against them. It's a byproduct of age. It's gonna fucking probably happen to me someday. Thank God I own my house, and it'll be my kids' problem.
And shout out to the chat. We have another goal that's been on to keep the show moving. You have 34 minutes to hit it or quit it. It's up to you. Yeah, I think nobody's really
Only
making
need, like,
fun
one.
of the deceased, leaving their stuff behind in that aspect because, I mean, that is up to their families. But I think one of the bigger problems that we're facing is the lack of family support. People have moved away from each other. People are not staying close to home. We've completely divided, and I think this goes to Mr. Fantastic's points earlier. I think we've completely divided the family unit, even to the external family. I feel like more people lived close to home. They like your uncle was like 2 blocks over. Your other aunt was 3 blocks away, and you still had that communal family built in. So people were able to take care of each other when they were faltering. Same goes for the elderly. I think we were able to move grandma in or keep grandma close enough to where we could check on her every day, so on and so forth. Now people just scatter. And I think that is the bigger problem, is that we just scatter. We're not staying close to home, which there's nothing wrong with scattering. I think we should be able to, pick and choose, but I think we're also chasing jobs. We're chasing colleges. We're chasing other things besides the family support system. And that's where we see the biggest failure come into play.
I'm gonna buy Brick some Nikes.
I have some, bro.
I gotta get a bridge card.
You get them with your food stamp card?
Yeah, I gotta get one. Dude, back when I used to have them.
I feel that a lot too, Sarah, what you're talking about, because I got family in all these different states, and we don't do family reunions like we used to no more and all of that. I feel what you're saying. I don't know. I think that's a very difficult thing, though, in today's time to really address. Can we even address that? Is there?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll blame the millennials, my own age group, on it. I mean, out of three siblings, like I was the only one that still stayed close home to the nest overall. My brothers, they're in and out of the States, following their careers and so on and so forth, with their own families, of course. But I would say the millennials really put a cap on that and really just made exit stage right from parents, exit stage right from toxic family members, right? We exit stage right. We said, nah, I don't want this. Like, I'm out. And we all decided to, not we, but like a lot, decided that the parents, if the parents were, didn't listen to you enough, or they were assholes, or they were whatever, we just exit stage right. We just don't tolerate anything anymore, which means we don't tolerate our own family. The whole blood is thicker than water kind of concept. We threw that away and we said, no, fuck that. I don't care if you're an asshole. I don't want to be around you. You're toxic. That word floats around a lot. You're toxic for me. You're not good for me. I don't want you around my kids. Yada, 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 yada.
We don't value it like we used to at all.
No, one of the biggest complaints I've seen on, for like reels or, on social media is parents that are like 60s and up, usually 50s to 60s. They're making the complaints that their kids don't talk, like kids my age or younger don't talk to them anymore. And it's like, we exit stage right. We didn't care.
We don't value most human interconnection anymore. And you see it even within our communities. People, this is why, the churches even, it's like, you get some churches that are good about it. Like, I think Dusty was saying, you went to a church for like 3 weeks, and then for months later at the grocery store, every time they saw him, like, you weren't at church.
They were stalkers.
I got a question for you.
Beth, I just can't believe you're on so many panels, Beth. How do you jump around so much?
She's a panel hoe. She's a panel hoe. Go ahead, Angry.
No,
you said that welfare was a human right, right?
Me?
No, Beans.
Okay.
You said it was a human right, right? You also said that we shouldn't be shaming people for being poor and needing that assistance, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So my last question is this. Have you ever done a show where you talked about content creators collecting cash apps?
Shaming them?
Yeah.
Not for collecting cash apps, but for
lying. You were lying, bro. Why are you doing this?
Can I let me answer the question?
Go ahead.
Not for the collection of the cash app, but for lying, bullshitting, producing phony ass content where you misleading people and getting paid to do it. Yeah, I hate that shit.
So a person, wait. So a person that is creating content, whether you agree with it or not, or better yet, a person that's creating content that you don't agree with should not be compensated for his content, but a person that's broke should be taken care of.
Not that I don't agree with
the chat, please feel free to compensate me for my hard work, and let's show Mr. Beans how we do it here. Hit that dono goal. Compensate. Go ahead,
I'm a
Mr.
content
Beans.
creator who literally posts and promotes his cash out. It's not that, but it's not about disagreeing, bro. It's when you lie. This is what I always say. Why do we have to lie? Right? So like, I did a video to show exactly what it looked like. I played it on somebody else's platform. And instead of them acknowledging the lie that I was pointed out, they wanted to roast me for lying. And I'm like, but I lied to show you what it looked like. And you don't want to acknowledge that, right? You just want to roast me for lying. But I just don't like that part, man. But the reason why I say that, because I want people to understand this. And Sarah put it in another term that I think was more palatable than me saying human right. But because I don't care about people being able to palate it, I'm sticking with human right, because we know when we understand what a right is, when you put human in front of it, then that's what you get, right?
But that's not a right. It's never been a right.
right? It's like so, and shout out to Clay because Clay, and I'm not joking when I say this, Clay is the only other person in the 5 years that I've been on YouTube doing content and being on panels. He's the only other person I've ever heard mention the social contract. Ever.
Yeah, because Clay's trying to get into heaven. Nobody's paying attention to Clay.
I'm not.
He's trying to get into heaven. Look,
but I'm just saying that's
bro.
the reason why, Angry Man. That's the reason why I say that it's a human right because of the social contract. You want me to adhere to that?
No, because y'all cannot bring up the social contract because of the simple fact that whenever I'm doing a show talking about the social contract as it pertains to men and women and how men and women interact with each other, everybody has a problem with the social contract. Then we have to be in the modern age and everybody gets to do whatever the hell they want to do.
No, and Alamo says, can't EBT food stamps entitlement programs be seen as an investment in society? At least some of those recipients will become net benefits to society when they may not have otherwise, correct?
Oh, yeah, that's an investment because 20 years from now, when one of the kids that was getting EBT when they was little robs my ass, that was definitely an investment.
Bullshit.
Or he becomes an NBA star or a rapper.
Let me do my anecdote.
Yeah, they come back.
Like to do.
Never.
And like I said, my mom, aunties, all of them was on welfare. My mom retired from teaching over 6 figures. I had 2 aunties that I lost to cancer, but both of them over 6 figures. My auntie, married, husband, over 6 figures. None of them ain't been on welfare since they was in their 20s.
Because they utilized it properly. We're not talking about the people that are utilizing it properly. We're talking about the people that are abusing it, Beans.
Okay, cool. So that's what I'm saying. I'm willing to have the conversation about the people who are abusing it as long as you acknowledge that this is a drop in the bucket.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The people that I'm talking about, Beans, because you're going to stop being disingenuous. I'm talking about the chick that gets EBT and her kids is dope boy fresh. I'm talking about the chick that does hair in her crib every day, is making money under the table, and she doesn't want to spend money on food because she knows she can get food stamps. I'm talking about the lady in the neighborhood that goes down to Sam's Club and gets a bunch of candy, and her house is the candy house, and everybody goes over there to buy candy that she bought with EBT, bro. I'm talking about the people that abuse the shit, fam.
You calling that abuse?
Homosexual
That is abuse.
That freaking sells nickel bags of weed. He sit on the couch all day playing 2K. People knock on the door. He sells the nickel bags of weed, and they got freaking Capri Suns and Hot Pockets and all types of shit because you get EBT, bro. You know what I'm talking about, fam.
All of that.
I know that woman.
This shit that's killing us. So
now I kind of want to hot pocket.
Can I jump
all
in
this?
really quick before we change the subject with
Go
that
ahead.
$50?
Yeah.
So, number one,
FG.
they've been cutting out welfare benefits since the 1980s regularly. So at this point, anything that's left as far as fraud abuse is fucking negligible. It just is, no matter how much you want to be offended and rage over it. Number two, if you can look at this graph of household wealth income distribution since just 1989 and tell me that little infinitesimal little bitty yellow line at the bottom, which represents 50% of the population, if you can tell me that those people are the problem, that they're the ones we have to go after, that they're the ones who have it so fucking good, if you can look at this graph and say that, you have something wrong with your brain, you have something wrong with your morals and ethics.
I absolutely
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
On your little graph there.
And what he was saying right there is exactly right. That you are just arguing over drops of water in the bucket.
You know what's not on your little graph there? The shit that I just got through saying, all of the money that they make under the freaking table that doesn't get reported on your little graph there, buddy.
Even if we double it, that would still only be 5%.
Shout out to the YouTubers.
And this is just since 89.
I was thinking,
40
that's
years.
about the population of YouTubers.
You guys were just saying earlier how great the 1950s were. What do you think the income in distribution?
The problem with your little graph is that it's all part of the plan. So no one cares if no one cares
Oh yeah, make a joke when you're actually fucking for the first time tonight.
Why don't everyone up here? Why don't everyone up here?
Effigy knows this
Every
shit,
single
man.
time you buy, send me a quarter. Send me a quarter since it's negligible. Send me a quarter every single time that you make a purchase, or better yet, let me steal it. Can I steal it out of your pocket? Every time you walk out of the house, let me steal like 10 cents out of your
What
pocket.
you're doing is worried about the corner stores getting robbed while every bank in the town is getting robbed every day constantly. That's what you're worried about. You're like,
really?
yeah,
What,
my Circle
you have a
K
graph
keeps
for that
having
too?
fucking potato chips taken out of it while
Do you have a
entire
graph
bank
for that
constantly
too?
every single day.
Do you have a graph for that too?
But are you allergic to data? Are you just going to keep making fun of there's a graph?
Absolutely. I'm very allergic to data.
Yeah, you're running the way. You're fucking having to make jokes instead of actually dealing with this point that I just brought. Look, you see that little bitty tiny yellow bit at the bottom? That's what you're worried about, bro. That's what you're worried about down there.
Your graph doesn't cover everything. Your graph only covers what the person that made the graph wanted it to cover, so that a douchebag like you could get up here and try to use it as a freaking talking point and a gotcha moment. It does not cover what actually goes on in the damn communities. See, the problem is you don't give a shit about this because you have a freaking Jesus complex. You want everybody to think that you care so much about the downtrodden people that need freaking
You are
food.
running like a
But
bitch.
me, on the other hand,
Like
I care about what it does to my community. I care about what those programs
Keep
and
running.
the level of entitlement that it breeds does
Entitlement?
to
Dude, you guys have shown so much more in fucking entitlement, right? Going after people who barely have anything. Do you even the fucking marginal utility that people have in the
barely have anything? Are you serious right now?
Look at barely have anything. Are you fucking stupid?
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something, bro. Check this out. Check this out, bro. There is absolutely nobody today in fucking America that's going to bed hungry, bro. I grew up with the fucking white peanut butter can and the fucking white box of fucking raisins and shit. I was actually fucking poor. You don't even know what the fuck poor is, you fucking douchebag.
I bet you I fucking do, asshole.
In 2025 is going to bed fucking hungry, you asshole.
That's an entitled attitude, dude.
No,
That's what entitlement sounds like. Yeah, it fucking is.
It's
Yeah, it
not
fucking
an
is.
entitled attitude.
To not understand that people actually are
And
suffering.
I'm not gonna play the fucking victim Olympics with you, bro. You have a fucking savior complex, fam.
No, I just see the world as it is.
You do. You do have a savior complex, because I guarantee you. Better yet, let me ask you a question.
I sure don't sit down on my tower and look down at people like you do.
How many soup kitchens do you volunteer at?
I don't volunteer at soup kitchens, but I do charity work.
What type of charity work do you do?
Awkward.
What type of charity work do you do, bro?
I don't have to fucking tell you, dude.
Of course. Oh, you don't have to tell me what type of charity work you do. So you're motherfucking Teresa, but you can't tell me.
I am not trying to fucking own some kind of like superior moral position. I'm just trying to say the world as it is.
Did by coming at me saying that I was fucking entitled and an elitist, and now
you're fucking entitled. Listen to you. Listen to the way you talk about fucking poor people.
No, don't deflect. What type?
You're the one deflecting. What are you talking about?
The people that do charity work, not only are they proud of it, but they will tell people so that other people can contribute to that charity. What charity work do you do, bro? You don't do any. You bring your ass to the internet and you virtue signal and pat yourself on the fucking back for pretending like you're Jesus Christ.
I'm not Jesus Christ. I'm not trying to pretend to be Jesus Christ. I'm just bringing up a good point that you have to fucking run out.
What charity? What charity?
I don't have to fucking.
When was the last time you were driving and saw a homeless person and reached in your pocket and gave them $100? When was the last time you did that?
Man, what's
No. When was the last time you did that? When was the last time you just reached in your pocket and gave $100 bill to a homeless person?
I done that before.
$100 bill?
Have you?
Yes,
Probably haven't. Yeah.
Angry man.
No,
you,
man.
you
I
gave
don't have a lot of
$100
money.
to a
I probably don't give
homeless.
$100 to homeless people now.
No, FG, chill. So you gave Mr. Angry Man. When did you give $100 to a homeless man? When?
Numerous times. I've even done it while I was on a live stream. Literally in my car.
And what do they say when you give them?
Literally. Nah, you ask me a question. Are you gonna let me answer the question, Shia LaBeouf?
Oh, that's fair because I'm white. Yes, that's fine.
No, you actually do look like him, though, bro. I'm not trying to say that just because you're white.
Reminder, hold
heard that
on.
before.
Reminder to Kazak, we're on stream and we have to be mindful of our words, so be gentle.
Yes, ma'am. No, I've actually heard the Shia LaBeouf, so I thought it was kind of funny.
You do actually look like him, though. I'm not just saying that because you're white. Go ahead.
No, that's a compliment. He's a good-looking guy. But how often have you gave $100 to homeless?
Every single time I'm out and about, if I have cash on me, I'll just give it to whatever homeless guy I see, because I see a lot of homeless people in the Raleigh area.
So, do you contribute to their drug addiction, or do you think that they might better themselves with it?
Well, unlike what this guy just said, I'm not elitist, so I don't automatically assume they're going to use it for drugs.
And that's fine. I did the same
But you
thing.
assume people are going to use their EBT for shit you don't like.
You said what? No, I'm speaking to that from my personal experience from watching people do it.
I've actually I've had people ask me for cash, and I went and I bought them groceries, and then they turned around and they said, "I don't eat meat." And I'm like, "Well, have fun with the groceries."
Well, I mean, well, here's the thing. When it comes to that, right? When it comes to that, if I'm going to participate in any type of charitable act, I'm not looking to see what's going to happen after I do the charitable act. So this whole thing with this guy putting up this freaking stat, I guess to try to shame people like me, like, no, I have a problem with people who abuse a system that is put in place to help people that actually need it. I know people that actually need EBT and they don't qualify for it. They don't. It is horrible.
Okay, and that's fair. That's him. That's him. I'm talking to you, right?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's him with what he's saying. What I'm saying is, there's been a few times that I would help people that ask for cash, and instead of giving them the money, I bought them groceries, and they just either denied that they eat meat or they laughed at me. That's happened a couple times.
Yeah, but you still did something out of the kindness of your heart. Still a good thing.
So what's the beef with the other situation?
I just told you. I literally just said it. He's pulling up a stat to say that something is negligible, but he's not even understanding the argument that I'm presenting. The argument that I'm presenting is that negligible thing that you're talking about that is something that we should just ignore, that little small percentage could be going towards helping people that actually need it.
Yeah, but then also I believe you said earlier that there are a bunch of people who should get it that can't, right? So, but every time you guys go after these programs, people put on limitations on them, and all the people that you're saying should be on it have gotten taken off because of the limitations put on people like the Republicans who keep fucking cutting welfare since the 80s.
And here's the thing about that. If you would have taken the time to have a conversation with me, you would know what my position is on those limitations. If a person actually needs it, say a person that's disabled or a person that's elderly, I don't think there should be a limit on that. I think we should be taking care of the disabled, the elderly, especially our veterans that are disabled. We absolutely should be taking care of them. That money should be going towards helping them in whatever way, whether it's housing, whether it's food, whether it's whatever. The thing about it is, where I come from, I watch a large portion of my community abuse this very thing that you're talking about. These are not people that are disabled. These are people that are able-bodied. I watched them as they sat around and schooled each other on how to G the system.
Yeah, Mr. Angry Man, I think you're right, man. I'm not going to argue with you.
And just to be clear, as far as charity, there have been numerous times, like usually, I don't go around with a lot of cash on me because I got cards or whatever, like most people, right? But if I have money in my pocket and I see and I'm pulling up and I see a homeless veteran out there, yeah, I'm going to give him the cash because I don't necessarily need the $40 or the $50 or whatever that I got in my pocket at the moment. In addition to that, there have been numerous times on my channel that somebody's come through and said, oh, I'm in this situation or I'm in that situation. And I'm like, okay, you know what? What's your Cash App? And I'll do an entire show where instead of me collecting the money, I'll have everyone send that money to that person. I've done that numerous times. So I'm not a person that is against charity. Let's just be clear about that. Sometimes I go in my closet and I have perfectly good clothes that I've spent all kinds of money on, and I just don't like them anymore, and I give them away to people.
But Angry Man, tell me this. If you give a person that was asking like $10 and you watch them go inside and they grab a burger and they eat it, does that not make you like low key kind of feel like I helped this fucker out?
Yeah, like, well, I don't pay attention to that. Like, I never see what they do with the money because I keep it going. Like, that's just me doing, my charitable, because I know what it's like to be in a position when I'm less fortunate and there's no help available. Like, I've been in a situation where I was one of the people that should have qualified for that type of assistance. I didn't qualify for it. Now, I didn't cry about it. I just went out and did what I had to do.
Yeah, I helped a couple people, and every now and then I helped a couple people. I'm like, they're going to be bad. But then there's been a few that I helped, and I literally watched them go inside and they grabbed a burger or a breakfast sandwich. I'm just like,
yeah,
legit.
Yeah, that guy needs to spend the change on the drugs, not the full money.
Sasquatch would like to make his exit. I'd like to give him the floor to do so. And before you do, Sasquatch, I'd like to kindly remind the chat, you are 6 out of 10 on the donut goal. You got 10 more minutes, less than 10 more minutes to finish it so that we can keep on paneling. Otherwise, we shut down.
You fuckers owe me money too.
And we
Tell
say
them they owe me
goodnight.
money too.
You do not owe Powder Dusty. You owe me money
Yes, they
because
do.
I'm the one in control of whether this panel
Tell
stays.
them what they owe me.
Sasquatch, go ahead with your bad self. Make your exit.
All of this conversation and every aspect of the information acquired to have the conversation is all derived from an ecosystem of social media. That social media is occupied largely by the world stage and not the American audience. For this reason, for every opinion you have that's an American opinion, you have 20 that aren't. And if you're discussing politics based off of Twitter and Facebook and various other things, you're probably fishing in a dry well in the first place.
You don't go fishing in wells. That didn't work.
It missed, but you get what I'm trying to say.
I think it works.
Trippy can't talk anything
I was
unless he
on
shows
a roll. I was really cooking.
I just changed my shirt.
All right, peace out. Much love, y'all.
Later.
Good night,
Bye,
Squatch.
Sasquatch. And I
Sasquatch.
wanted to hold on. I wanted to not you, Squatch. I wanted to Alexander. I'm guessing. Alexander? Did you have like a quick thought to add? Because I know you normally don't hang out, and I didn't want to make you wait backstage if you had a quick thought to add in. Alexander, did you fall asleep?
He died.
No, I didn't fall asleep. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I assume
False
you had a
alarm.
quick thought to add in because you don't normally hang out on the panel.
Yeah, somebody else already covered it, so there's not much.
What did Dusty say? Dusty is he's worse.
I
than
thought he
Daniel.
died back there. I was
Daniel's
about to
the
go into
worst
eulogy mode.
Here lies Alexander Ritt. All right, I messed his name up already.
Well,
question.
Kazak added a big 50 is to say goal. We all love when we get pink and red colors on my screen. It is my favorite color. So please feel free to continue flooding the screen with red and pink as it is my favorite. And Alexander sent the big 40 to say keep her moving. So I will bless the chat and say that your goal is officially completed. But if you want to complete it just to make it complete, because you know I like things complete, please feel free to do so in chat. I love you so much. And I want to kick it back up here to Kazak, dropped 50 earlier. We got a little dismantled. So he wants to ask or shift the topic. Let's talk about why we are so offended with Trump's deportation.
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 Because 98% of the people that he's detained haven't been deported. Like he has like a 2% success rate so far. It costs a lot of money to keep these people up. He's been like detaining people, you know, who are going to their court hearings and not like the criminals and the secret ones we don't know about. Yeah, because the whole thing.
What is it called?
Illegal immigrants.
That
No. What
derangement syndrome is really flaring up, isn't it?
Not the TDS. Not the TDS.
Wow,
I
what
was
a
going to
great
say,
defense, dog. Everything that I can't argue against.
Hold on. Everybody stop for a second. I think Effigy and Darko are probably the only two that are outnumbered here in this conversation. So I want to make sure that we give them the time to talk because there's going to be 8 of you attacking them. And of course, Almighty Nate knows
I'm on their side
it's
here. I'm on their
my
side.
Almighty Nate.
favorite
Almighty Nate.
freaking color. I'm
know
going to
their side yet.
leave that beautiful color up on my screen for a little while. Darko, I'll hand it back to you.
Maybe
And
you're a sick fuck.
be mindful of the interruptions. Thank
I'm
you.
going to yell at him. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, Trump's immigration policy is wholly ineffective. You know, he's been ignoring due process rights. He's been detaining a lot of citizens on accident, and you know, like just revoking visas for no reason. And yeah, and also not successful. As I said, 98% of people who are
did a
detained.
terrible job.
Hold on. What did I just say? Let him fucking finish his thought, Flo.
Okay.
He's doing
That was
bad.
me. I did it first. I did it before Flo.
You too, Trippy. Shut the fuck up. Let him at least finish it, and then we can kick it back to you, okay? I promise
Yeah,
you'll
man,
have a
shut the
turn.
fuck up.
I promise you'll have a turn, little baby. Go ahead, Darko.
Yeah, so the Trump administration is issuing like more detainers and is like less successful, like in an absolute number of actually following through and detaining people from those issued detainers. Yeah, as I said, 2% success rate with deporting people. It's costing the taxpayers a bunch of money to detain all these people for extended periods of time. Citizens are getting detained. Yeah, I mean that's the issue with.
Oh, now we care about the taxpayers spending money.
Yeah. So like, you've got you guys complain about
have free
due
healthcare,
process.
huh?
But once due process starts happening, now it's an unsuccessful deportation run. Do you see what you're doing? You just
what do
fucking
you
move
mean?
the goalpost
Yeah,
every
that's
time
why-
that you
that's
think there's a
what-
chance.
exactly.
You're like, oh
That's
no,
why-
they're not getting due process. Oh my God, they're all
not a
getting deported.
point,
No,
Chip.
now they're not
Not a
getting
point.
enough deported. Oh my God, it's taking too long. Due process is happening. Oh no, due process is
The
bad.
point is that
Process
people are being
good.
brutalized unnecessarily.
Oh my
Yeah,
God!
wait,
I
you
was
gotta know what's
prepared.
happening?
Your audience
came
here.
Are
here
Let me
people being
speak for the
detained?
immigrants.
Hold
Let me
on. Go
speak
ahead,
up for the
Flo.
immigrants. The problem with lefties is that they have no fucking logic, just emotions. The reason that we don't want all this ice running around and kicking indoors and doing that good stuff is one, there is very few things I can think of that's as big a problem as too much law enforcement with not enough to do, right? Just as a rule. Second of all, having an untaxed labor source in the country improves prices on a whole bunch of things for all of us. We're sitting on top of a ton of concrete infrastructure that, for instance, because I used to work in concrete, that benefits from cheap labor. We then acquire some of the savings. Also, we're not replacing our population through fucking. So, an economy can't
slaves.
grow if there's not people in it to grow it. So
you're saying
from
we
a self-serving standpoint, our economic prosperity kind of depends on us importing people.
Yo, Dusty, I'm gonna DM something to you on Discord. I think you're gonna like it.
I don't want to see it.
Yes, you do. You're gonna love it.
Oh.
You're gonna love it. It's
All right.
definitely not phallic shaped at all.
It's not Lotion Gate. Is it
It's
Lotion
not.
Gate?
It has something to do with it though. I mean, you can use this for thumbnails. I'm just giving it to you. It's free hour.
Oh.
I just
I
hate the
actually
fact that people
largely
get so
agree with
offended.
Flo. Yeah, you said it very.
That's
well.
what I'm saying.
I like
Lefties got to figure out how to put themselves in other people's shoes and argue in a way that their audience will, instead of just getting caught in their own feelings. Like,
Well, I mean, I'm
Well,
answering the
Zach,
question
I already
that was
asked you the
posed.
question on this the last time we had this discussion. I asked you point blank. I said, "Is it okay to break the Constitution as long as you get illegal immigrants?" And you said yes. And we're not going to fucking meet in the middle on that. I'm not breaking the Constitution equals bad.
Nobody broke the Constitution to get rid of illegal immigrants.
I have a
Fourth
question for
Amendment?
Effigy.
Yeah,
Effigy?
Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, First Amendment. Like we're just
Yeah,
going after
we
people.
already went on. We
He's gonna
already
go
went over
out.
this. We had a whole discussion about this with Powder Dusty. We already broke this down to the molecule. Nobody broke
So
the
are you gonna
Constitution, bro.
run away from
And
it.
I
Then?
really don't want to relitigate it.
let's
You don't wanna
go.
talk
Round
about it? You
two.
wanna run away?
You got a
I don't
cup?
wanna relitigate
You
it.
got a cup on you?
Because you can't.
I don't want to relitigate because you
Because
said
you can't. Because you're incapable of it.
you said some wild shit, Powder Dusty.
I
Like
want to see a cup go the other way this time.
No, actually, I do want to hear, just kind of recap it a little bit, if you can, why it is not a Fourth Amendment violation when you really do see these ICE raids going on.
They're here illegally. We're trying to get rid of 22 million of them. There is a lot of them. Also,
that's
Effigy, real
not
quick.
an explanation.
Real quick. Effigy, you had those statistics on the people receiving EBT. What, or do you have statistics on how many of those people receiving EBT are obese? There's a question from my chat.
I didn't have up statistics about EBT. The statistics I had up were income distribution in America.
Okay.
That's
Do you have
what kind of
statistics
channel are you
on
running?
how many
That's
people in the bottom rungs of society are obese?
No, why?
As far as financially.
Wouldn't that be more likely because the cheapest food is the worst for you?
I mean, yeah. I didn't bring it up to just straight up disagree with you. Somebody in my chat asked.
What's the point?
Somebody in my chat asked.
The implication.
There's definitely a correlation between the
big
cheapest
ol'
fucking
women.
processed food being bad for you and people being poor and can only afford the cheapest
I think
food.
they're trying to imply that obesity is related to abundance instead of to malnutrition.
That's not true at all.
It's not true
What's that,
fucking
Pat?
at all.
I have the
Go ahead,
answer to
Beth.
that question. It says some research finding approximately 30% of SNAP participants are obese compared to 17% of eligible non-participants.
Oh, why is that, Beth?
Another study found 44% of SNAP participants were obese.
Why?
While another found 26.5 of long-term SNAP eligible participants.
It's because the SNAP
Well, first give me the percentage of the entire
high.
country that's obese, and then we can actually gauge your numbers.
Does it tell you how many are malnourished?
That's a good question.
Probably not that high.
I'll look
Or
it up.
actually, no,
I
probably
think it-
high as hell.
For non-eligible.
I think it comes down to again,
Sorry.
Well, they
what
eat well.
you can afford to look, if you're getting let's say you're getting $217 a month, and you got to figure out how to stretch that because
That's pretty
you're
specific.
on
Yeah, that's
disability or
baby
something.
numbers.
Oh well,
Yeah.
like my mom's elderly, right? And she went to get the bridge card and food stamps, same thing. And they offered her $16 a month.
Yeah, I
That's it.
don't qualify.
yeah.
I
Most
only
of the
get
SNAP is Little Debbie's or high sodium food. That's why
That's why they were
the weight
moving.
is big.
That's why they're trying to remove snack
I
foods
think
off
this is
of
just
the
one of those
EBT
telling
and SNAP
lenses
and
where
push
you
card
look
and
at a
all.
specific thing and one side looks at this number and says, oh, it's because they're eating so well because they're engorging themselves on the dime of others. And another group of people look at it and go, well, that's probably because the cheapest, shittiest food is the worst for you and makes you
That's
fat.
100%. Yeah,
I do
dude,
agree
and we
with that.
finally did it.
Food is the SNAP.
We did it, Effigy. We
But
talked
the
at the same
reason-
time. Holy shit!
We're
The
not
reason
same
I
person.
said
was not
First of
hard.
all, bro,
The
all
reason
of
I
the
asked
food
how
is
Go ahead,
all of
Clay.
the food
Go
is
ahead,
shitty.
Clay. Go ahead, Clay.
The reason
All of it.
the reason I asked how many are malnourished, I was actually referring to the ones who are eligible and don't get it. The reason I asked that is because there's a median where this is like your ideal weight, right? And that's what they're going by. So
I
you're
looked it up.
like I'm
it doesn't have a
I'm
percentage
supposed to
of
be
that.
185 at 6 foot. I'm supposed to be 185 at 6 foot because I'm 200 pounds. They'd say that I'm overweight.
You are
But
not
the
6
reality
foot.
is, I'm healthy, right? And that's the truth. I am.
You're
You're
eligible
coping.
for
I'm 100%
You're
National
coping.
right at
Debbie's.
6 foot.
Ah, yes, Clay, the picture of
Bro,
health.
I'm a big
It's
fat
Clay
fine.
is
looked it up,
5'10" and a
there's
half,
no
and he weighs 220. Let's be real.
There's no data
Bro,
for underweight
I'm
or
6 foot,
malnourished
okay?
on
And
EBT.
200 pounds, bro. I am a beast, bro, and you can't even handle it, bro. And I get it.
It's all right.
It's
Hey,
okay.
I'm 6'1".
But the thing is if
I'm
I
still
was
taller
under,
than you.
the thing is if I was under 185, then they would say I'm malnourished. So either I'm malnourished or I'm overweight. So it's a bad thing to go by to say these people are overweight or malnourished. It's like, yeah, that's human. That's literally
We're all
human.
malnourished. If
also
you live
why-
in America and you're eating this crap, you're malnourished.
Yeah, but it's also why a lot of doctors don't even trust BMI. They don't use it any longer. A lot of doctors, not every one of them, some of them still do. But body mass index, and yeah,
I don't even know if I don't even know if we're actually eating chicken. If
I don't
we're
even know
being
if we're
totally
eating
honest.
I
I think-
question it sometimes. I
think all the
question
chickens-
everything now.
I
I
think we ran out
don't
of
believe
chickens
food
in
is
the
food
90s.
anymore.
That's just
I like
That's why I stick by hot dogs.
That's why I keep a
Pizza's
garden in my
pizza's
own
plastic.
chickens.
Delicious Armor hot
Plastic
dogs.
oils.
Not sponsored.
Because do you
Armor
notice,
hot
hey,
dogs.
Sarah,
But
do
yeah,
you
I mean,
notice
the food-
when we were
hold
kids,
on.
do you notice that the burgers tasted different when we
Yes.
were kids
Yes.
as opposed to now?
Now
So,
it just tastes like I'm eating something that's
Definitely.
just kind of like squished together. That's
It's been
you
ate
know what I
twice.
mean?
It's kind of
Like,
Why is
like
it that-
I feel like it's like the Play-Doh machines where you squish it through and it
Yeah.
comes out as something else. That's what I feel like I'm eating sometimes, and it's like, oh, I know this is terrible for me. I know it's not real. It can't be. It just
Have you
can't
seen it?
be.
Have you
I
seen
do
it,
have
Sarah?
another interesting stat when you're ready.
Go for it, Beth.
Tinfoil hat.
So
To the lady.
in 2024, a study on adults,
Yes, those.
a study on adults aged 18 to 64 in 5 U.S. states found that 23.7% of the total sample reported having diabetes or pre-diabetes. 54.4% of that sample participates in SNAP.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and
Among
diabetes, right? So that's a medical condition. Like
I'm talking
that's
about me.
actually a disability, right? So it would
It's
be natural for
not-
people who are on disability to participate in these programs.
But it also
It's
includes
not a being a
pre-diabetes.
diet.
Did you forget about
Being
disability?
a diabetic. Hold on though. Being a diabetic is not necessarily a disability. You
Yeah.
you're still active. You can still play
Type
sports.
one.
And
You could, yeah, type 1.
Not
1.
type 1.
Type 1 disability, type 2 is not.
yeah, and that's what I just
considered.
said is that included people who have
Yeah.
pre-diabetes, which means they are developing it from what they're taking.
Well,
into.
once
A lot of
again,
times-
we've reached the fork in the road, right? So you either have to look one way and say, well, all these people are eating all this shit, they're making themselves get diabetic. Or you can look the other way and say, all this processed food has a bunch of fucking corn syrup injected into all of it. And most of the shit we eat has sugars put into it.
Sure.
And maybe it's that.
Or you could look at it like me and all
And
the other
always
type
assume
ones.
the
Look at
worst
it.
of people. Sometimes it's just the situation they're in and the food that they're given.
Who can agree that
Somebody- hold
Robert
on,
F.
somebody
Kennedy
made a good point
gets
one day on the
he's
show I saw
unbearable
before.
listening to?
You guys,
Somebody,
I don't
wait,
know
one
what either
second.
one of y'all
Somebody
said.
made a
Go
good
ahead,
point on
Mr.
the show I
Beans.
saw
Go ahead.
before, right? Where they said next time you go into the grocery store, look at this. And I did. It was like when you go into the grocery store, you have produce and you have vegetables. It's one section. And the whole rest of the grocery store is processed shit and meat. Everything else is the whole grocery store is processed shit. And
I got a better one for you,
and
Beans.
you got some fruit, grapes, and pineapples and shit over here, which is also sugary, by the way.
I got a better one for you, Beans. I bet you didn't even notice this. When you walk into the grocery store in the fruit section, you can't smell the fruit. You used to be able to smell the fruit. I
Wait,
remember
they
you
stop
walk in there.
from smelling the fruit
That's a
now?
good point. I never thought about that. We have an Amish grocery store that I love going to. When you walk in there, you can actually smell the food.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
are
but
we?
there's
Because
a reason
they
for that,
have
though.
all of the pesticides and things covering it, and like delivery, like coverings and all of that stuff. That's
Yeah.
why it's very important to clean all of your fruits and veggies. But I would imagine that would be why. Whereas the Amish, they're growing it, rinsing it off, and then deliver right up the street. You know what I mean? The process is significantly different.
It tastes so much different. Like moving out here,
real.
the time I had strawberries
Right.
at the Amish farms, it's like
Right.
I've never had a strawberry in my life.
Because it's
Like,
real.
that's a
Watermelon
fact.
too. Holy
New to
shit!
the
Well, wait, but Angry Man, I'm glad you said that out loud. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand that people think there's a food stamp store, but I promise you, they shop at the same grocery store as y'all do.
I know.
Right? So I don't know. I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Like they buying the same shit everybody else is buying.
I know, but see, here's the thing. Like
You're
the
just
thing
not
about
making
it.
wise choices.
The thing about it, like if you, what he said, what Effigy said, or somebody said this, is true. Like when you have food stamps, the person is trying to shop more frugally. They're trying to get the cheapest thing they can get. And I can tell you right now, if you're trying to eat healthy, that shit is expensive.
Yeah.
Like it's nowhere near, you know, it when you really think about it, you're like, damn.
Try to get as much as you can for the dollars that you have, because you know you only get them once a month. But
yeah,
even with me, I have a $100 a week budget. Now sometimes I go over it, but that's why I got Walmart Plus so that I can have my stuff delivered. Because when I use the Walmart Plus, I get what I know I want, and it comes to my door. When I go in there, I always end up overspending. So
Get a
the
bunch of
last
stuff
time I
you don't
went,
need.
Saturday, I went. I said I was supposed to spend $100. I spent $200.
Don't shop
Right.
when you're hungry.
Yeah, right.
So-
Well, there's a
Oh
conspiracy.
my God! Yes.
I'm bad at that one.
Guys, look at Dusty.
I
Look at
always
Dusty.
make sure I go and make
Look at
lunch.
Dusty. The clownverse is spreading. You are watching the birth of the clownverse. It's real.
Why is your mask pixelated?
Why is your
That's
mom
that's so he could see through it.
So I've been wanting to say this for a minute with that Angry Man.
What's that?
Oh no!
Oh, now we got
Oh my God!
Oh, Pennywise.
Getting scary.
Oh, Pennywise.
Happy Halloween. It is officially Halloween now.
It is October 31st.
Oh my goodness, it is. And
my
speaking of,
goodness.
by the way, to the audience and to the panelists, tomorrow, I believe at 5:00 p.m. EST, I will be hosting a open panel grab bag topic. So be sure, I put a post out there. Go list your topics that you want to hear on the panel. I do have some leftovers from the last grab bag topic that we did, but I would love to have some more added in, especially with this new conversation. But set your alarms for tomorrow at 5:00. Your asses need to be here for the panel, for the power of the panelverse.
Panelverse.
That's what you should
I heard
title
about
it.
Oh my God.
Power
Trippy,
of the
I need
powdered
you to back me
panelers.
up real quick. Angry Man, I got a question.
What's up?
I'm not backing you up. He's scary.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
He
back you
gets
up.
angry.
What's the question?
Go ahead.
No, I was just changing the subject, but just curious. If that Irina Zaruska, if she was racist, would she still be alive right now?
Oh my God.
If who?
That doesn't even make
Oh
sense.
boy, we've already done this one before.
If who?
Okay, my bad. I
The
won't talk about it
Ukrainian woman
again.
who was
Oh, the Ukrainian woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said if she was a racist, would she be? I don't know. Because racists still have to ride the bus.
Yeah, but would she have sat in front of a crazy black man? Yes or no?
She didn't know he was crazy at the time.
All right, then. Fair enough.
Well, what if
So,
she thought that every black man was crazy?
Like the thing about that, like the thing about it, she's on the bus, and that was really messed up. And it's like she didn't know he was crazy. Even if she was, let's say for argument's sake, she was a racist, but she still got to ride the bus. Like in this day and age, I'm pretty sure there's been plenty of times somebody that's racist has sat next to somebody else.
Oh yeah.
Well, what about the people next to her that just like didn't do anything?
They didn't want to get stabbed.
Ha. Okay.
Like, they didn't want to get stabbed. Like, bro, if you're on a bus and
Yeah, I would have
somebody
helped her. Yes.
somebody's stabbing someone, and the only thing you can offer is, like Richard Pryor said, a hand with some skin on it. What can you do, bro? Like, look, I tell you who you need to blame.
It was
You
a
need to
knife. I would have helped
blame. You
her.
need to blame all these gun control people, because
What?
there may have been somebody on the bus with a firearm that could have stopped him.
Or the people next to
wait, several
or the
people
people
with
next
guns
to her.
were surrounding.
Hold on. Go ahead, Darko. I think I heard you first, and then Effigy.
There's
Charlie
like two
Kirk
people
was
next to her
surrounded
that
by
could have
guys
helped.
with guns.
Okay, that's not the same situation.
Yeah, everybody turn around and fire where you heard the bullet come from. That's safe.
Yeah, like that's not the same
what the fuck,
situation.
dude?
There's a huge difference between being in close quarters with a guy with a knife and you have a gun, as opposed to a freaking sniper from where God knows where shooting a freaking bullet. That's entirely different, bro.
Yeah, sure, but you're like advocating for, everyone has guns all the time, just in case someone tries to stab you, but it's not going to help for, if someone tries to shoot
And you're
you, which is
advocating
way
for
more
nobody,
likely.
and you're advocating for nobody to legally have a gun, which means we're all going to be at the mercy of all of
advocated
the
for that
criminals
ever.
that don't care
Also,
about having a legal gun.
Also, what gun
about-
control in North fucking Carolina
Right
stopped
about
anyone
it.
from carrying a gun?
You said what?
I said that also what gun control in North Carolina stopped anyone from carrying a gun in there?
No, Alexander, she sat in front of
Here.
him. Nice try.
Here's something else. You can't judge people based on how they react in a moment like that. There's flight, right?
Fight or
Fight, flight, and freeze.
Let me ask Effigy
More
a
people
question.
freeze than anything else.
Effigy, can you open carry your firearm on a city bus?
Would it depend where, what the state laws are? I don't know.
You just brought it up. You said North Carolina. You said what restriction in North Carolina would stop you from carrying a gun?
Yeah, I don't know. I was asking the question, like what restrictions in mostly Republican-controlled North Carolina would have stopped people from carrying a gun there?
Even if you're in a Republican-controlled state, there's still rules. There's certain things you can't do. If you're not allowed, there's certain places, even if you have a concealed carry like I do, there's still certain places you cannot carry that gun.
Sure, but
Alexander
CCW.
Sorry, Jack, and I'll give it back to you. She didn't sit in front of him. He sat behind her. Also, the people near her were in shock. They didn't even realize what happened. Also, it was a sneak attack. Guns wouldn't make a difference here. I agree with that. But I think also the fear of not knowing who's going to have a gun and who's not. Like, for instance, in Texas, knowing that people can conceal carry, they can open carry, right? I probably wouldn't go starting shit just anywhere or with anyone because I don't know who can kill me with their pew-pews. So I think that it still would have been a deterrent.
To Alexander, here's the thing.
Go behind her.
I'm not saying that you could have stopped him with a gun. The way he did that, it was so quick and out of nowhere. I don't even think she realized she was stabbed until she, looked down. And because when you get stabbed, you don't feel it right away, right? You're like, you're in shock. But what I'm saying is, if somebody had a gun, they could have still stopped him because he could have went on to stab more people. He just happened to do it to one person. He could have kept on stabbing people.
Oh, and to answer your question, you're not allowed to open carry on a public bus in North Carolina. I had to look it up.
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah, but you could have a CCW on a city bus.
No.
Oh my God.
No, because if you can't open carry, if there's a place, like say you go to a store and they've got a sign up that says you can't have a gun in there. It doesn't matter if you've got a concealed carry or if you're open carry, you can't take it in there.
No, you will be taken out of the store once they see that you have it. You'll be told,
Look,
gotta leave.
Zach can't get through his fucking head here and why he keeps asking this stupid fucking question. It is just as likely if that chick never would have gotten on the bus that man just would have stabbed the nearest other person, right?
Most likely white, because he did walk away saying, "I killed that white girl." He said that.
Yes, it was a crazy guy saying something after he did a crazy thing. Like he could have. The fact that it was a fucking crazy dude. It wasn't just a racist being racist, right? It was a crazy fucking guy who was in and out of the mental health.
But
And I agree just as likely stabbed the black lady.
And I agree with that. He was
she looked at me wrong, right?
I agree with that. He was likely to stab anybody that was sitting in front of him. But at the end of the day, this wouldn't be an issue if we actually put crazy people in the damn nut house like we used to.
I was going to say something similar. Like
Wait,
every
wait,
single
is it
person who's
felons, or is it giving more people guns?
There was no reason to put him in the nut house.
We can give guns and put crazy people in the nut house.
The last crazy thing he had done was call the cops
I'm
too many
carrying-
times, and he was confined for like, I don't know, however long, 3 days I think you can hold. But calling the cops too much is a pretty mild, last offense.
It's a pretty huge escalation.
Alexander
Pretty big
says,
jump.
also talk to any cop. If you're within 21 feet of someone with a knife, your firearm isn't going to do jack all. Also, I watched the video like 50 times. He walked up behind her and sat down, then attacked her.
Yep. He planned to kill that person. He approached her, went behind her, grabbed her, stabbed her, done. And then you got all these people going, oh, every time there's a mass pew-pewing, it's always somebody who's insane. Maybe it's got something to do with the pills we're shoving down their throat. Maybe it's the warning on the bottle that says that it might cause that kind of ideation. Maybe it's all
I
fucking
gotta
pills.
address that
How about
comment.
that?
He said if you're within 21 feet of someone with a
Because they can
knife,
move quick enough to stab
your
you.
firearm isn't going to do anything.
It was phrased poorly. What he's
It's a
saying is they can
21-foot
close the
rule. We all
distance.
get caught in it.
If somebody with a knife can close that distance before you can draw a gun and shoot it. That's what
Yeah,
he's
if you're a person that doesn't keep the damn hammer cocked and one in the chamber.
You're doing this if
I am
thing,
that
which
kind
is
of
like-
person.
That's what it is. It's one in the chamber.
You said what, Jack?
You're talking about people who are like open carrying with like no training. Like again, like most people are bad with guns. Like most
you're
people
talking
even
about
have
most
them.
people. My bad. Because if you're 21 feet of me with a knife,
like
you're
the
not
people you'll
closing
encounter.
no distance. The only distance that's gonna get closed is between you and the ground after that bullet hits you.
Yeah. I understand that you think this, but like the data has borne out that like a pistol for home defense is worse than a bat because like again people are bad at using guns.
Jack, don't make the assumption I've never shot someone.
I'm not talking. I don't care about you. Like you
don't
don't
make
mean
the
anything to
assumption.
me. I'm talking about real life.
But Jack, there's
The
no
society.
statistics for situations that were avoided because of the presence of a gun.
Exactly.
Yep, exactly right. Just like there's no statistics on whether or not tampons or pads are better. Wait, no, there's probably statistics on that. I'm sorry. Oh, look, I finally got Angry Man with a little laugh. Yay! Yay.
Dude, I've been laughing at you all
Angry
night,
Man came in hot and heavy earlier. I was like, yes, we finally get the actual Angry Man. Last time you were here, I don't think it like took forever for you to like get hot for it. Oh my god, hell yeah!
Yeah, I was
Finally.
just chilling.
Angry Man.
He comes in so nice and so pleasant, and
He's
then
awesome.
boom, it's like
Angry Man,
Amazing.
the argument is that bullets write leftist slogans on them all by themselves. Bullets do it themselves. And
I don't know. All I know is regardless of that stat and him talking to cops, where I come from, if you bring a knife to a gunfight, you gonna get shot. Period.
That's right.
I don't give a damn how quickly you close the distance. I know dudes that got shot and they still beat the dude up. So like,
yeah.
I'm
I understand you come from a town of like a couple hundred people, but like again, we're talking about
couple hundred
society at
people?
large here and not your lived experience.
I think what
a
he's
town
citing,
from a town of a couple hundred people. Okay.
I think
something
what
like that,
Jack is
but,
citing is, well, maybe not though. There was a video floating around the internet a few years back, and it was police officers talking about, well, actually showing their training. So they're ready, they're trained with a firearm, and then they would have an assailant with a knife stand several feet away and then lunge at the officer. And it was like 8 times out of 10, they got to the cop before they could draw their firearm.
Yeah, because it's a cop.
Yeah.
And I hate to have to go there, but you know what?
That's
I'm
still
not
trained,
even.
though.
I'm not even gonna go there.
And for some reason,
And
Jack
if it
thinks
was a
that people that
military
buy
guy.
guns.
If it was a military guy, like if it was somebody from the military, and you close that distance pretty quick, I'd be like, wow, I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
But a cop,
They're
like,
just gonna
no.
shoot your
'Cause I think
dog.
it was a newscaster who was holding the knife and went after the cop, and the cop just couldn't get his gun out before the night.
Y'all think cops are impressive? They're not impressive, bro. I hate to tell you that. Like they're not.
Well, I hate to tell Jack, but dude, people who buy guns, they
Not being
do
impressive, right? It's about
train.
people who have mandatory firearm training, right?
Like firearm training
And
is
they're mandatory firearm training
Angry
is,
man,
is what I'm telling you.
Are
And-
trained more in firearms than military.
And regular people
Sorry.
train too.
Alexander comes in with another 10. And speaking of sending money, our darling sweet Artie, a lovely lady, is hanging out backstage. She wants to come up on stage, and she's been sitting back there forever. So if you want to hear another sexy lady voice, you know what to do. Alexander
Can we have
says,
a sample?
just to be clear, she's been here before. Just to be clear, between the OODA loop and
OODA
adrenaline. Oh, what's the OODA loop?
OODA loop. That's someone.
I will Google.
You just
I
make
will
a noise.
Google. I don't know off the top of my
It's
brain.
called
I
the
don't know.
OODA loop. That's when you're you do the same thing over and over.
OODA loop and adrenaline, you're highly unlikely to be able to notice what's happening. Understand it, draw your weapon, and aim and fire in 1.5 seconds.
It says a four
Uncle
stage.
Guns says observe, orient, decide, act.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it says it's a four-stage decision-making framework created by the U.S. Air Force Colonel, I almost said Colonel John Boyd. It consists of observe, orient, decide, and act, just like said by Uncle Guns. Ooh.
Yeah.
Hey,
So like
Trippy,
for
what would you
context,
do
I live
if
in a
you-
state where open carry is totally fine. Like you need no license. Like I don't need a CCW to just like walk around my neighborhood with my like gun attached to
it
my hip. I
scary?
just can't conceal it. And like, yeah, I mean, just the average person who's allowed to just walk out with a gun with literally no like licensure. I'm sorry.
Oh wait, no, that is not
100%
true at
over.
all. The average person doesn't just walk out with a gun.
What do you mean?
You seem like one of those people that would bring. You seem like a person that would believe in the gun show loophole. It's not real. You have to go through a process before you're allowed a firearm.
Straw sales. Yeah. I don't know what the gun
Strawman is fuck.
gun show
Trippy, come on.
loophole is.
No, that's stupid, dude. Like they disproved the gun show loophole years ago.
Yeah. Straw sales.
And Almighty Nate has allowed our darling Artie to make her way to the panel. Artie.
Thank you, Nate. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
I
How's
told
I
you
knew
it was a
Art's voice
lovely
last time.
voice. Yeah, you talked with Artie last time.
Like I legit thought she was someone else.
Matter of fact, I'm bugging because we have a bona fide Chi-Town dude up here. Beans, let me ask you a question. If you're out on the block and you got your piece on you, and a dude whips out a knife and he's 21 feet away from you, is he gonna be able to stab you before you shoot him?
Yes.
Hell no.
Yes, Mr. Beans, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Respectfully, I have to say I don't know because I don't like guns. But in general, I don't see that happening.
I do.
Not for the
You
guys.
got a high point and it jammed.
Not for the
Thank
guys that I know. I don't see that happening.
Thank you.
Alexander says, my state has CCW without license. There's no restriction on concealing or displaying a pew-pew.
Hey,
okay. The
Do you think it's better? Do you think? Let me ask the panel. Do you think it's better to not have these restrictions, or do you think it's better to have restrictions on concealing or displaying a weapon?
Wait, Sarah, when you say restrictions, would that include having to register it?
Oh, I think they have to be registered, right? But
Conceal or open.
for
You're just
instance,
talking whether or
here
not
in Maryland, if I wanted a concealed carry or even open carry would be even harder. But even if I wanted a concealed carry, let's say I own a bar, and every night after I close the bar down, I walk home with tons of cash because I have to turn it into the bank the next day. I could apply to the state to get a concealed carry in order to protect myself, knowing that that is a very high stake issue. However, if I'm just regular Sarah with nothing going on and no potential risk on a daily basis, I would have a harder time obtaining a concealed carry in order to do so, or let alone an open carry. So he's saying that there's no restriction on concealing or displaying one, which means they wouldn't have to go through all of the application processes that I would have to go through in order to just carry my weapon around. I could have it in my home. I could take it to the gun range. I could take it if I'm a hunter, I could go to the woods with whatever it is that I'm hunting with. But overall, I can't just walk around the grocery store with a weapon in my purse.
Yeah, that's not right. I think the only
and Alexander can.
I think the only thing that should be required is the gun safety class.
Mhm.
I think that should be the only requirement in my opinion. That, and that you're not like mentally ill or a violent felon. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, my only thing I think about is the registration, right? I just think if it's your gun, I think there should be some sort of registration so that we know it's your gun. But other than that, I don't think if you're gonna let people carry guns, like I live in Kentucky right now, Sarah. Gotta tell you, when I first moved down here, it was uncomfortable because it's open carry.
Mhm.
It was really uncomfortable for me, just
Well, what
seeing
if your
all
gun's
this-
stolen? If your gun's stolen, it's going to be traced back to you or no?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
you have to report it. You have to report it stolen. Like the moment it's stolen, you need to report it.
But a lot of people, they burn off that serial number.
Not very
Yeah,
many.
that's how I get
considered
mine.
felony.
That's not
That's like
often.
planning a
illegal,
crime. That's
isn't
what that is. Yeah.
Yeah,
But at least if you have the registration, then we know.
Why would you take
gun
the
registries
serial
are
number?
unconstitutional.
Why would you take the serial number off of your legal firearm?
No,
because it
if
looks
it's
cooler.
stolen, stupid.
Oh, you mean if it's stolen? Well,
Yeah,
here's
that's
the
why
thing.
they
Here's
do
the
it.
thing. You're reporting it. You're only reporting the gun stolen so that you have no liability. Because even if they take the
so
gun,
that's good to you, but stolen guns, they take off the serial number.
okay, but
That's
that
what they
gun
do.
could still have your fingerprints on it,
Mhm.
and they could still use it. And then all of a sudden, you're implicated in a crime. So you're trying to cover your ass. Even if they remove the serial number, you could still, if you clean the gun, you could still have a fingerprint on any part of that gun.
Yep.
Well, yeah, but
Beth, you
people
wanna
that
chime
steal
in?
guns,
I
they're
do.
not gonna barehand the gun. They're gonna wear
Go,
gloves.
go ahead, Beth.
Even first of all, Kazak, even then there's certain acids they can apply in most cases when the serial number has been like filed down, where they can
Yeah.
still tell what the number is and trace it back to its rightful owner.
And certain bullets
I
even
tend
leave
to-
certain did. Yeah, I'm
I
sorry,
tend to-
Beth.
I tend to agree with what Angry Man said about it, but I also agree with Dusty that I don't like the idea of my government knowing what firearms I may have. Especially with how often they've made the wonderful threat, to take, to do away with the Second Amendment and take our guns.
Yeah, well,
that
unfortunately,
bothers me. But I also think that open carry is far more productive. Like, I think it does more to deter problems than concealed carry.
well, I agree that I don't like the government knowing what type of guns I have. Unfortunately, I lost my last batch of guns in a boating accident.
Oh God,
too.
that sounds
Damn.
ever so convenient.
Yeah,
classic.
It is convenient.
That's how a bunch of people on the internet lost their laptops too.
Hurricane Katrina
Alexander,
took my drugs
Alexander
away.
says registration is required for buying from resellers, but private purchases have no registration requirements.
Most private
you live in?
purchases, I don't think you can do a private purchase. Like, you can get in big trouble.
Yeah,
for,
you can.
if I
No,
wanted
it's totally
No, you
legal.
can, but I think you still have
if
to
I have a
register.
gun, I can sell it to you for sure.
What's
I think it might just be where I live then, because
Well,
I
New York is wild,
They
but
are.
I'm pretty sure. But private sales are still legal. I'm almost positive everywhere. Now, yeah.
Where'd he go?
Of course,
don't
if I
see
were
him, but
selling you a
know.
gun, there would be a different legal issue there.
see now.
Or I mean, if you
Well,
have
yeah,
a
because of the thing, but yeah. Okay, you guys are missing the point. Okay, back in the 1800s, okay, somebody's firearm went off accidentally, right? And it hit this man in the crotch, and the bullet traveled through a tree and hit a woman he wasn't married to, and she ended up pregnant. That's the real problem.
Hey Zach, are you trying to head out of the panel?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break for at least a few minutes.
You got to poop, don't you?
He does.
Actually, if I had to poop, I would literally say it. I have no shame, but
You would bring us with you.
I'm actually gonna eat something here. So
Okay, I'll put you back in the back and just cam back up. I've got Ant hanging out backstage, so and Clay, so you might have to pay your way back up.
Not
well,
gonna
you guys
believe this,
keep it
Kay.
up, Angry Man. Everyone else.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Zach.
Hey, you reminded me to take my insulin somehow. I don't know how, but thank you.
All right, take your.
That's what I'm doing.
Every time
Ooh.
you eat, oh, sorry, Kazak. Every time you eat, you gotta take that insulin though.
I forgot.
Uh,
Chillest
This is my long
Kazak has
shot,
ever
though.
been on a panel.
But you
This is what?
This is the chillest he's ever been. He must have taken his Valium tonight.
Yeah, yeah, he's calmed down a lot since our last few panels. I think
got it.
you know, he's doing well. He's doing very well. I just had to give him the kind reminder. That's all.
We need
This guy's-
Ryan.
We
he
love
gets to come over to
Kazak.
my chat and
Ryan
be
is
as K-Red as he wants.
Ryan is out on a date. He's because earlier when the conversation started turning with
Is it
Mr.
with Soy Pill?
Fantastic.
Who's the lucky
No.
guy?
Oh my god!
Oh,
No, it's
you
actually
know what?
It's actually a girl.
It's a girl.
But he did swing by because I told the chat. I said, "Where's Ryan for this topic?" Because Mr. Fantastic and I started shifting, and then he actually came into the chat to say that he actually would love to join the panel, but he has a date this evening.
Wait a minute. Wait. I thought Ryan doesn't like dudes.
No.
Lord.
No, he doesn't.
No, he likes they them.
As far as he's told us so far, but you know what?
No.
You guys are giving him
No,
way
like
too
when
much
I was
credit.
like, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Like I was on here one time and somebody was saying something about his boyfriend. I thought that was serious. That was a joke.
Was it me? Was I?
It probably was trippy.
No,
Holy
he's
shit. I've been
definitely
thinking it.
straight. He's straight.
Holy shit, I've been thinking this.
Kokomo paying their tomato tax. If everybody else wants to follow Kokomo's lead, I will gladly give you all receipts for your tomato tax. Thank you.
Y'all are making jokes about Ryan being on a date with a dude, but I know that it's a warmed up watermelon.
Oh my god!
Hey, it's a pumpkin.
No.
It's a pumpkin. 'Tis the season. Come on.
Okay, warmed up
It's
pumpkin.
a
This is the season, yes.
Okay, well, what do you do for Christmas then? Like a warm ham or what?
Oh,
He does a thing
Whatever
with a
food you
mistletoe
got.
that nobody wants to see.
Warm apple
You can
pie,
fuck a lot of different foods.
cherry
Oh,
pie in the
God.
spring.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, they say
And if
you
you're
eat
a woman, you got
mistletoe,
even
it's
more.
deadly,
Like
right?
anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
Mistletoe.
my
That's what I'm saying.
Lord have mercy.
You gotta do
This
something.
is
with
what
that
happens
toothpick
after 2 a.m. This is what happens to the panel. They slowly start to go into degen mode, and then it's just like clash all the way straight
But-
to the bottom. We are all going to hell.
But seriously, I genuinely believe that if they ever got rid of, I think the only thing that's keeping this country from being a totalitarian government is the fact that so many of us have guns.
Well, that's the whole idea.
That is the reason for having guns. You don't want to have a totalitarian
No.
government that can come into your house and just take all your shit, do you? Jack,
But what
would
if
you be
they're
okay
there
with
to
that?
Yeah, we
illegal?
wouldn't want to have a
Getting
secret
illegal.
police who gets to hide their identity and walk up to anyone, whoever they want, and ask papers,
I know, these
please.
people
And if they
wouldn't be
don't like
hiding
you,
their
they could just
identity.
deport you. We would hate if that happens.
I know
right?
you hate that right now, but you were
That's
just
not
bitching about how Trump didn't do enough
Bro,
deportations.
you're literally crying about people that actually came here illegally.
And
Do
broke
y'all
the
have any
law.
idea how asinine y'all sound every time you make
Do you
this
think
argument?
people who are here legally have
sound
constitutional rights?
ridiculous, bro?
No, you sound ridiculous. You don't
They
have to talk
weren't
now.
born here. Get
Who
over
cares?
it, bro.
They're on our soil. They have
And even if
constitutional
they were born
rights.
here.
That's how it works.
That is
Well,
still
no,
right.
they're
Where
limited
where
rights.
they were born.
All
It's not
right, all
about them.
right,
It's
all
about
right,
me.
all right, all right.
Well,
Calm
It's
down.
about me.
No, this is
Constitutional
what
rights
proves
is
that
not
they need to burn all their
aborted.
Gadsden flags, because when tyranny comes, they're just gonna fucking open the door for it.
Man,
That
you
is
don't know what
true.
you're
That is
talking
true.
about with that fake ass Godzilla. Be quiet,
Angry man,
man.
angry
Yeah,
man,
no,
angry
no,
man,
no.
angry man.
That is exactly though what all the cold from my cold dead hands crowd, the whole, small government rights and freedoms crowd. The minute that the Trump administration started doing propaganda about the immigrants, all of them were like, "Fuck it, we need Big Brother in right now."
Yes, that is true. The Second Amendment is great because like heaters are fun. They're great toys. They're fun to play around with. But they're not for rising up against the totalitarian government because
They
they should
absolutely
have
are.
probably started doing that by now.
They
They
actually are.
absolutely are.
That's
Yeah,
the
we don't have a
point.
totalitarian government right now to fight against. But Jack, would you be willing to go to a gun range and fire a gun for the first time?
What? Bro, I have a gun like 20 feet away from me. I don't know what you're talking. I don't know if you want to
You
press me on gun rights, but I'm pro like privately owned nukes. Okay,
Would
it's
you
like
be
I don't
willing
know
to
if
shoot it through the
you
wall?
want to have that smoke.
Would you be willing to do us a desk pop? I'm kidding. Don't do that.
Alexander says, "Angry man. The way they treat the immigrants is often the way they come to treat all other undesirables. Just a question of who is undesirable."
I mean, everybody gets a turn, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow. What a fucking
Everybody gets a turn in this
mindset.
country, right?
What a loser fucking mindset. It's
I'm
like
just
every
saying,
citizen has their day to be unlawfully detained, like incorrectly, and be worried about being deported for 20 minutes.
Bro, Jack.
Go ahead,
Jack,
Angry Man.
Jack, come on, man. With your look, Jack.
No, you're a coward, dog. You're a coward.
okay,
you're a
bro.
weak man.
I'm weak. Why am I? Oh, wait a minute. Why am I weak, Jack?
Shit.
How am I a coward? Please explain.
Yeah, because you're so subservient to the federal government whenever it like suits you. Like you just listen to
subservient
like
to the federal
about,
government?
like who we're not supposed to like this week,
How
and
am I
about like
subservient
who's
to the
like
federal
defrauding
government?
us.
How am I subservient to the federal government?
Oh, because you just eat up whatever slop they feed you.
No, actually, I had that opinion about illegal immigrants long before Donald Trump was in office.
Nobody likes illegal immigrants, but to like publicize it this much with
No, the reason why I have a problem. Here's the reason why I have a problem with it. Here's the reason why I have a problem with it. Right? You might not have this. What?
Are you explaining why you have a problem with illegal immigrants? Sorry, I'm.
Yes, absolutely.
Why do you feel the need to like? Do you understand how condescending that is? Like, do you think I'm pro illegal immigrants?
Here's the thing, Jack. It
Can you answer that question? It's a quick yes or no.
It may feel like it's condescending to you, and you have that luxury because you're a white guy.
Yeah, please explain to me. Oh, God, the identitarian shit.
Immigrants. I have a problem with illegal immigrants because the entire country of lefty liberals is fighting like hell for illegal immigrants. Meanwhile, people that look like me have been in this country forever, catching hell left and right. Jack.
You go playing the victim again, like, oh my gosh, like my identity, like.
Oh, so black people don't get to be a victim, but illegal immigrants do. Do you have any idea how much of an
literally? I told you it was condescending to explain why illegal immigrants are bad because I'm not for illegal immigrants.
Right now, bro.
You
so
dodged the question.
Niggas don't have a right to be victims, but illegal immigrants that just got here do.
None of that has anything to do with what we're talking about. Do you think that I'm pro illegal immigrants?
Because you thought I wasn't going to say anything. You thought I wasn't going to go there, but no, we've been in this damn country since the beginning, fought in every goddamn war, and we still fighting to get certain types of rights. Meanwhile, lefty liberal white guys like you are playing Jesus complex over some motherfuckers that just got here.
Yeah, the identity politics is great. I love it. I'm used to it from the commie fucks. Like you're just like again, you just immediately want to go to like, oh, but like poor me though. Like you can't even have an opinion on this because of the color of your skin. You're a fucking coward, dog. You're a weak man who has to resort to these bullshit personal attacks to make any sort of point.
A group of people based on identity politics.
You're showing your illegal immigrants
right now. You're showing your goddamn bias right now. So basically,
am I?
Here's the thing. The reason why
black men know about bias.
Coward, and here's the reason why. You're the fucking coward. You're only in favor of the illegal immigrants right now because it's fucking true.
I'm not in favor of illegal immigrants. You're a moron. You're a moron.
It's the thing to do right now.
The left is pro illegal immigrants. It's so stupid.
Thing to do right now. Where was your fucking bleeding heart a second ago when I brought up the plight of the black man in this country and you said,
oh, you want to be a victim? Did I not virtue signal enough for you? Is that what you want? Do you want me to virtue signal for you?
Oh, it's identity politics now, right?
Bro, please drop your Venmo in the private chat and I can send you some money for reparations because of like the horrific lived experience that you've had.
When it's black people, it's identity politics and victimhood, right?
No, it's because you don't have an argument. Like you went straight to like you're right, so you can't talk about shit.
What's the argument for illegal immigrants?
I'm not pro illegal immigrants. That's that fucking question. You dumb.
What's the argument for illegal immigrants?
What do you mean? What is the argument for? I'm not pro-illegal immigrant.
That's what it was about a second ago.
I'm not pro-illegal immigrant. I never said that I was pro-illegal immigrant. You just tried to corner me into that.
Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Let me not assume. Let me ask you this question. Are illegal immigrants right now playing identity politics, and the people in favor of them, are they playing identity?
No, you are. You and the commies, because you're just like such a fragile, weak victim.
I'm asking you a simple fucking question.
No,
right
you can't
now,
talk about substance.
Right
You
now,
can't answer my simple questions.
Right now, as we speak, are the illegal immigrants and those in favor of them being here playing victim and playing identity politics? Yes or no?
No.
But
that doesn't make any sense.
But
yes,
I am.
You are.
But the
yes,
black person is.
Yes, that's you're doing it again. Me as a black man, I know way more about what it means to suffer than you do, Whitey.
You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm as a Whitey, I'm just so immune to the plight of the black man.
This is bullshit. This is why I say this is bullshit, because when you
because you're a weak, fragile coward who can't hold the fuck out about I suffered so much.
When you have someone right in your face talking about real issues, you diminish it.
You don't give a fuck about real issues.
Hypothetical motherfuckers that ain't here.
I never said I was pro-illegal immigrant. You dodged that question when I tried to ask you. You just wanted to sort the fuck out.
You full of shit, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. As a white man, I can't help it. I'm genetically prone to constipation.
Black people have no gripe whatsoever.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, there weren't people alive today who lived under Jim Crow.
Right. I'm not talking about way back in the day. I'm talking about today. Black people have no gripe.
Yes, there are 70-year-old people who lived under Jim Crow. Yes, now there is.
About them. I'm not even talking about Jim Crow.
Right now. You're talking about current day. Yes.
Present day. I'm talking about present day. Are you telling me, hold on. Are you telling me that present day black people don't have a gripe, but illegal immigrants do?
No, not at all. Why the fuck would you think that that's what I'm saying?
Because here's my issue.
Okay. Is there someone else in the room? Is there a mouse in my pocket?
Here's my issue, bro.
Your issue? We've talking about your issue. No. As a white man, I have a right to speak and be heard. Okay.
Of this country, with the history of this country, if I don't get to be a victim, they don't get to be a victim.
Now, I stepped out so you guys could hash this out, okay? But you still have to not talk over each other. Just
my bad. If I can't be a victim, they don't get to be a victim.
Okay, so what if I say that you both can be victims if you want? And again, that just goes to my point where I say that you're a weak, fragile person who has a victimhood complex.
No, I actually don't. The point,
your actions say otherwise.
The entire reason I went through that entire exercise, and the entire point I'm saying what I'm saying is to prove a point. Number one, I don't have a problem with taking responsibility for my station in life or wherever I'm at. But I'm not going to sit back and watch as a group of people who just got here get to play victim and listen to all of you lefty liberals cry about how they're so disadvantaged when I'm literally looking at the history of my own people in this country that nobody seemed to have given a shit about.
You're right. We should give you all reparations so that you'll shut the fuck up, and then maybe we can take care of the immigrants.
I didn't say nothing about reparations.
No, I did.
But I didn't.
Okay.
I absolutely did.
I'm glad that we could agree on that then.
In fact, Beans is here right now. Beans, what's my position on reparations?
I don't care what okay.
What's my position?
Look at all that history, but not learn a goddamn thing from it.
Is Beans asleep? He ain't sleep.
Holy shit. All that history and not learn a fucking thing. The same way we had to fight the government to give black people rights. We have to fight the government now so that they'll actually show that these people have constitutional rights and are on our soil.
So that
they can't just abuse the rest of us. It has nothing to do with us wanting illegals here. It's the fucking Constitution.
So the entire point, effigy, the entire point that I'm trying to make is that if this guy right here, Jack, doesn't want to hear a black man cry about the plight of black people, I don't want to hear shit about no immigrants that just got here. That's just real. I don't want, if I gotta listen all the time, and I'm not even a race baiting type of guy.
Isn't it right in line with the history of America that the people who just got here are usually abused the most?
All the time about how black people need to stop complaining about XYZ.
Yeah, from right wingers.
About no illegal immigrants.
What
I'm
was
sorry.
that?
Yeah, that's what the right wingers tell you, not the left.
For the right, he talks about he tells black people to stop that shit. What are you talking about?
Oh, I misheard what he said completely.
Yeah, he says, no one up here wants to be a victim. At the same time, a lot was just revealed because you want to give all this courtesy to people who broke the law, but why is this disdain for black people? And who mentioned you mentioned reparations? No one up here said reparations. Why did you mention that?
Reparations.
I'm talking to you.
Oh. Yeah.
Why did you mention that? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. He's just talking about like his plight and how he's not over it yet. So I don't know. We're trying to have a conversation about illegal immigrants.
That's not what he said.
And you brought up black people.
But Jack, that's dismissive. Would you see how you said
that
he was
dismissive?
Then expect that to be done to you.
Because Angry Man was just bringing up his identity as a shield.
Yeah,
he was avoiding it.
No, even I got
something. I brought up my identity to prove a point.
It's an example.
Yeah, you didn't make a good point.
Well, no, but it's not a point to us because we're on the side that actually fights for those things.
No, right.
No, you're not.
We are.
That's the point. You're not. You're pretending to be, and you think we're stupid enough to believe it.
Oh, you've proven you're stupid enough tonight. Trust me.
No, you're not on
you
that
have proven it beyond a shadow of a doubt.
No, check this out, fam. Check this out. There is always a liberal white person pretending to be some sort of saint that's going to help the poor, downtrodden people. Right now, it just happens to be illegal immigrants.
No, bro, I have my BLM flag. I'm pretty sure in this room right now.
I don't support BLM.
I love black people.
Hang on.
I don't care if I don't love all black people.
That's my point right there.
Right, let's reset. Okay, that was fun.
It's weird. I agree. This is fucking weird.
No,
I have to.
Fun,
I wanted to thank Angry Man.
Let's reset. That was enjoyable. I love watching Angry Man get her. I'm sorry, but I just get tingles all over because I'm like, he's a madman. I love it.
And see, Sarah, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Everybody that watches my show know I don't play the race card and identity politics. In fact, I say that black people should stop doing that. The only reason I did it in this moment,
he didn't.
Hold on, he's talking. Shut up.
The only reason I did it in this moment is because I knew Jack was going to say, you're a victim. Just like the illegal immigrants are victims right now.
But he doesn't
right?
know who you are. So if you say it, then he's going to assume that you're one of them.
What?
I've never met you before right now, and the first thing you do is play the race card one-on-one. Like, what do you expect? How do you expect me to react?
Walked right into
we're going to have a conversation about illegal immigrants, and you're like,
you were being disingenuous because you were.
Gentlemen and ladies, Alexander says, Angry Man, can we please differentiate between illegal immigrants and immigrants? The constant confusion of those terms make it impossible to agree.
Well, one says illegal.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
oh my god! I think.
Why would I need to differentiate?
Well, it's
Angry
a
Man,
constant thing that
thank
people
you.
on the right will say that if you don't agree with me, then you're far left. But the problem is that you keep using this trope of illegal immigrants to propagate that. But there are people, even on the left, who do not agree with illegal immigration.
Right, and that's fine, but I get it. No one's trying to use their race as an excuse. That's not what just happened. That's not what happened. At the same time, it's rude to be dismissive of things that a Black person is telling you they experience.
That's right.
So you're showing a lot of compassion for people who, I'm sympathetic to their plight, things that are going on. A lot of times they're leaving in droves, that they're leaving that country for a reason. I get it. That's fine. I understand. However, why is there so much courtesy and understanding and love and compassion shown for them, but when it comes to Black people, oh, you're just playing a victim? Well, I don't understand that. That's literally what happened. That was weird. Especially then it was reparations. You want reparations? Like, who said that?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. I don't agree with Aaron for the longest time. I did not agree with Aaron. I'm like, I can't stand him, but I understand his frustration. I didn't like the yelling, but I understand the frustration now. I do, because I see how the treatment that I get as a Black woman is different how he's being treated as a Black man here. Sorry. Because if you see how you're listening.
What happened?
we got a one-on-one.
It's just us.
Do you need some reparations, Brody? No, I'm just
free my people. We need you to free us.
No, I know that you and I probably sit on the same side. I'm center right? So I have some liberal leanings. Obviously, I'm sure everybody does. Liberty, right? Liberty itself is liberal. And the Constitution is the basis for all of it. And then we have the laws, and whatever laws are written. There's really only a couple of places where I would sit on the right with, and that's the sanctity of life for the primary part. But as far as the welfare thing, just because it's you and me, this welfare thing, right? So that clause is in the Constitution. So, it can be more than just, providing a defense, because that's actually the defense and the general welfare. So it can be more than just that, borders thing. It could be,
which clause,
providing food as well.
Could you clarify which?
Yeah, let me look it up real quick. And it's the general welfare clause. Let me see.
Yeah, because I just want to know the wording of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually very long, but we'll kind of.
It is okay.
Section 8, clause 1. Is it, and so it's a pretty basic understanding that Social Security falls into that.
Okay.
Medicare, Medicaid, that falls into it. But when it and this is why I like Bean's argument. He said, he actually brought up a graph last time he was up here where it pointed out that when it comes to housing and food stamps or EBT, that's the place where people get angry about, because they see that as a big issue. But when it comes to Social Security, which was originally started as a very Democrat idea, that's socialism, right? But going back to the original founding document, well, not the actual original one, that's the Declaration, but then the Constitution, that general welfare clause does allow for the vote to be swayed to, things like Social Security and other types of welfare programs.
Those now, that particular clause, is that considered is that also considered an alienable right?
It's actually a power.
It's a power.
Yeah, it's a power of the Congress. The Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes, duties, impose and excises, to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imposts and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. So there's obviously no discrimination in that as well. So everybody has the ability to apply for these programs, according to whatever classification. But that's.
But it's not listed. But it's not listed as a right, right?
No, it's a power. It's a power. Yeah, it's something that has to be voted in. Yeah, no, it's not a right. But then what it is so the Congress is voting based upon the rights that are included in the Bill of Rights, or the amended rights. So like the Ninth Amendment, right? So a lot of things get attributed to the Ninth Amendment because it's the natural rights, right? But also to the 14th Amendment. And then, not to exceed the bounds of things like the Fourth Amendment, the Sixth, Seventh, Eighth, that's the court, the Fifth as well. So the thing with the rights, they all have to be in conjunction with each other, but they also have to be in conjunction with the powers and duty bestowed upon the Congress. Because the way I see it, it's just a business transaction, right? They work for us, right? And we pay them taxes. And it's a forced contractual obligation because it's a recognized necessary evil.
Yeah, but you agree that the entire purpose of us voting in representatives into Congress is for them to basically make decisions that is based on the will of the people, correct?
Yes, and they don't.
So if there's a large number of us that feels like there needs to be more oversight in this particular thing that is a power that Congress can engage in, then that's the will of the people, correct?
Yes, and then it would need to be established within either the law or the budget, or the Constitution itself can be amended, and that actually requires the states, which is an almost impossible task. Probably the easier way to go about that would be the legislative themselves, but then of course the legislative isn't going to vote against their own power. So, but I do understand. Yeah, I do understand. And so that's where the executive branch comes in and the court comes in.
Exactly.
So to balance. Yes.
So with that being said, if we have a guy that's running for president, whether people like him or not, and on the campaign trail, he says, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to do this. And one of the things he says just happens to be, hey, we're going to look into this welfare thing. And we're going to look into a few other things as far as the budget, because it doesn't make any sense that the American people should be paying excess money for this, this, and this. And this particular guy wins the popular vote, the electoral college, and all of the swing states. I would argue that the consensus amongst the people is that they want him to do those things that he said on the campaign, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So my whole thing is, I'm just looking at it like we have the right as the people that are paying the taxes, that voted certain people in, to say, hey, we need you to look into this because we feel like there's waste, fraud, and abuse, instead of just overlooking it and saying to saying like basically what Bean said is spillage or it's waste, but it's negligible. I don't necessarily agree with that.
I don't necessarily agree with it either. But go ahead. Go ahead.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Ladies first.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna say, I think people, when we're talking about we don't want it like money being wasted, no one's saying not to assist people. I think that's being missed out. I think I don't want it to come across as though I'm saying, hey, F those people, I don't care. No, that's not what the attitude is. At the same time, how long? There's no reason for people to be on assistance for generations.
Yeah,
sorry.
Like 20, 30 years, 40 years too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get it. Yeah, I'm all for it. And the thing is, when I was coming up, people didn't brag about it. It was like, damn, yeah, I got to get some assistance, but it's okay. I'm going to get off of it. I'm going to get off. It wasn't a lifestyle. And now it's become cute. Like, it's funny. I have been in a store also paying, watching someone get a shitload of nonsense. And I'm struggling to, I got to pay all that money for mine, but they got a car. I couldn't get, if I tried to get it, I wouldn't be able to get assistance. I wouldn't be able to get it.
Well, they
don't just
kind of attitudes that become prevalent when
car.
your society doesn't have the kind of growth and increased prosperity that it should have had over the past 40 years, right? Like when prospects are so bad for the bottom 50% that those kind of attitudes take hold. When the top people and the rich people are basically selling us these identities of complete and utter worshiping of materialism and materialistic things, like this is what takes the hold at the bottom.
Well, I got you, but why do you assume everyone's? I didn't come from a rich. My family's not rich. I came from a blue collar. My dad's a police officer. My mom worked for the government.
I made no
I
statement
didn't.
on
No. I'm just saying it's not. But you said the rich. That's based on the rich. No, but the thing is.
Yeah, well, I know. I'm saying they control the culture, and the culture right now is one of like hyper materialism.
No, you got. So there's okay. So I'm big on. You can break generational curses. You don't have to do the same thing that maybe your mom did or whoever raised you. You don't have to do it. You don't. And the thing is, I understand people might not want to work at McDonald's. You might not want to work at Walmart. However, if it's going to put food on your table, what's the problem? I've never seen people who want help, fine, but you got to help yourself. Help me, help you. What if you are an able-bodied person that's able to work? I'm not talking about the elderly. I'm not talking about anyone that has a disability. I'm not talking about that. X that out. People who can work. Because I'm sorry, I'm not even trying to be funny. I've seen up here they have people with Down syndrome who are they have a job. Okay, so explain to me why someone who is able-bodied cannot work. I mean, do something at McDonald's. Put the fries in the bag.
Mental health. That's what the mental health.
Get it and put in an ADA request for an accommodation.
We all have
You
mental
take your
health
medicine.
problems.
Yeah, we're all
Everybody.
Yeah, I truly
wanna-
believe that.
Beth is going to make her exit from the panel.
Oh, hey.
Beth, be sure to shout out your channel and tell them all where they can find you as well. Go ahead.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Sarah, for having me. Thanks to everybody on the panel. You guys have been awesome tonight. Thanks to the chat. My new channel is called Culture Corrections. You can find me on YouTube. Just kind of getting started, but I've got some really fun stuff coming up, including Desiree Noel, the infamous woman who rubbed her butt on Andrew Wilson, is going to be coming over and hanging out on my channel for a show. And then I'm passing her off to Dusty.
Okay.
And then I'll rub my butt on her.
Thank you so much,
Yep.
Beth. We appreciate it's nice having ladies up here. So continue representing and find more of you wherever you came from and bring them here.
Oh, I'll bring something Weevil with me next time. But if she's free tomorrow.
Yeah, Weevil's good. She's been here. She likes our open panels.
She's awesome.
She is.
You guys all
Bring the butt girl.
The butt girl. You know what? I'm gonna talk to her. I'll definitely try and get her over here.
See if I can rub my butt on.
No, actually, due to our recent Andrew Wilson issue, she'll definitely like it over here. So, bring her on over.
Yeah, bring her over.
Make it a party.
Set it up. We will
Rubbing
set
my
it
butt
up.
on Flo.
Like Trippy's a little excited about that too.
I was rubbing my butt on Flo.
Well,
He's okay.
You guys have a good night,
Excited
good
clown.
morning. Get some sleep at some.
That was not your butt. That was the front.
Thank
But
you,
you're gonna
Beth.
smell like cotton candy
Thanks
for
for
a
having me.
week.
Good night, guys.
But then, good night. See you,
Good
Beth.
night.
Bye.
Good day.
Oh, Beth, I hear you calling, but I can't get home right now.
Oh,
I've listened to too
goodness.
much
That's
Kiss.
not. Oh my
And
god.
Alexander,
It's terrible on her.
Oh
right?
my god.
I believe this was back to Angry Man. My point is that you attack him on illegal immigrants, but then attack immigrants when he backs down. It's Mott and Bailey, intended or not.
What?
Well, Alexander, the problem is you didn't understand the entire point of what I was trying to show. You just didn't get it. It went over your head, bro. You just didn't get it. I was trying to make a point. The point that I was trying to make is that if you're going to sit up here and have a bleeding heart for all of the illegal immigrants that are here, then have some more room in your bleeding heart for everything else.
Yeah,
Don't
it's
just-
not the
don't
Mon
just-
Bailey, it's the straw man.
It's a fucking straw man and a half.
It's not. It's really not.
No, it really is. Like,
It's
you just
not-
made up
It
a
is.
position that I have.
See, we're not going
Well-
for the illegal immigrants. We're trying to protect people's constitutional rights.
No,
When people go after the most vulnerable people, those just happen to be illegal immigrants. If they were coming after your constitutional rights as a group, I'd be doing the exact same thing because I know if I let it happen to you, it can then happen to me.
Well, I have a question for you. Because I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but where are you getting that they're? No, I'm not. I know that. I hate when people say that. I always say, okay, so where are you getting that these people their rights are being trampled on? Where are you getting that?
Oh, he thinks they're not getting due
Are
process.
there
This is the funniest clown I've ever seen in my life.
People are being deported without due process. Their due process
Have you
rights.
seen Robin Orr?
Yeah.
How? What do you mean? How?
shit.
No, they're not. I mean, how?
So
They have
you
removal orders.
arrested
They're
by ICE and then
paid.
deported
That's their due
immediately without
process.
seeing a
Anton,
judge,
Wait,
without
Anton,
seeing due
nobody can
process.
hear you. Nobody
can't-
can hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear. I couldn't hear FSU or
So
whoever.
you think a person who's arrested by ICE and then immediately deported and not seeing a judge or having a hearing is getting due process?
Yes, because we run their names in the system and then let us know if that person's illegal. So yeah, we don't have to waste the court
It doesn't
time.
matter if you're
It
illegal.
does.
You still have constitutional rights because you're on our soil.
That's not how that. You have limited
That is
rights.
exactly how
you
that
have limited rights.
No,
Limited.
we can't do this
for two
argument again,
tonight.
can we, Angry Man?
First,
Okay.
you.
We can't do this. Do they have
hold
rights
up,
argument again? Can we?
Hold up.
No,
Everybody's talking.
I can't do it again.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, well,
Jason says HUD actually pays less than market value, and they raise prices on everyone else to make up for it.
They do.
The reason, look, me and Powder Dusty had this back and forth, right? We went into this whole thing about who they were speaking about in the Constitution. They say people, but they don't necessarily say citizens. And we had this whole back and forth. There's a landmark case about it, which is I think Heller, and they're basically saying that, okay, well, what did they say? The floor is basically that it's a person that is in America, not necessarily a citizen, maybe a citizen. Like this is the reason why this is a huge argument, because no one knows if they were talking about just a person that is in the country or an American citizen.
They're very specific in their language throughout the whole Constitution.
No, they're
sometimes they
not.
say people, sometimes they say citizens. Like they're very.
I have a question. Hold on, I have one question.
Hold up. Go ahead, Artie.
I got one question, and this is based on my circle of friends. I understand that you think it's a violation of constitutional rights. I understand, but do you understand that Hispanics voted? This is what Hispanics voted for.
Yeah, they voted for Trump.
They did, and I mean that he got it.
That's
if
true.
he did, that's who. No, hold on, and they will tell you because they'll say it's not fair. They went through the process. They paid all that money, all that paperwork.
Spent all that time.
And all that time, it takes like it takes a long ass time.
You know what? If you're qualified to speak
So
for them, I'm
what's his
qualified to speak
current
for them. They
polling
don't-
on Hispanics looking like?
Hold on. So why are you all more upset than the people who are saying, "Hey, no, these are our folks," but we're
No.
telling you, no, because I'm
I
telling
speak
you
for
now.
the Mexicans now
Let
too.
her
All
finish.
right, go ahead.
Let her
Go ahead. It's fine.
No,
You
yeah,
are-
no,
do
the
not
Mexicans did
speak
not
for
vote
the
for this.
Mexicans.
I didn't say I said Hispanics. I would never. Just
Okay, well,
put
they
people.
didn't vote for it. 'Cause
Yes,
I
they did.
represent
Yeah, they
them
did. They
too.
yes, they
No,
said
didn't.
Hispanics for Trump.
I just talked to them.
I
I'm
hate
literally on the
you.
phone with them right now. They said they did not vote for this.
I'm in Albuquerque. Lots of Latinos here. They did not vote for it.
Listen, and a lot did though. The stats show it.
No, I just talked to them.
How many,
what are you
though?
talking about?
Go look at the percentages.
This is what I don't understand. Why do stats only matter when we want them to matter?
Who said that?
Like, why don't stats matter all the time?
Who said that?
Because we don't want them to matter then, Beans. You answered the question with the question.
Stupid.
Who said that?
Yeah,
I'm talking about the voting.
Oh shit! Sorry, I hit
Right
my.
now
my
you're saying the
sound
stats
pad.
matter, but when you were
I
just
didn't mean
talking about government assistance, you know what you did? You generalized some shit that's nominal because you don't care about the stats.
$80 billion is not very nominal, dude.
It fucking is when you're talking about $1 trillion.
Hey, listen. Guess what? Guess what?
About $7 trillion.
Why do you feel as though if I'm not saying you, but okay, if you help me help you, okay? If you're an able-bodied person, what the hell makes you think you have a right to get money just to sit on your ass and do nothing while other people are going out to work?
Because the government tells me I can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No,
So
they
that's why people so people are tired of that. It's not again.
This is the exact same argument they've been making for 40
No,
years.
no.
Welfare program in the 80s, the 90s,
Oh,
the 2010s, and the 2020s.
You first of all, I talked about who I said able-bodied. I didn't say anything. I'm not talking about the disabled, and that can include mental That can include. I'm not talking about those. I'm not talking about the elderly. I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about people who can. Everyone knows someone or a few people who can get their ass up and work, and they don't.
And here's what I also know: that if they did, it wouldn't change my circumstances one bit. So why do I care?
I don't care. I shouldn't have to pay for it. It doesn't matter if I pay. I shouldn't have to pay for it.
Right?
Because I said that. Yeah, I shouldn't have to pay for that person. But I shouldn't have to pay for people like that. Yes,
absolutely. You should. You know what else you shouldn't have to pay for? You shouldn't have to pay for other people around the world being oppressed by your military, but you do, and you don't care about that. Right?
Actually, I do. I care about that a lot, actually.
Well,
shit, I care about that a lot.
I do.
You don't.
I do.
Yes, I do.
I actually do. I actually do.
I did a whole show on it, bro.
Jason says, effigy, a lot of illegals already have deportation orders. We're just finding them.
That's not true. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. If they're in NCIC. They're in NCIC.
Hold on. It was to effigy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, fuck effigy.
Effigy, do you have a response, sir?
Yeah, my response is if we arrested everyone in the country all at once and then went through them one by one, I bet you we could find all the criminals. Why don't we do that?
We could just nuke the country and solve
that. Would get all the criminals. I mean, that would make sure.
My main issue with the whole
something is as important as what you're trying to do.
If a person is a citizen,
can we start with the people that are not supposed to be here?
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Let's start with the people that's not supposed to be here. How about that?
Yeah, let's start out. Let's just round up all the brown ones first, and then move on from there.
Okay,
this is the problem with
you did it before. You did it before, bro. This is the first time you've rounded up some brown people. I mean, you keep walking into it, bro. You keep walking into it.
This is the history of this.
Hold up, Alexander.
I wanted to chime in on the previous thing.
Go ahead.
So the problem with standing orders is that what that means is there's a standing army.
No, it doesn't.
No, it's
That's not what standing army means.
In the system, it's NC National Crime Information Center. The persons they are put in there as elite.
Who's to determine whether those orders are valid or not?
What do you mean? The FBI that goes through the FBI, man. No,
this is how it works here in this country.
No. I'm talking about the FBI maintains the NCIC.
The court determines whether the orders are valid. Yes.
Rick, you sound like a cunt. Let her talk.
No, he's fine. That's my buddy.
But he still sounds like a cunt.
Yeah, quit being misogynistic, bro.
Yeah, let me white knight down here.
I understand. I get it, but the thing is, it's already been established. If that person is, so they had a warrant that's entered in the NCIC. So they came in contact with law enforcement. They are already in there as they were deported already. They're not supposed to be back.
No,
they gotta go.
Validate the order.
It was already. It's entered in the NCIC.
No, that's not what he's talking about.
A
lot of illegals already have deportation orders. We're just finding them. The part where it says we're just finding them means that they're on the street. In other words, they have to check the ID and then take them to jail. Well, guess what? Now a judge has to verify that order.
No, it's already been verified.
I just got it back.
Trippy, I'm going to kill you.
I know that killed me.
I hate that. I don't know how people.
And listen, ladies and gentlemen, Kazak is backstage again, and I think he's ready to come back. But don't make him buy himself up. It is his
birthday.
Zach,
I'll sell you my seat.
It is his birthday. It is his birthday. Can someone do him the honor and buy his
Nobody
seat?
Get down.
Not you. Shut up. No, I don't want anybody to volunteer. I want the chat to support Kazak the way he supports this channel and everyone else. Alexander says, and I think this is back to you, Angry Man, to clarify, I mean that you were conflating the two. I believe it was unintentional. You changed between the two terms depending what you were attacking, which made it impossible to discuss.
Well, I would have to go back. I would have to go back and look at it, because if I'm in a heated moment, I could possibly misconstrue something. But I know what I meant. So my bad if I didn't convey that well.
That's fair. That's fair. We could always watch it on replay if you want.
Yeah, I'll go back over it, and if I'll go back over it, and if I got to clarify something, I'll do a show.
Kokomo sends a big 10 just to save the big booty Latinas. Hell yes, Kokomo. Save them all.
Alex Stein.
And Jason says, so don't answer that because it proves you were wrong. And the order came from a judge, Brick.
Now that, if that's the case, then the person is already in jail and you're not finding them.
No, they run. They run. They go and they do a legal thing. Run.
Yeah, let me. So
then they're out of jail.
Listen,
and then they get caught and they get sent back to their home country or whatever.
Yeah, and then they come back.
Let me ask you a question. Rabble.
All of a sudden, don't know how the system works.
I know. This is
been in it.
Jason, look at what you did, Jason. This is all your fault,
Who on the
Jason.
panel has had illegal immigrants cause a problem in their personal lives?
Well, I did. Well,
Jack, how?
Okay.
They're flooding they took my spot in college, the college that I wanted to go to. They were just they sent me a letter and they were like, we took in too many illegal aliens and we gave them too many food stamps, so we just can't accept you, white boy. And yeah, the whole life story. That's actually like why I have this like unconscious bias.
Emotional damage.
Immigrants. They're from the Caribbean specifically. They told me. So black illegal immigrants.
Take their
Black
college
illegals,
spot now.
black illegal Caribbeans.
Yeah, black illegal Caribbean.
You know what, Jack? I actually feel some empathy for you, bro. Even though you didn't feel any for me, I feel bad for you, bro.
That's sympathy, not empathy.
Listen, I'm trying to feel empathy for you, but I watched that like halftime show and like with Kendrick, and I thought it was for like Chinese people with like the ping pong bing bow,
That's pretty fucking racist.
I'm actually on Drake's side. Go in on Kendrick.
That was pretty racist.
That
That's
makes so
pretty
much, makes so much
Go
sense.
in on him. I'm actually on Drake's side.
And
Jason says, and a reminder, it is Kazak's birthday. Someone send $10 to bring his ass up on stage. He deserves it. He's one of us. He is a
boot the
mater.
clown and bring up the Kazakhs.
Maybe boot God Ant, because Ant is Ant asleep?
No, I've been here.
Oh,
He's a ninja.
I haven't heard him.
Jason said,
I'm sorry.
oh, look, Nate already sent it in. Look up standing deportation order. It's going to prove you wrong.
Thank you.
Oh.
No. Poor
He's
Ant.
looking it up too.
Oh man,
he's looking it up.
Look,
Look at him down there.
Well, no, I mean that's at least he's looking it up. That's
Hey,
fair. I appreciate someone that
He's on Google.
Can you drop him and bring him back up on mine so we can boot Jack off there for that Kendrick remark?
You want to jack off?
What?
Wait, shit. I didn't mean to say that.
Wow. I do a sneak diss on the,
Wait,
an
Angry
album
Man,
every
Jack
decade guy.
Yes,
and-
I'm standing up for the Asians. Yes.
I don't even like Kendrick. I don't even like Kendrick anymore, but my blackness won't allow me to let you talk shit about him.
So I'm
Angry
only here
Man.
tonight because this panel is like so racist.
Oh no,
Right at home.
Kazak,
No,
do not do
Kazak, don't go
Kazak.
there.
No,
Kazak's worried that we're taking his
please
shit.
don't.
It's kayfabe Zach.
I call him Kazak. Please
So,
don't.
Angry Man, if Jack was stuck on a horse, would you help him off?
Hell no.
He would.
I would help. He would. I would help him.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, he would.
You wouldn't help Jack off? Okay. Everybody knew that was
So
coming.
I did look it up. I did look it up, but I also
You
asked
looked that
the
up?
question. Yeah, but I also asked the question: does a judge verify? And this is what the conclusion of it says. It says, in the context of a deportation order, an immigration judge verifies whether the government has met its burden of proof.
It was
The individual
okay.
is not a non-citizen and is removable under the law, and whether the non-citizen qualifies for any relief or defense from removal based on the evidence presented in court.
Yes, the people who have already been deported and come back, there's no need to do that. They broke the law again. They just no. No,
Thank
that's not how
you
that
for
works.
thank you for saying that, Calvin. I told y'all I wasn't a race baiter.
I'm not sure.
Calvin says, I just scrolled through Angry Man's video catalog, and respectfully, I'm not seeing any video that uplifts BP. All I see are a bunch of anti-black thumbnails. Can you point me to one video that praises BP?
Hey, stay out of black folk business. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Is Calvin? Wait a minute. Is Calvin black? Because if you're not black, stay out of black folks' business. If you are black, still mind your business.
So what's the
it was only the lefties who were so obsessed with identity, man.
What qualifies as an uplifting video?
Jack,
I have no idea, bro.
hold up. Are you saying, Steve, are you booting Kazak? What? Or Jack? Hold on. Hold on. Steve, I need clarification here. Are you booting Kazak, the birthday boy here? Are you booting Kazak, our birthday boy? Or are you booting Jack? I feel like there's some confusion because Jack is backstage
Trying to get
now.
a freebie there.
Dusty, this is your fault.
Please
I think because
clarify,
of the
Steve.
clown's fault.
Steve,
I've
please
never been
clarify in
booted
the
before, so this
chat.
might be a first.
Clay, it's your fault too.
Hey,
I
now
would
that
say that
Kazak
because
is
of
up
the
here,
birthday
y'all can
rule.
actually. Now that Kazak is up here, y'all can actually settle a question that y'all had. Dusty, you can ask Kazak that question about Mexicans.
Why are you gay? Oh.
No.
Born that way? What?
Oh yeah. Okay.
He just went.
Hey Zach, have you ever have illegal immigrants caused any issues in your life personally, aside from those you learned about on the news and Twitter?
Personally, honestly, no.
So we got a whole panel full of people here who really only know about the problem with illegal immigrants because Donald Trump told us about it, huh?
No, that's not how I know.
How do you know about it?
I never asked
I
the
mean,
question.
because of my job.
What's your job? I mean,
no.
I don't know if we can ask.
Whoa.
Where do you live? What's your address?
Hell no.
Can you give us something to work with more than
just put it this way.
maiden name.
Just put it this way.
Paul's just fucking scapegoating, man.
Just put it this way. I'm familiar with that immigration law, how that works.
Are you ICE?
And yes, okay.
No.
All of my doctors are Indians.
Kazak is not an illegal
One of them's got to
immigrant.
be illegal.
You are cold as ice.
Steve, let me know what you want in the chat. Kazak is still on screen. Jack is already backstage, so it's up to you what you want here. But you got to let me know in the chat. Go ahead.
No, that's the thing. No one.
I got
Again.
just one question if I get booted.
He meant Jack.
Oh, okay. Well, Jack is already booted, so I'll give him. He's gonna have to wait a little extra long before.
$9.99. Yeah.
Somebody else is gonna have to boot someone else to bring him back up. All right. Thank you, Steve. Go ahead.
So that's. But
Okay, so you know about it because you've got a job that deals with it, but it doesn't sound like it's actually they've created any issues in your life.
I will say that I listen to the voice of the victims, and
Who's that?
like I said, there's a reason why Donald Trump got the Hispanic vote the way he did.
We've been over this.
You're one Hispanic friend. I don't care. You need to talk. Go have a panel and talk to somebody else, Dusty. I have a panel of Hispanics.
Look,
I'll bring some. Okay. Because
you're gonna go round them up, huh? You're gonna probably put them in one Toyota pickup truck.
You can't keep going back to that if you're not going to actually acknowledge what he's actually pulling with Hispanics
be
now.
quiet. Be quiet. I am answering. Be quiet.
Okay, so here's my point, though. Nobody on this panel seems to have been adversely affected by illegal immigrants. The problem is a problem because we've been told it's a problem by politicians who make a living off of exploiting problems.
So you think the people who said, because
I personally love buying tamales from food trucks.
Lord,
I got some weed from an illegal immigrant one time.
I concur.
I love it when Sandra gets stuck under the coffee table grabbing the remote.
What?
The hell?
What? Where did that come from?
Hey, I'm gonna say this, Dusty. I'll be honest with you, right? I think I kind of understand how racist, bigoted white people felt, right, when black people were finally allowed to walk around with their heads up. Because when I go, like, I stopped going to the Walmarts on the Louisville side because there was so many immigrants in there. So I started going on the Indiana side because it's more white, right? But now they over there too.
Welcome to the country club.
Wait,
Well,
Beans, are
we
you
said
saying
legal.
you've been waiting this long to be racist? Is that what
Yeah, he's finally getting his
Yeah,
chance.
he's finally joining the club, you guys.
You want to go golfing this
He's
weekend?
finally
Don't
getting
worry.
his chance.
Mr.
Can join
Bean.
the race
Don't
with
worry.
people like
They'll give you
Effigy.
that. Don't worry. They'll give you that Negro wake up call.
Angry Man was trying to send out an olive branch, but Jack had to go. He needed to
he
go to
did.
bed anyways. But Chuck is backstage, so if
Yeah,
you'd
bring him
like
up.
to switch Chuck with Effigy,
Absolutely.
that's fine. All right, Effigy to the back. All right,
After all
Chuck.
this
Thank you,
time, Angry
thank you.
Man.
Flo, to answer your question, yes, I have seen where illegal immigration has affected my life. At the local hospital, you dimwit.
How'd that work out? What happened to you?
Holy smokes,
They
boy,
go
this
use
guy's
the
for real.
services, and we have to pay for it.
Okay, so you're just mad that your medical bills are high.
Well, duh.
He said
Yes.
just mad.
Also, the state.
I mean,
also,
and
the
you're
state.
fighting
I
a scapegoat,
came.
sure. They're
And
to
the
blame for
state.
everything. They're the reason all prices
And the
are high.
state I came from, they were issuing them free, no test driver's license.
So Dusty.
Okay, so I mean that sounds way illegal.
They
first
were
of all.
doing it. They did that shit here, I think.
Illinois.
Okay, but again, Chuck, I'm just not convinced that you've experienced any problems except for the ones that you're told about.
You ever been to an emergency room when it's filled up?
Yes, they're always filled up. It's the fucking ER. They treat it like there's nothing. They'll leave you in the waiting room forever.
Who treats it as a what?
The people who work in ERs don't treat it like an emergency.
No, the people going there treat it as though it's a regular doctor.
Well,
not
what were
an
you doing
emergency.
there then?
It was an emergency.
The only person that I've seen do that is someone who's actually elderly and like on not even Medicaid, it's like TRICARE. Like she does that all the
TRICARE's
time, but
military.
not illegal
Really?
immigrants.
Go to St. Louis area.
If you have a trauma, they put you in the trauma room, but normally
Your
they
TRICARE's
triage
military.
you and then you sit.
So I can say I live in Kansas City, and I can say that like the homelessness issue, I see that, right? I see that at every intersection now, way higher than 10 years.
That's lazy white people out there.
Just some lazy whites.
Problem to me seems to be largely contrived for political reasons.
Right.
I think I know what the problem is. I think I finally know what the problem is, Powder Dustin. I think we discussed this earlier last time. Bro, just hire some white guys and stop hanging out at Home Depot looking for cheap labor, bro.
Why would I spend more money?
He's looking for
More
that
money
Mexican
lazier
booty.
people. Come on now.
So Dusty, I have to experience a problem in order to have anything to say about it. Is that your position?
Well, you need to apply a lot critical thinking to situations. And if everybody's not experiencing the problem that's supposedly overwhelming the country, maybe you're being sold some bullshit.
Is it a blind problem though? Just because it's negative doesn't mean it's not there, right? So
No,
can you
it's not.
can you
You're right.
prove
You
a
mean kinda
negative,
like-
right?
Pull up
You mean
this.
kind of like Trump being
in
a
the water.
fascist? Like that?
Yeah, they all say it.
It's
But they
like
don't have any
barracudas
proof
in the
for it.
water. Like, so if you go
He
down
is,
to the
though.
Keys,
Like that?
look, if you guys go down to the
But you know-
Keys, you might not know it, but there's actually barracudas in that water. So, like in the little inlets and stuff. So you don't go swimming in the inlets, but
Okay.
like that doesn't mean they're not there, right? Just because you can't see them.
Right.
You can't.
I'm
be
not
down
saying
in that
there
water.
aren't illegal immigrants. I'm saying it's not a problem that warrants
my
this sort of
God.
militarization.
Fair enough.
Well,
Fair
I will say, okay, well, you should talk to the people again. Trump won the Hispanic vote by saying,
You got to
"I would
stop
get
with
rid."
that shit.
He
You got to stop with
did.
that
It's a
shit.
fact.
He
It's
did. He
I
did.
am the
No, he
representative
did.
of the Hispanic people here.
Oh my God.
See, that's the
Okay,
problem.
so
You were
here's
black
the
a
thing.
while
Here's the
ago.
thing.
Now you're
But see-
All
Hispanic.
right,
Here's the thing,
There's a
speak
tiny bit of
for the
Spaniard in
people,
too.
Flo.
Here's the
Speak
thing,
for
Dustin.
the people.
Okay, go.
The Hispanic
Taco Bell.
population, hold on, on behalf of the Hispanics that are here in the USA, both legally and illegally, they said in one unified voice, we voted for Joe Biden.
That's not
Kamala
true.
Harris.
Oh,
That's not
no,
true.
They're
no,
like, we
That's
hate
not true.
No, they
Donald
didn't.
Trump. We don't
No,
want
they
him in his policies.
no.
And would you like some tamales?
That's not true. That's not true.
You see, that's racist. That's
not
What
true.
they're going
So,
to
first and
allude
foremost,
to.
first and foremost,
Take burrito.
Hispanic people, Hispanic, Latinos, whatever term you want to use, by and large, typically, once they become citizens of America, they tend to vote more conservatively. Sorry.
Yeah. No,
They
yeah,
do.
absolutely. They're conservative.
And
part of being conservative is wanting smaller government and not wanting a bunch of dudes with AR-15s running into the restaurant you're eating at,
No,
having
that's not-
everybody go dick down in the dirt.
You've
to
never
get Danny out of
seen
the
it.
kitchen.
You've never
I
seen
will tell
it.
you that again.
They all
Why
ran
don't
into
you?
a restaurant with AR-15s. Like, what?
He's hallucinating.
No, they did do that one. They did. They did.
conservation
But
going
I
to-
will say. That, okay. But again,
Conservation is not
why?
far
Then they're lying
But
because
my
they
thing is
post
this, why-
pictures of this shit all over Twitter.
But why?
Right.
I have a question. I have a question.
Everything's fake news.
With all due respect, I have a question.
Most shit is fake news.
Why are you all like the white savior? I mean, I kind of like.
I'm
you
not
see how
saving
it's-
shit.
No,
I'm
it's a
interested in
it's
me.
weird.
This is for me.
No,
I
it's
don't like. I
weird.
dislike
It's
cops more than I
weird.
dislike
No, hold
Mexicans.
on, no, it's weird. It's weird because the angry man, like he gets on black people, he gets on our people, he gets like, hey, get your shit together. You want? Why are you so concerned with Hispanic people? They literally
I'm not
voted
concerned
in
with Hispanic. I'm
droves.
concerned with myself. I'm concerned with cops. I'm concerned with the Mexican restaurants they eat
But
at.
the thing
and I'm
is, ISIS. That's what. This is not. ISIS is not new. You know that, right? You know they've been around.
I know it's
So-
not new.
Yeah, so this is not, and these are laws that were already on the book. It's illegal immigration. It's not people
What is
who are
what is
immigrating.
new?
Illegal.
What has changed? The amount of enforcement. I know it's not new laws. I know it's not a new organization. The amount and aggressiveness of the enforcement has changed, and it's unwarranted. Wait, that's the wrong
Okay.
person.
I think that's
What
the
up,
wrong
dog?
person. Wait,
How you doing?
I kind of agree with her. It's like I think this is what enforcement's going to look like for now. We got a lot of work to do and catch up to do.
What?
It's not pretty.
What's, again, we're creating a problem.
We
to
didn't
fix
create
something
the
that was-
problem was already there. Are you saying there's been not a problem with illegal immigration?
Not as big a problem as having
I didn't ask you
military
the
units
size
in
of the problem.
states
I asked,
raiding
is it
places.
a problem?
Hmm?
I asked, is it a problem? Not the scope of the problem.
ICE is the problem. Yes, cops are the problem. Too much militarized law enforcement is the problem.
What do you mean by militarized?
I mean, they're rolling around in armored vehicles with
So what?
masks and AR-15s. So what? That's kind of overkill for somebody whose visa expired.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's, but I don't know the situation.
You
where
never
they're
had your driver's
deploying-
license expire?
Listen, actually, no, I haven't. You derailed me. The point I was trying to make was, I don't know these specific raids you're speaking of where they show up with full tactical gear and all this. You know,
That's an argument from ignorance. That just because you don't know about it. Like,
no, I'm
go
not.
look-
No, that's what I'm saying.
Go look
I
at
don't know the
ICE's
specific
Twitter
ones you're
page.
talking about. I mean, is this all cases? Or are they like, as I've heard, like some of them are just arresting after they get their court trial? And I haven't seen those people in tactical gear. They
There's
just
going to
show
be
up.
some of everything. Not every person who gets deported is going to have a SWAT team. But there's there's lots.
Would you agree that some of those cases where they're showing up in full tactical gear were maybe warranted because perhaps there was intelligence that they had that if they just showed up, there was going to be resistance? Especially
sure.
with all the protests going on against ICE right now, where
Well,
they're trying
the
to interfere
protests are
with
there
ICE.
because ICE is showing up in full force and SWAT gear like the Gestapo.
It's a bit of a circular problem, but you know, when you
well,
have someone showing
yeah,
up and
but where did it
shooting a
initiate?
van
It
full of ICE
initiated when
agents and
it
killing
initiated when
immigrants
Trump sent in
instead.
federal enforcement against the state's wishes. Remember, against the state's wishes, conservatives should be are typically for states' rights, right? So generally, those two
not how
things
that
align.
works. There's this thing called the supremacy clause.
I understand the legality of
State
it.
can go,
I'm saying
we don't like this.
I'm speaking to
doesn't
your
matter.
values.
To my values. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean you're conservative, I assume, right?
I would prefer that they go in as unobtrusively as possible.
Right. I would as well. I'm not saying don't enforce the law. I'm saying enforce the law.
So
a little bit more smoothly.
so your objection is to how they're enforcing it, not that it's
Correct.
being enforced. Okay, I can support that.
Okay, then we're on the
I don't
same
know-
page.
Yeah, I don't necessarily totally disagree with what they're doing, but I can see how this seems like overkill and overblown for sure.
Right. Yeah, I'm not saying we shouldn't have any immigration laws or enforce them. I'm saying that the way that we're enforcing them now is definitely unjustified. Causes more problems than it solves.
Perhaps.
Who's next? You.
You, Dusty. dust mite. No, seriously.
What you want?
No, seriously. I get. Again, I understand what you all are saying. I'm not. I get it. At the same time, the person broke the law. I don't.
What? You never broke a law?
I didn't. No, I didn't enter into
Expired
another person.
visas do not warrant ICE raid.
That's illegal. It's illegal. It needed. First of all, if that was enforced, if people
What's your favorite flavor of boot?
No, shut up. If that was enforced the way it was supposed to be, I don't know how you. What happened on September? That wouldn't have happened if ICE was allowed to do their job.
I'm pretty sure those people were here legally.
They weren't. No, they weren't. Most of them had expired. Most had expired visas. You can look it up. No, look it up.
Okay.
But I'm just saying it's. But
I mean, you may be right. But that has nothing to do. I mean, that's irrelevant.
Well, it does because again, a law was broken. I don't understand why why.
So laws are where morality comes from. Laws are what determines. Okay.
So I can go.
Poor
So
Anne
if
Frank,
I go,
you would have handed poor Anne Frank right over.
Would I have heard? That's not.
She's
Well, hold
breaking the
on.
law.
Hold on. They're not being. No, but you're making it sound like they're being killed.
I mean, if they get out of the camp and into the alligator swamps, maybe.
Hi.
You're next now. Step on up.
I do find it strange that both of your backgrounds match. By
He copied me. I've been doing this longer.
I've been looking up to you for so long, Dusty. You're my hero.
Must be a wonderful day for you, huh?
It absolutely is. I will cherish it for all the days to come. I have a question for you.
Okay.
So you said you want them to do their raids as unintrusive as possible.
I'd prefer if they didn't really do raids at all. That seems like overkill for just immigration violations.
Okay. So what about a police unit that is created solely for the purpose of drug enforcement, and they literally have a tank that
that's
they
bullshit
use
too
to knock the door open? Do you disagree with that?
I definitely disagree with that.
Oh shit, we ain't got no problem then. That was my entire argument.
Man, knocking him down.
You spent $20 just to fail. Come on, you can do.
He's my hero. I paid the 20 because I wanted to have a discussion with him, and we had the discussion. I agree. You don't agree that people should be. So if they've got intelligence that there's drug dealing going on in the house, but they also know there are children in there, they shouldn't bust in there with tear gas and tactical gear, screaming for everybody to get on the floor.
They should not do that. Correct. They should not. They should not endanger the kids to enforce the law.
Well, look, hey, your position is the same across. I can't even argue with you.
I like you. I'll teach you how to be a live streamer.
Argue over who has the better back.
Well, I have the better background because I actually have a sign. I've got signage. Like, he doesn't have signage. So if he wasn't sitting there, you wouldn't know that it was Powder Dusty's room. Yeah. Like,
I'm gonna have to give this one to him. That is a good ass sign. I thought it was a graphic for a long time.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh no, that is a sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's badass. All right, fair enough.
Man, I'm undefeated.
No, you're not.
Argument.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
My dick is huge.
Well, I don't have one of those.
Pause.
I can't compete.
I can't compete with that. I don't have one of those.
Do you not think the kids were being harmed by the drugs in the facility?
No. Not. I mean,
bullshit.
I think, hold on. I think it is it's definitely not. It's safer to assume that the kids probably aren't doing the drugs.
Oh
and
my
probably
God!
If you rush in with Chuck,
see,
you think weed kills people?
No, Dusty. I see.
You
it's
really
not
think
just
that?
about. It's no one thinks that weed kills people, but it's
Yes, I do.
It's
Really?
that you do.
What?
It killed my brother.
He might have had some PCP.
It was laced with fentanyl, but it killed him.
There it
So it
is.
wasn't
Well,
the
it was
weed.
the fentanyl.
If he
Yeah.
hadn't been a weed
I'm sorry
smoker,
about
that
that.
wouldn't have happened.
I hear you.
Calvin's got beef with Angry Man. Calvin says, I just observed Angry Man use his black card against a white liberal as if he's a BP that promotes black people or black interest. With BP like angry, I'll take a white liberal any day. Hashtag respectfully.
See, that's the problem.
Actually,
So why is BP even a thing?
Actually, I didn't use my black card because I was informed a while ago that my black card was taken. So
Dusty's got a
I've
black
still got
card.
mine. Do you want to borrow it?
Show him your hat, Flo. The
It
hat.
didn't have any money on it anyway, so
Sarah has one. Sarah, she's an honorary black woman.
Yeah, I was
She
informed
went
of
through
this.
she had her ceremony today.
I was informed of this evening that I have a nice enough ass and I have enough attitude that I get the honorary
black woman card.
So can I say something real quick? So
Go ahead. Go ahead. I got you.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
True. Do I got to stalk your IG?
Huh?
I
What
just,
happened?
I just want to say one thing real quick. So, Miss Representative of whatever your long name is, you already know who I am. I know who you are.
Anti-sisterhood.
Yeah,
Because
that's
fuck 'em.
right.
Yeah.
Well, we go way back, and then Mr.
Mm-hmm.
Angry Man, like, why is BP even a fucking thing?
Well, I think the person was using that. Yeah.
BP.
Black people.
What is BP?
BP is what the last super chat was talking about. BP.
He's talking about black people.
Talking about
That was
black
just
people.
short. Is he short? Yeah. Black people. Why do we
know, they eat
exist?
chicken.
Oh, he's thinking black power.
Why do
He's
we
thinking
exist?
black power.
The reason why BP is a thing is because long time ago in Africa. No.
Well,
I will tell you this.
They're hounding Angry Man about it, so I was just asking.
No. See, they don't understand.
They're trying to. They don't get it either.
Yep.
Like, I am not the type of race bait, super pro black content creator that would play the race card.
Right.
And they're not getting the fact that I only did it because I knew old boy was going to walk right into that shit. So they're upset because I played the race card and I'm not allowed to because they already took my black card. That's
just their white
But
fragility.
another thing, the thing that
it'd be like
weird to
playing
me,
an Irish card.
the thing
What
about
does
it
that
though,
even mean?
well, see, that you just don't understand. They get mad at Angry Man. I'm talking about other black people get upset with them, just like I've had women come at me because I said stop wearing them damn bonnets outside. It's not cute. I've had women that shit's disgusting. I was like, you ain't even put it. You could. There's hair wraps. They have different kinds of.
Fatty wear a bonnet?
He was just trolling.
No.
Why is there even a fucking card?
I took, huh?
Yeah, no. Angry
Do I get a black
card?
That's a great question.
Because a lot of I try to talk to black. See, I can't I can't tell Sarah about white women, and she can't tell me about black women, and they wouldn't receive it well from her.
Well, you can talk to each other about women.
I talk to my I got it. My sister's got issues going on.
It's all pink on the inside. You're the same.
Lord Jesus. No, listen.
He ain't lying.
It's my sisters that I see wearing the bonnets. I don't see anyone else doing that. And when I was growing up, you didn't wear inside like house clothes outside. That was a no-no. You never came outside. Your hair was present. You look presentable.
What's a bonnet?
The big old thing that covered. Oh, I can tell you never dated a black girl.
I did. I got my ass beat for it.
Remember the Jiffy Pop bags? You made that popcorn on the stove. Remember that?
Oh, okay.
That's
Shower cap. Shower cap.
It's not the plastic one, but yeah, it's like a silk shower cap. Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification.
If people wear that, I see a lot of women wearing that out in public. I actually had a black man cuss me out because I said it's improper. Now I'm like, wait a minute. I'm talking to these black women. I shit you not. I had a black man. I mean, he called me everything but a child of God. Because
Mr. Bees, what do you think about this shit, man?
Come on, Bees. I want these who obviously don't have their black cards anymore. People to just shut the fuck up.
How does one get a black card?
How does it feel to be the last black person on the panel, Beans?
I have a whole list of guys who I use to attack the quote unquote sellout black men. Angry Man knows he's one of them.
What's a sellout black man?
Right? That is what it is. But I mean, the truth is that I think the problem is it's not if you have a lot to say about your own people. That's not the real problem. The problem is if you spend your whole time talking about your own people and you don't ever address the other people who address us. And also when we do, you don't address them with the same level of criticism.
I literally just did and still got talk shit about.
Yeah, we tag teamed his ass.
That's what I'm explaining though, right? Is that if people are, it's like with me. If when I go to new spaces, I'm well welcomed, everything is all good.
They don't know you yet.
And this it's the same shit. I'm glad I ain't hear what you said. Everywhere I go, it's the same shit because they already have an opinion of me, right? So that's you just got this. These people obviously already have an opinion of you.
Well, Mr. Beans, I don't already have an opinion of you other than our time together, and I have a very positive opinion of you. You're a good sport. You're a great panelist, and I enjoy having you here. So I don't give a fuck what anyone else thinks. Okay?
Why do they have a bad opinion?
Mr. Beans is
that's why you got your honorary black card.
And I'm about to take it back.
I co-sign.
We do a team swap, and we'll give you Speakeasy for Angry Man.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, no, they don't want him.
That'll work.
Come on now. I made a new song, Dusty. I made it actually 2 new songs.
Crazy.
I'm making an album cover right now.
Hell no.
My Speakeasy channel is trippy on there, just like arguing with them.
Did you see what my friends did today, Dusty? My friends handed over to Speakeasies and they took over his panel. Well, not his panel, but they took him over from the chat, and they also donated him hundreds of dollars in cash apps, which he denied out of anger.
What?
He denied the cash apps. Like 2 of my buddies sent him $100
You got it
each.
recorded and didn't let him just.
Oh yeah, they got it on their live stream over at the Dr. Till Legion of Dude.
We gotta change subject.
The power of the panelverse.
Power of the panelverse.
Ooh, I don't know, Dr. Till.
Did you
know if he'd
know
like that.
Angry Man is part of the panelverse?
Well,
How you qualify for being part of the panelverse is if you clicked a StreamYard link from a chat, you are officially the panelverse,
right.
ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Dr. Till is known as, his buddies are known as the Legion of Dude, and they will go over and they will make friends and enemies and all sorts of things in between. We've been doing his Legion of Dude for years.
The Legion of Dude.
The Legion got together, and the Ministry of Dude. They're the Legion and the Ministry. Okay, he's a preacher's kid.
So backstage we have Demon Slayer and Tough Guy hanging out. If you want them up, you know what you have to do. But let's bring it back around to our to one of the topics we were on tonight. I don't want to dabble too far off the road in terms of how would anyone up here define what American pride is? That's what I want to know.
Being proud of the American way.
The American spirit, the ability to
what does that mean? That's so open-ended.
Okay,
you defined it.
What it means? Oh, sorry, Dusty. Go ahead.
No, you're up.
Oh, I was just saying, being proud of being an American is well, you look at Clay when he turns to the side, you see a nice long braid.
The mullet.
Hair. Yeah, look.
I thought that was a girl.
You got a mullet.
Party in the back, baby.
No, it's not a mullet, but
I think being proud of the American, being proud of being an American is just being proud of the country that you live in and working, contributing, looking at your. I don't know, Dusty. Maybe you got a better fucking answer.
Oh,
I don't have a better answer.
Dusty, shut the fuck up. I'm talking right now. He called my name,
so maybe
but he said Dusty on accident. So it's
Oh, really?
having pride in a
Be careful,
country
you
that
might
can
get
actually
feedback.
have a written down constitution and have the ability to carry firearms if you want to. You know, the right to bear arms. That's another thing to be proud of.
Yes, sir.
Proud to
You know,
be an American.
that's right. I forgot the lyrics after that though.
Where at least I know I'm free.
Nobody sings the lyrics after
I
that.
wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
And the man who died, who gave that right
We've
to
already
me,
done it
and
once
I
tonight.
proudly
Also,
stand up next to you and defend her still today. All right,
She's feeling it.
Did y'all have to sing that?
how the
Did anybody listen to
Lee,
that in school? Did
Lee
y'all sing that in
Greenwood, by the way.
For American pride, I would also say that it's pride in having a country that nobody else can hold a candle to, as far as nobody here on panel, off panel can name another country they'd rather live in than the U.S.
Exactly. We
Except
want
for maybe
2 world
Speakeasy in
wars.
Canada.
Well, he is black now, you know that.
Yeah.
Oh,
He had them in
pride,
tanning injection.
Portuguese and
American
Jamaican.
pride is understanding certain things about American culture that people in other countries just don't get. They just don't understand it. They can't grasp it. Like being a proud American is if you've never seen The Sandlot once in your life, I can't say
There you go.
You know, like
Love
if
it.
you don't know what it means when someone says you're killing me, Smalls, like
Kill him, Miss Smalls.
if you don't like it's so many things that just constitutes American culture that it's really hard to define it. Like it's
Well, in
just
fact,
something when you
fireworks.
know what it is, right?
Yeah, it's not going to be defined. And in fact,
Baseball,
once you really
apple
know
pie,
it,
and
so
American flag.
the Supreme Court actually defined pornography in this way, right? It's not something that can be defined, but when you see it, you know it, right? So it's the same thing with American pride, but in the reverse. So it's like you know it, right? Because like history, right? When you start talking about American history, and you're like, you know, the 4 major wars of American history: the American Revolution, the Civil War, and the 2 World Wars, right? But then you look at the crazy stuff that went on with like Vietnam and those other wars, and you're like, no, that's not necessarily what I'm proud of. I'm proud of the Civil War. I'm proud of the Revolutionary War and the 2 World Wars. But then, you know, the law, right? The fact that we uphold the law and it's based on principles. It can be changed.
Somebody said Tom Petty in the chat.
That's true too.
Music.
Tom Petty.
Music.
The Eagles.
And I'm free.
That's Lee Greenwood that
Clay, being American is pornography. You're 100% right.
Every time I hear that song, it like the song is inspiring, but it also is messed up because every time I hear that song, Free Falling, I think about Jerry Maguire thinking that he signed Kush and finding out that he didn't. Because like that's the song he was singing when he thought he signed it. And then he found out later because he just shook his head instead of signing it. But yeah, like it's like Michael Jackson when he used to freaking have his world premiere.
David Bowie. Like,
yeah,
what the hell happened with
British.
David Bowie's British.
British.
I understand that, but that is a main focus of American culture. Like it comes out.
Yeah.
The Labyrinth, right?
He's British.
That's what I'm talking about.
Also made a song called I'm
doesn't
Scared of
matter.
America.
It's another
Look
part of
here,
American
guys.
culture.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
we're gonna commandeer some shit as well.
I see what you mean. Okay, I see what you mean now. Okay.
Being an American
I'm slow.
means
I had a slow moment. I'm sorry.
that
I had a moment.
And that's actually
being
a very good point.
American-
It's the acceptance of other cultures into our society that would otherwise, if you go to a different country, you're not going to get that melting pot.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
here's a good example. Here's a good example. No matter what anybody says, our football is the real football, not soccer.
That's some toe ball.
Soccer is football.
Good football.
Is Mr.
All right,
Beans
for
frozen?
one, football.
Did Beans
is
fall
really
asleep?
nice.
Is he
Beans
sleeping with his
alright.
eyes open?
Beans sick of y'all.
Frozen.
We killed this man.
Bro,
Beans is sick of
Mr. Beans.
Beans said, I hate these.
Did he
Beans,
fall
are you okay?
asleep with his eyes open?
Is
I
he
swear to
okay?
God, bro, you better not be watching what I think
He's
you
moving
watching.
his arm around.
Oh,
What is he doing?
somebody
Mr.
said
Beans?
porn.
Did he hear us? Did
I don't
he
know. I
hear
don't
us
think he can
now?
hear
Fell
us.
asleep.
He was
Hello?
moving, now he's not.
No, he's not?
He's reading something. Look at his eyes. He's moving.
He's asleep.
He
He's
blinked.
watching
He's reading. He's
porn.
reading.
He's
Mr.
watching
Beans.
porn.
What is he reading?
Yes.
About to cut somebody out. So we're watching together.
I was gonna say, like, being an American means that I can, as a type 1 diabetic, I can eat an ice cream called Death by Chocolate in large gross. And that's because I'm an American.
No, you know what? And you can eat as much as you want without being looked at as funny. And
I can lose a foot as quick as I'd like,
Hey,
and none of you guys can do me
Yeah,
out of me
'cause
about it.
He still has no idea where we've got him
No.
on screen, does he?
Oh,
no.
He's on another screen, I bet you.
Well, isn't he
Just on another
listening to
tab.
us though? Is he not hearing us?
Apparently
He
not.
might
I
have
think he's
muted us.
asleep.
He might have
He's
muted
not
us.
asleep.
No, his
He's
arm's
awake.
moving.
Oh,
Yeah,
is
he
his
might
move?
have the stream muted.
He's
Oh.
just.
He's sick of us. He's sick of it. He said, man, fuck him.
We were convinced you were sleeping with your eyes open.
He said, fuck him. I didn't want to. He said, fuck all of them.
I thought he
We're
was
so
dead
still
there
for
for a
so
minute.
long.
Beans, what does it mean to be American to you?
Yo, that is crazy. First of all, I was not on screen because as a content creator, the work never stops.
No,
So
it
I'm over
doesn't.
here doing shit while I'm doing it too. And as soon as I clicked back on screen, all I saw was me. I'm like, oh, did she end the stream? That is crazy.
Shit, I sat here through the ending.
Yeah, I had everything muted so I couldn't hear y'all.
Well,
No,
you sat there
Mr. Beans,
still as a mouse.
We did end it. The stream's over. We were just all here waiting for you to give your final thoughts, and you didn't, so we just closed out.
Yeah, since the stream's over, tell us your most racist
He about to lose his shit.
Be racist.
You gotta stop, man.
Tell us your deepest, darkest secrets.
Funniest.
Where's Joe Cool when you need him?
It's
Oh,
okay. My
God.
darkest
Yeah,
secret.
where is Joe Cool?
I'm afraid of clowns.
Okay, so
That's
you
my darkest
said
secret.
what, Clay? What did you ask me?
How do you define American pride?
American pride.
Oh, fuck my ass.
Oh,
No, not that kind of pride. Not that kind of pride.
Oh my God.
What does it mean to be proud to be an American?
So much cat hair.
Or you know that you're free.
Egotistical douchebag.
Holy shit.
Why you talk about Dusty like that?
Wait. Is that content creators then?
No, no, I'm saying like.
How do we deport this guy?
We brag about being American, and I don't even think most people even know what that means. But I'm really basing it on the encounters with foreigners, right? And how they say we move when we're in their places, and they like Americans are the type of people that'll come to your country and be mad because y'all don't speak English.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Patrice O'Neal said he treat foreigners like they're foreigners in their own country. Like he be asking them, where are you from? And he's literally in their country.
Yeah, it's a lot of ego. I mean, look, there's some merit to it, right? We can't pretend like it ain't good or cool to be an American. It's just that the American title, I think, is kind of misleading. Because we look at American as if it's this, particular place, but it's not. It's really this melting pot of all of these other cultures.
What do people look at it as?
It's a little misleading, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
It will go for about 15 more minutes, and then we'll go into shutdown, guys. So get all your last-minute arguments out now.
Well, let me say this real quick.
Unless of course somebody throws my favorite color red on screen, I will happily
Zach,
stay
do
another
it.
hour.
Do it, Zach.
Got to.
Otherwise,
Let me say this, Sarah, because I've been trying to say this for 2 hours.
Oh, I'm sorry.
After this next show that we're
They
doing,
looked at me.
Yes.
I want you to create a block list.
A block list.
Yes. And if I ever try to come on a panel where you're talking about welfare ever again, block me. Don't let me.
You're gonna be you're gonna be the first one.
Please don't let
He
me.
charges a babysitting fee.
Hey,
I
Brick,
charge a babysitting fee.
you was talking about the 14th, or somebody was earlier, in that thing about all people. That referred to citizens of one state were allowed to go to another state, is what that referred to. Not just because you're a person here.
We're
If you go,
talking about the 5th, I think. Due
no,
process
the
applies to
14th.
all people.
It is due
14th.
process.
I think the 5th, right?
It might not have been me. It might not have been me.
Trippy.
Sorry, I thought it was.
I did bring that up though from earlier.
Kazak got half of our color on the screen. We need the other half.
Go ahead,
Put the other half in my chat.
Is
Hell
Trippy
no.
asleep?
Nope, Dusty, you don't get anything. No.
I think
God damn
Trippy's
it.
trying to kiss Speakeasy here.
His
Trippy.
mouth is
Oh.
wide open for that kiss. That's
Trippy.
It's a
Wake your
little.
punk ass up.
Yep, he's
He ate
asleep.
some green poo. He ate that
somebody.
green poo.
He went into a diabetic coma. He ate that ice
Too much
cream.
smoke.
God.
He's making that blowjob face.
Why?
Get him,
Oh
Brick.
no.
Get him, Brick.
Hey, buddy. Because he's an American, he has a right to be in that diabetic coma.
And
That's
eat some
right.
ice cream.
Yeah, he won't get
At
thrown
least
off
he's
a rooftop.
breathing. You know he's not dead. He's breathing.
Is the clown fucking dead? That's a cartoon.
It's
It's
moving.
nightish.
Nightish.
What's up, nightish?
He's in a spaceship right now. Actually, he's in a spaceship.
Don't
I
miss
think.
it. Get super herpes.
Trippy, did you give yourself too much insulin?
Are you serious?
I have this problem with my wife, who's a diabetic. They tend to do this.
So I did actually have that.
I'm scared.
Did I? Trippy.
I'm really scared. Seriously, I'm concerned.
I could call
Yeah,
him.
it does get rather concerning
Yeah,
when
I'm
they
concerned.
just go
Someone
wild
call
like that.
Yeah, someone
let
call.
me try to
Last
call
time I had
mom.
this problem, her blood sugar was 500 and something.
Jesus Christ.
So I had to hurry up and give her injection.
So I did have that pulled up though, Chuck, from earlier. You're right. It does differentiate though. It
But
says all persons born or naturalized in the United States are subject to jurisdiction thereof. But it actually does differentiate because it says that nor deny. It says, oh goddamn. Sorry.
Something to
Nor
do with
shall any
people.
state deprive any person of life, liberty,
Right.
property.
And if you
Right, so-
research that, they're talking about a person from one state to another state. If you
I don't
actually
think
go
that's
back and
accurate.
research it.
I did research it, and that's not what I came up with.
Yeah, no, because there's the United States citizens, right? Which is one thing, and then there's persons.
Citizenship
So there's a
wasn't even really defined until later on and afterwards.
They had to do
You're about to defeat your own argument.
Yep.
I'm gonna
They
shut up.
established this
is
when
actually
the
the
Civil
14th Amendment.
War.
And
So that the Negroes.
You were established during the Civil
Yeah, it
War, you old fuck.
It came with the Reconstruction
fought
era.
there.
No, that's exactly right. And what
I
happened
fired
later
the
was
first shot.
the Immigration Act brought in the definition of citizen, right? And
I
so
just
there's a
heard the
difference
N-word.
between the citizen and the person, right? And so this 14th Amendment established that that persons are every person on. Well, I mean, it would make
States
sense.
would
Like
not
it's,
recognize the free slave, so they put persons in there to cover them.
if it's not a citizen,
Articles
then
in the
what is it?
Federalist at the time by the
Person.
people who wrote these
You can be a.
these acts and stuff. They
do-
explicitly said they didn't intend for just anybody
In fact,
to
it
be
took it a
come
step
here have a
further later
kid.
on and they called corporations persons.
You do know that some people have a resident card, like they apply for residence. I mean, there's a process. I don't understand why everyone's
How do
forgetting
you know
about.
the process so well? Who are you here for?
No, sir. No,
This is
no,
why
sir.
corporations
no, sir.
get the
She
same
got my vote.
No, sir.
Whatever office she's in, she's
All
got
right,
my
everyone be
vote.
quiet for a minute because Trippy's not answering on the
Oh,
call
shit.
either.
No.
Oh, there he is.
Trip,
He's moving.
Trippy. Oh,
Ooh.
wait, Trippy, are you with us? You're muted, by the way.
I hear you. I hear you.
Oh
I
my
hear you.
God! Don't,
praise
hey,
God,
look, don't
praise
do
God.
that. Okay, don't do
What?
that.
What?
I'm
Here
light
we
skinned. I
are
got bad.
talking
Angry
about
Man and I are
I
light
was
skinned.
about
We
to
got
draw
bad
penises
nerves.
on your
Don't
face.
do that
talk,
anymore.
talk
Oh, I
about
copied Mr.
being
Beans.
hold on. Well, like here you are being the resident diabetic, and then you suddenly go catatonic, and we're like, no.
And Chuck was like, and Chuck was scared. He was like, "Yeah, my wife had.
Somebody
Yeah,
clip that
but
for me.
you got to be
But
careful." Like,
we have this. This came in from Kazak. He wants you to kiss. We thought you were doing the kissy face.
I don't have a kissy
Yeah.
face. I have
Well,
I
well,
got
it was a
I got this.
kissing other things kind of face. Oh, there you go.
Oh, that's the face that makes her speak easy.
You hate
It's
speakeasy
either that
so
one or this
much. I
one.
just thought that.
oh
You know,
Lord.
ching. Hey
I
me, motherfuckers.
got a
So
question though. He's not Jamaican and what did
Can
he
you
say?
read this?
Jamaican and
Can
Portuguese.
you read
Or
the
something.
super chat there, Trippy?
Trippy needs to kiss Speakeasy
what
on the
is the
mouth.
what is the drama with you and speakeasy, and why
Got a
does
new
it go
song
way
coming out.
back?
He tried to make me out to look like a bad guy in front of a large audience, so I'm going to show that he's a bad guy in front of a
I
small
know,
one.
but you guys go way back. Like, how far is way back?
Well, they used to
Wait,
be a
it's
couple.
only, dude, the thing. Okay, I'll give you a rundown real quick because I will be making a video about it. We've only known each other for like 2 fucking years. The most messages I've ever gotten from Easy were invites to Verbal Combat. Like, it's literally it. It's not like we're fucking besties. And he wanted to act like I should be, having his back all the time.
Wow.
Speaking of
weird, you guys know each other for years.
No,
Yeah.
2.
And
Maybe.
He lied then.
Does someone
And-
want to get that
Okay,
other
stuff's falling
half?
over in my kitchen. I'll be right back.
And by the way,
Mm-hmm.
to Clay and Powder Dusty and every single Democrat and every single liberal,
Not a Democrat.
the fact that you guys are trying to the fact, I didn't say you were, I'm just saying I'm including them in this statement. The fact that you guys are sitting here acting like the founding fathers were referring to illegal immigrants that were coming into this country illegally as persons.
Oh, that's the 14th
That's
Amendment.
nasty work, bro.
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
No, it's not about.
And I'm gonna tell you why it's nasty work. I'm gonna tell you why, because you're acting like they had the intention of, when they wrote that, for those rights to be for people that wasn't even part of this country.
Yeah, that's
No.
that's the
Hold on.
14th
Let me
Amendment.
go. Let me go. Let me go. Rick, you say stupid things. I say smart things. All
right, go ahead.
The Constitution.
Go
is
ahead.
way more
Smarter
time.
first.
Hold on. Let me talk.
Something smarter first. I'm the host. Almighty Nate puts my second favorite color up on screen to match the goal. Kazak took the first half. Almighty Nate took the second, and he also adds in, take my Mexican dollars. Thank you,
Alrighty.
Almighty Nate. We will fight for your Mexa friends. Go ahead,
The
Flo.
Constitution spends way more time restraining government force over its citizens than it does excluding
Over its citizens. Say that again.
force over its citizens. Right. So when I don't want when I don't hold on. The army's
Start from the top.
illegal immigrants don't live in one neighborhood.
Over its what? Say it again, bro.
Over its citizens. Now, when they're going to
Now they
neighborhoods inside
disagree.
the U.S., who gets to be around them all the time? Whose neighborhoods are they in?
When what happens? Say that again.
When a militarized ICE unit goes into Chicago, whose neighborhood are they stationed in? The citizens' neighborhood, right? So if the citizens don't want them there, I got to think that the founding fathers would be in favor of the citizens not having them there.
What the fuck did you? First of all, bro, no.
Because
Stop. No.
You don't have an answer for that. I get it.
Said here, no, I actually do. You just said here and you walked your ass into that corner, bro.
Which
you
corner?
said it out of your own mouth. Let me ask you this question. Is an illegal immigrant a U.S. citizen?
No. Look.
So then why?
I'm not standing up. I am not standing up.
You think what you just said would apply to an illegal immigrant?
I am not standing up for immigrants when I say I don't want ICE running around cities with militaries like that. I'm standing up for the citizens that live in those cities. They do have rights, right?
Yeah.
And so if they decide that they don't want federal law enforcement agents running around kicking doors in and shit over a problem that doesn't warrant that type of a response, I think that they should have the right to reject that.
Then what should happen is those citizens should cooperate with ICE and the government so that they don't have to do that. Right or wrong?
So hold on. You're saying that they have to do that because they're going to do that anyways.
What I'm saying is, if the citizens that you were just talking about, those people that are American citizens that have rights, that do not want ICE enforcement busting up their neighborhoods to find illegal immigrants. What I said is, wouldn't you think it is the civic duty of citizens of the United States of America to cooperate with ICE so that they don't have to be as aggressive, as opposed to the citizens of that neighborhood saying, we're going to oppose you and we're going to protect the illegal immigrants here in this city.
It's our civic duty to resist tyranny. Actually, our civic duty is the opposite.
That's not tyranny, though.
Tyranny is subjective.
That is literally them enforcing the law.
There are tyrannical laws. There always have been tyrannical laws, and there's tyrannical ways of enforcing laws. If you're sending SWAT teams in,
that's not one of them.
That's your opinion.
Wait.
That's your opinion, but that's not my opinion, and that's not the opinion of the people whose cities are going to.
Let me add, that is a new opinion, because let me ask you this question. How long have we been enforcing that law?
And we should continue to enforce it.
Okay, but how long have we been enforcing that law?
I don't know. A while.
We've been doing it for a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so was it tyranny when Obama was doing it?
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, he actually enforced that law way more than Donald Trump, about 3 million.
That may have been tyrannical as well.
Not to mention the fact that he separated families, he put kids in cages,
and all that's bullshit, right? But just because I don't have to have actively opposed Obama's immigration policy.
I didn't say you did.
Right. So that whataboutism doesn't matter.
No, it's not whataboutism. I'm asking you for the entire time. Let me be more concise then. For the entire time that we have been enforcing immigration laws, are you telling me for that entire span, that enforcement has been tyranny?
No. What I'm saying is that
why is it tyranny now?
Because of the federal government sending militarized federal officers into states where they're not wanted. That's the overstep. That's my issue.
Wait a minute. First of all, wait. First of all, you can't say states where they're not wanted because of the simple fact we have a supremacy clause. You know what the supremacy?
I understand. No, wanted and allowed are different things.
Okay, so by that logic, and we got to revisit the same conversation we had before. By that logic, that means that back in the day, when the states were using the loophole in the Bill of Rights that John Bingham literally had to read on the floor of Congress for them to come up with the 14th Amendment, the states were using a loophole to keep newly freed slaves as slaves. So right then in that moment, you have the federal government saying, okay, the Emancipation Proclamation has been signed. We no longer have slavery. Hold on.
That's not even what we're talking about.
Wait a minute.
Nothing to do with the illegal immigration ICE.
Wait a minute.
You're talking about ICE,
relevant.
man. You're talking about ICE.
Bro, check this out. You're not even in this conversation. Can I finish my thought?
I think I am because I'm here.
No, you're not in this conversation. You're not in this conversation because every time, and it's starting to get annoying, every time I bring up a similar situation as it pertains to people in this country going through certain things, whenever I bring up black people, all of a sudden it's irrelevant. So can I please finish my thought?
Well, it's your black friends that bring you down more than we do.
Can I please finish my thought?
Go ahead so they can bring you down, yes.
As I was saying, there was a time in this country where individual states utilized loopholes to go against federal law. And if you remember, if you paid any attention in history class and civics class, we ended up in a civil war because of that. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Okay, so the point that I'm trying to make is when you have federal agents in the commission of their duty, enforcing federal law, and you literally have states resisting that, that is actually the damn insurrection.
Do you think that slavery and being here illegally are equal crimes?
Equal in what way?
Are they equally egregious?
No, absolutely
not. Of course not. That's why one of them would require more enforcement than the other.
So which one requires more enforcement?
Ending slavery requires more enforcement than removing people whose visas are expired.
What does that have to do with the point that I'm making, the parallel that I'm making, when you have a state ignoring the supremacy clause and pushing back against federal agents in the commission of their duty?
It's because they're not really that parallel. Owning slaves is way fucking worse and more egregious than being here illegally.
It wasn't back then. That's the point. It wasn't back then. Back then, hold on for a second. Back then, during slavery, in fact, let me ask you a question. Earlier, you said, somebody quoted Thomas Sowell. You said you would recommend anything that he wrote, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you read Black Rednecks, White Liberals?
Not the whole thing.
Okay, guess what? Thomas Sowell literally made this argument in that book. He literally made reference to this in that book.
That book was written before this situation arose, so that's not possible.
Yeah, what was
the situation that we were talking about that I have an issue with?
So what you're telling me is that if somebody wrote a book a while ago, and then me and you get into a disagreement, and what was written in that book actually pertains to the argument, you're telling me that that's irrelevant because it was written before the argument. Is that what you're telling me?
I think that when you're trying to draw parallels where you don't really have very good parallels.
I don't have to try. The parallel is there. I don't have to. The parallel is right there. The same way right now, we don't have a problem. Many of us don't have a problem with illegal immigration. We don't have a problem with illegal immigrants coming here and working for below minimum wage. The same way we don't have a problem with this. There was a time where there wasn't a problem with owning slaves.
But a lot of us have a problem with having illegal immigrants working for less. Yes.
And I bet more people had
They still do. Back in the day, there were white people that had a problem with there being slavery, but it was still legal.
Abolitionist was huge back then. Even back then, it was not even.
It wasn't. This is why, bro. The same way today, you have people that are against the concept of, we shouldn't be treating the illegal immigrants this way, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
there
conservative.
Were people back in the day. Jesus Christ, I can't even get a word. I can't even finish my statement, bro.
Because it's too
Get it out there.
Oh, Zach, chill out, Zach. Oh,
I can't even finish my statement. Like, why are you acting like you don't see the parallel on this? Why?
I understand the legal parallel you're trying to present, but what I'm saying is the offenses that need remedying are not comparable.
Alexander says the purpose was to exclude people not subject to
everybody was white, blacks, chicks.
Who is that?
Specifically envoys, diplomats, and their immediate family. Those particular people are immune to our laws unless it is waived by themselves or their country.
That dude wearing a blow-up pair of boobs on his chest?
Oh, is Trippy alive now?
Oh, I bet. Is that guy wearing Hey, yo, Demon Slayer.
Oh,
Yeah, what's up?
Next, man. Full of Johnny
I'm
Bravo.
in here. I'm sorry. I didn't see. I
boy.
didn't see. I didn't see y'all live.
Yeah, hey, pretty mama.
Sorry. What's going on? What's going on with y'all?
Yeah, Johnny Bravo.
Tell Trippy you
Demon
love
Slayer?
him.
Oh,
But one thing you got wrong, Flo, was even if the citizens did not want these people in their community, they cannot by law do anything about it.
I'm gonna go to
It's
Mexico right now.
It's
and I'm
up
gonna
to the
overstay my
federal
visa.
government.
So the difference in these two crimes is that one was like that people were owning people, and then the other one is like we're allowing someone to stay in our home. That's two very different things, right? So when you're talking about slavery versus there's an illegal immigrant here, I mean, you're saying, okay, well, this is a problem. They're not supposed to be here.
What
but
if they're ISIS?
me allowing
What if they're
someone,
ISIS?
hold on.
Go ahead, Clay. Finish. Yeah, go ahead.
Me
Clay.
allowing someone to stay in my home seems
That's
like
not what you're doing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's not what I'm doing.
The home parallel is an exaggeration. They're not in your home. That's a.
Well, America is my home, or the United
I
States.
understand.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something real quick?
No.
I just want to say this fucking suicidal empathy. This suicidal
be careful
empathy.
with that word. Be careful with that word.
word.
Let's use the word self-deletion or something along those lines.
I didn't even say nothing. I didn't even say nothing.
Just remember it's YouTube.
There's certain
remember it's
words that trigger flags, and the SUI word, it triggers flags. So use unalive, self-deletion, something
Yeah,
like that.
kills the auto.
Okay, sorry, my bad. My bad. I apologize about that, Sarah. I did not look. What I have an issue with is whites. Let's just not use that S word, but there's a certain type of empathy that goes along with having feelings for every other people besides ourselves. While our percentage of white people on the planet is the vast majority. The vast majority of the planet are white people. And nobody takes that into compensation when they think about like what's going on in the planet. There's nobody out there fighting for white people. Nobody. And the only people that are called racist. And I find that a fucking problem.
Hey,
I find that a fucking issue.
Whoa. Argument. This ain't no student.
I will.
Why is that a problem? Because I said fuck.
No.
I'm a white person, but I fought for all people.
Demon Slayer. I'm white, and I kind of get it, but what do white people do to better ourselves, in your opinion?
In my opinion, we stop race mixing. In my opinion, you're asking me in my opinion. In my opinion, we stop race mixing.
Oh, I'm screwed.
Dusty, can you just lay off for a minute, please? I like you, Dusty. We're cool.
Whoa.
I suggest white people stop race mixing. I suggest we hold all our ethos into our race like every other race does. Every other race holds their race before their politics. Every other race holds their race
Tell them why you mad, son.
Bro, you definitely sounding like a national socialist.
Every other race
Well, you got the cross
holds
behind
race
you.
before
Hold on. Let me
It's
add.
only white people. It's only white people.
Hold on, Demon Slayer. Hold on, relax for a second. Do you have like white superiority type of thing going on? Is that what's going on?
No, it's not superiority, Sarah. It's not. I'm not trying to be superior. I'm not trying to be superior.
Are you trying to say that the race should be preserved? Is that what you're trying to say?
Preserved.
Okay.
What do we do with the mixed people? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, Demon Slayer, man, you can have your beliefs, just chill for, chill a little bit.
I'm just saying, Sarah, I want to ask you a question. How would the world be without blonde women? Would it be better or worse?
I don't know. I don't know if hair.
I know there's a blonde joke here.
long as
The world was on its side, it'd be depressing.
I will answer that
Did
one.
he
That would be
ask any of
worse.
you? Did I ask any of you? No. I don't think
Well, I gave you an
there's,
answer anyway.
I don't think there's necessarily a worse or better to that, because if you're going to go with what's good for society or harmful for society, I don't think hair color comes into play in that aspect. It doesn't change a whole lot.
I disagree with you, Sarah. I love
Blonde hair,
women.
blue eyes. Yep, I knew where this was going.
Things that he doesn't have.
So
I
Sarah,
knew
why
where
did-
this was going.
Old joke,
and
but
also-
I'm sorry, Sarah. I love Sarah. I
Demon
love
Slayer,
I
you
love
don't
blonde
have-
women, and I think they
You
should
don't
be
have blonde hair though.
He's
But
got
you don't
dyed
have
jet
I
blonde
didn't
hair.
say I did. That's not the point.
So
It's not
so
about
I'm
me.
wondering.
It's not about me.
Yeah, no. I'm asking
Demon
you a
Slayer.
question.
It fell on its face.
Demon
but-
Slayer is not triggering me. I think
Angry
he's
man, hand me the popcorn.
I think it's hilarious.
Pass me the
Look,
popcorn.
look, hey,
All right,
Hold on. I'm gonna let Angry Man cook because I know he wants to cook right now. I'm
Have
just
some
gonna
popcorn.
hand it over. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, look, I feel his frustration because Demon Slayer, being that he's a white guy, he's not on the victim list, so he's not allowed to be upset about this. Like the moment that he starts expressing this, everybody's gonna look at him and it's like they're gonna be like, "You're a racist, you're a misogynist, you're just part of the patriarchy." They're gonna go all the way in on him, and I get it. I get it. And the only reason why I get it is because
But he's
as
not white.
a black conservative,
I'm not fucking white. Say I'm fucking not white. Say I'm fucking not white.
Whoa. Settle
quick,
down,
real quick.
Demon. Hold on. Demon. Demon.
Wow.
hold on.
You gotta fight. I knew that would trigger.
Shut up. Everybody shut up. Listen, Demon Slayer, you got to cool your heels or I will put you back to the back. There's 2 more people waiting patiently. All right. But you
Okay.
got to cool the heels on this one.
My
All
hands
right.
are up. My hands are
Sarah,
up.
can I talk
Yeah.
to
Hands up,
Demon
don't
real
shoot.
the
quick?
only thing he's missing is like the pack of cigarettes rolled up in the
Well,
Well,
hold
that's
on. Wait,
that's a
hold on.
redneck, Angry.
Hold up.
That's not easy.
If
He's
I'm
doing it.
talking, the
He's
rest
doing
of
it.
you are not.
He's actually
Is
doing it.
there, are we allowed to pull the white card? Are we allowed to take that away
Hell
from
yeah.
people? Is that a thing?
No, I didn't mean hell yeah to that. I meant to
Don't
the
you
cigarette
take
pack
that
of
man's
sleep.
white card. It
That's
will not
for you.
end well for you.
Can I ask? Can I ask the Demon Slayer? Okay, what's your solution then to mixed people?
What?
Yeah. What do you do with the mixed people?
Yeah,
I have no problem with mixed people as long as they understand their heritage. Like, look. You want to hear something crazy?
No
I
lies
have a fucking half black daughter.
That's crazy.
welcome to my world.
Look, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I was going to say.
Go ahead.
Let me finish what I was going to say.
the other
Does
half?
does my half black daughter consider herself half white?
No, she
No,
doesn't.
she
She's
doesn't.
black.
She should.
No,
Council's
she
decided
does.
to-
And
the
every
council's decided to pull your
half
card.
black man in the fucking goddamn panel understands what I'm talking about. None of these people consider themselves white. They all consider themselves black. So there is
Which half are you?
all black.
Which
or
half?
everything else.
Which half? Is it the
Demon
white
Slayer,
half?
you're gonna ruin your chances of ever running for public office.
Flo, do you have your clip buttons ready? Did you already clip it?
I did not clip it, but
He had
I'll
someone
go
else
back.
do it.
Somebody,
Fair
where's
enough.
Lauren? Lauren, I need you.
Lauren or anyone else in my chat.
Yeah,
clip
Alexander,
it,
I agree.
please.
Yeah,
Alexander says this is the new version of Yahtzee beliefs. Rather than superiority, it's cultural isolationism.
It's not Nazi.
And
It's not Nazi,
Yahtzee.
Sorry.
It's cultural isolationism and preservation of the white race. My guess, he thinks that culture cannot be mixed in such ways. Yeah, can you give us a little more elaboration, like as to why? Why should we not mix?
I can give you.
Want to make this guy say a slur.
Are you asking me or are you asking other people?
No, I'm
Demon
asking
Slayer.
you, and like an honest question. Why should
I can be very honest. I can be very honest.
without
no.
breaking, hold up,
There you
everybody,
go.
shut up for a second. Without breaking community terms of service and not saying
Absolutely.
words that we shouldn't
Absolutely.
say.
I can be
He's worse
perfectly
than I
honest
am. He's
without
going to.
I can be perfectly honest without being crass or saying anything like indignant.
Okay.
Here's the issue. There's a culture issue between white and black people. We do not align with their culture. Okay, that's the simple fact. Brass tacks.
You don't like rap?
That's fair.
Nope.
I liked rap when I was look, Dusty, I liked rap when I was 20.
You like black
But as an
poetry, though.
older male, I do not listen to rap anymore.
So I got a legitimate question.
Demon Slayer.
I got a
Demon Slayer.
legitimate question. Real quick. So Demon Slayer, here's my question. So when there's a person that is of mixed heritage that has one parent that is black and one parent that is white, if I'm understanding you correctly, you have an issue with the person only identifying as black and not celebrating their white side or their white heritage as well. Is that what you're saying?
Those are just facts. You know those are facts. You know those are facts.
Yeah, I got two nephews that are mixed, and they both say that they're black. So I understand where you're coming from, but it's like
Well, it's because the dad's probably
Mine
not
don't
around.
though.
I was going to say, in this case, the parents didn't like raise them to.
But
I have biracial cousins also, and they say they're biracial.
But on the other side of it, there's another side of it too, though. There's another side of it too. I get what he's saying, but there's another side of it too. Like my grandfather on my mother's side is Irish, right? So when St. Patty's Day comes and I celebrate it, people look at me like I'm crazy. Like they're like, why are you celebrating St. Patty's Day? Like you're not,
It's not the same, dude. It's not the same.
It happens on the other side too. It happens the other way too.
I get it, dude. But
Do you consider your daughter black? Do you consider her white?
No, let him finish. What do you mean you get it, Demon Slayer?
And let's, I do, hold on.
I get the fact that he says he has. Sorry.
Hold
go
on
ahead.
just a
Sorry,
second, Demon Slayer. I just want to put in a protective layer here because your daughter, we are bringing up his daughter. He did bring up his daughter, but I want to be mindful of how we say things because this is somebody's child. So I know nobody said anything insulting, but I want to make sure we don't. Okay. Be respectful. Okay. Back to you. Oh, who do we lose?
100%. I would never say it. I would never say anything disparaging about anybody's children. But what I'm saying is the majority of mixed kids identify with black. They don't identify with white. And that's an issue for me as a white father of a half-black child. Okay? They do not abide by my culture. They abide by rap culture. Okay? I have an issue with that. Okay? That's my fucking issue.
Sarah, let me know if I can counter. Let me know, Sarah. I have a huge counter.
Oh, no, not this guy.
This guy, yes, this guy's
What's
here.
up, Vanda? Good seeing you.
Salute to the panel. Salute to the panel. Hello from the UK. I'm from live
to you from Monday. Cheese.
Hello. Listen, I feel disgusted by Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer, you was going, no race mixing, blah blah, until you said you have a mixed race child. I'm not attacking your child, sir, but you just defeated the whole argument. You defeated your whole argument in one sentence. Earlier, you were saying race mixing bad, anti-miscegenation, and here you are admitting you are a race mixer, Demon Slayer.
Yeah, I know.
And also saying,
Hold on. I can dismantle that, Vanta, real quick, okay? So you're appealing to hypocrisy as a way to lay the argument. I could sit there and be drowning cats in a river and still look to you, Vanta, and say, "Don't drown cats. That's harmful and it's bad. Don't do it." As I'm drowning a cat, right? So even Demon Slayer saying, "I don't think we should mix cultures interracially, so on and so forth." That doesn't mean that because he's already participated in that event that he can't say it's wrong.
I don't love my daughter any less than I ever will. I love my daughter to the nth degree. Do I think she made bad choices? Absolutely, I do. Okay, that's the point.
Yeah, I think he's expressing regret, or like I don't know if regret's the right word, but wish.
It's not the right word.
No, Dusty, stand on it. Regret. I hear regret.
Dusty, you're wrong.
Hold on.
I'm wrong?
But if it's his
You're not
argument,
wrong, Dusty. You're not wrong.
Okay.
But
if his argument is culturally we don't blend well,
culture.
then that actually
Culture.
hold up. Then logically that actually makes sense. So it doesn't mean you can't actually blend and make babies, because culturally they're going to be raised in one or the other, or however that case may be. So he's not wrong in his stance, right? His stance is pretty clear.
But Sarah, like,
I can't believe I'm defending this, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Vanta.
Sarah, I'm pretty clear. It's cultural. It's cultural. Not race.
I want to push back. I want to push back on Demon Slayer earlier, because I was backstage. I was listening to the whole argument. Demon, you just went on a full tirade on anti-miscegenation, and then the moment you said, "Yeah, I have a mixed race daughter," you just defeated the whole argument, sir.
I totally disagree. That backed up my argument. It backed up my argument.
It doesn't, Vanta, I just explained it. Number one, you're appealing to hypocrisy, which is not an argument. And number two, he's saying culturally, even if I right now adopted a black baby and raised that baby in my home, culturally that baby is being raised my way, right? Under my cultural norms.
Sarah, you misunderstand. When I hear miscegenation, I hear anti-race mixing. Race mixing, not cultural, race.
Well, he's saying that because culturally there could be a lot of differences between black and white, right? Or even Mexican, Asian, Indian, right? Culturally, we have very different standards. Now, that's not always the case, but we're going to leave the exceptions to the side. We're going to account for the majority, right? I would be pretty sure that Artie and I would have very different standards for very different things and very different cultural norms. She's black, I'm white. Yes, we're both women.
Why is that so hard to understand?
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily right. It's weird, right? It gives us the ick, but I understand what he's saying logically.
Well, yeah,
So,
I mean,
Demon, if everything is either full white or full black, what do you think about that?
As an African, there's no black and white. Like, I
didn't ask you. I asked Demon Slayer.
He was asking Demon.
My bad.
Okay, well, I'll give you a perfect example. Okay, Vanta, I'll give you a perfect example. If my daughter was pure white, she probably wouldn't have hung out with a gang of black dudes in her school and starting listening to rap and starting hanging out with a bunch of fucking pieces of shit.
That's not true. That's not true.
She would have been playing the classical violin.
Can I just?
Okay. With all
Sarah's
due
gotta
respect,
read.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Trippy.
I was just going to say, this is the weirdest case of post-nut clarity I've heard of this week.
That's funny.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Now, hold on. Let me remind you, Kazak, mind your words. Remember, this panel has to be able to stay up. We cannot have to remove the panel. So both of you be mindful. Don't say racial slurs. You say Yahtzee instead of the other one. You say self-deletion. If it makes people ick, you probably shouldn't say it here.
Well, Sarah, I'm here because I acknowledge that, and I'm not going to do it. But Demon Slayer, at the same time, I kind of see and acknowledge something in you that I probably said back in the day that I probably shouldn't say on a YouTube channel. So, but I'm just curious. So, what are you thinking when it comes to joining the panel? Like, why are you so, for lack of better terms, so white?
So white?
Yeah.
I take that as offensive. I'm white. What do you mean I'm so white?
No, I'm just busting your balls, man. Well, what I'm
I have
saying is,
logical explanations for everything I talk about. If you want to get into it, you want to break it down, I can explain everything to you very logically. But if you want to just insult me, that's fine.
no, I don't want to insult you. Break it down logically. I want to hear it. I'm curious.
I'm a white man.
Yes.
I live in America. We are
Yes.
13% of the world. We are drastically dwindling. Okay. The culture that we all love is white Western culture. It's not Muslim, black, or brown culture. Okay. So you better take advantage of it while you got it, because once we go, it all goes.
I don't disagree with that. But how do we keep it straight? I mean, obviously, I think that you probably agree with the administration, but you probably are a little bit more right than what the administration offers, right?
I'm not right. I'm not right. I'm not conservative. I'm not a groiper. I'm just pro-white. I'm pro-white people. I'm not racist. I'm not racist. I don't hate black people. I don't want to kill. I don't want to hurt anybody that's non-white. I'm just pro-white.
So what demographic or what political party would that fall under when it comes to
There is no
making the right?
political party, dude. There is no political fucking solution.
Oh, then how do we keep you white?
Prayers and hopes.
Well, fuck. I hope that you're still white if we pray.
I don't know what you else want me to say, dude. If you're thinking that I'm like gonna go out and start shooting people or start a fucking civil war, that's not gonna happen. I'm just trying to be pro towards my people.
Demon Slayer, I think I've seen you on the channel before, and you've been pretty well behaved. I'm just curious about, like what's touching your trigger tonight.
Well, I live in San Francisco, so like I noticed the decline and destruction of society around me, and I see it happening. And it spreads. It spreads like a virus from the Bay Area all to the outside of the nation. It starts here and then it goes outside.
You're in the wrong state, man. You ever thought about like moving somewhere that's a little bit smaller, more conservative city?
Well, I mean, no. I moved out of San Francisco when I was like 18 years old, and I moved a little bit up north. I still work in San Francisco. I was born and raised there, but I still experience the same fucking,
Well, you can't have the beliefs that you have and live in San Francisco. I mean, you said the wrong fucking word, and you're gonna burn bridges with everything and everyone that you work with and stuff.
Well, that's why putting my face right here, putting my face right here live.
Yeah,
that's fine. To all these people out here puts me in threat of my job. Right here, right now.
Yeah. You can't run for government if you say a slur, but I don't think you said one tonight, so you're fine. You haven't done nothing wrong.
I don't care about that.
Is Angry Man, are you back with us yet? Angry Man, are you back with us yet? Okay, I'll put him back in.
I'm sorry. But no, Demon Slayer, like you sound pretty upset, and that's fine. You're allowed to be upset. I mean, fuck, the politics are shitty right now. And
what would you do? What would you do if you watched your city decline into nothing? Homelessness, fatty overdoses, drug overdoses, immigrants everywhere. What would you do?
Get the fuck out of that city. Probably.
Well, I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking running away from a fight. This is the best fight ever. I'm not running.
Well, what are your options? What do you think that you have to do?
We stay and we fight. We stay, we fight for every inch. We don't, like Andrew fucking says, we don't give up one freaking inch. We don't back down. We don't fucking back away. We don't run away from any fights. We go head at it. Head first into the Terror Dome. That's it. That's all you got.
Yeah, that's an option. But if you have a wife and family, maybe that's not the best option.
It doesn't matter. If you have a wife and family, this is the reason you should fight. Because it's the last good fight on the fucking earth. This is it. This is it.
You know, Demon Slayer, I thought I'd drink a lot, man. I think maybe you drink a little bit more than I do.
That was good. That was a good
Fucking
show.
cheers to that. Cheers to that.
Corona, the whitest
Cheers.
beer. Wait.
Who's a Corona? You stupid.
All right, and backstage, I have Joseph C with the question mark. Clay unfortunately got pushed back there because his shit dropped. Reese from Philly, Joe Cool, and It's Me all hanging out. If you want to see any of them, you know what to do.
Demon Slayer.
Angry Man, are you back yet? Nope. Guess
Only
not.
panelist they can't kick is Angry Man, correct?
Demon Slayer. I have one of my daughters
You're not allowed to kick Angry Man.
fell into the same group of people as you described. My daughter's white, but she ran with the black crowd, and that's who she identifies with. So,
oh man,
you can't really.
Shut the fuck up.
My
You can't-
condolences.
Well, no.
You-
It's
Is
not
everybody taking? Hold on. Is everybody taking a shit right now? Angry Man's off
hear
cam.
something.
Dusty's off
I
cam.
am not taking a shit.
Here, I'll turn mine off.
I don't.
Well, we can tell.
I poop.
You're
I
standing.
poop on the spot.
You're
Pooping
good,
on his
Chuck. I
couch.
just thought it was funny that Dusty and Angry Man both like.
I got. That's why I wear depends.
I actually have a relation to this topic a little deeper than probably a few on the panel. Like Chuck said, his daughter's white. My sister's white. Okay. My sister's been with a black dude for like 29 years, I think, at this point. My sister hangs out pretty much exclusively with black people. Back in the day, she used to just listen to like Tupac and TLC and, Dr. Dre,
All I
Snoop
did-
Dogg back in the 90s.
My
And,
condolences, Trippy. My condolences.
I know, like it dated it right when I said TLC. You know, right?
No. My condolences for Tupac.
Don't
Oh,
go
right.
chasing waterfalls.
He's not dead. Just look at AI. So, like, my
Oh,
sister
Lord.
literally gets really, really happy when a black person says she's honorarily black.
I
but
just
she's a
didn't
white
want
girl
Demon
from
Slayer
Detroit.
to like ruin his chances of running for mayor and saying a swear
Amazing, right?
online.
Hey, I want one for mayor. That's why I'm a clown.
But Trippy, I have a question
You can
for
see the
all
inside.
I gotta
Go ahead, Artie.
I'm not trying to be
Artie
rude.
just wants to. She wants to yell at me so bad. It's been
No, I
like
don't.
tonight.
You've done well tonight. No, I don't. I just have a question for Demon Slayer.
Oh my god, yes you do.
Yeah, I got a question. No, I don't. You've done
It's all
really
about the
well.
preservation of the toilet paper race.
No, I actually, I don't. That's the thing. I don't
Joe
see
Cool,
an issue.
welcome.
I don't see an issue with that.
Hey.
That's fine if that's what someone wants to do.
Joe Cool.
I just don't. With all due, well,
I'm listening.
It
I'm
seems like
listening.
you were blaming everything. Oh, she was hanging with this black crowd, this crowd, this black people. These
He
black.
said rap. He said rap.
No, he didn't. He said black earlier.
He said black.
He said black too.
He said
I think what
black
she's
rap.
getting
He
at
said black
is, I think
also.
what she's getting at is,
So-
at what point do you make your daughter take accountability
Thank
for her
you.
own
Or
actions?
no, or he take accountability. Because my dad didn't go play that. I couldn't just do what I wanted to do. He didn't give a damn. I'm
look,
just trying to. It just
I
seems like
appreciate
it's
your
misplaced
comment.
anger. It just seems like it's just not really. I
I
get it.
don't
I'm
tell
not saying
my
that there
daughter
aren't people.
who to hang out with. I don't tell my daughter who to hang out with. I just
let-
give her a great. This is what I do to my daughter. I tell her the most amazing facts in the world, and I say, beware of your friends. They are not always your friends.
But that's got
That's it.
nothing to do with race, though, right?
wait, I
You
have a
can say
question
that
for you.
about any
Well,
friend.
he said black earlier. He just,
I did say black. I did.
Well, that's what I'm
I
saying.
did.
Well,
I totally did.
well, why did?
Look,
So it's the black
no
people's fault?
offense. No offense to the
Well,
speaker.
can I
No
ask
offense to the
you? Can I ask you, Demon Slayer, if those friends were white and they still listened to garbage music and she still got in trouble, would you then blame them for being white kids she hung out with?
Very good.
I would say the same exact thing, Sarah.
So
So
then
she
it,
smoked.
So it's not black.
This is
It's nothing to do with
chaos.
No, it
black.
is.
It
It's
has
the
nothing to do with
culture. It's the culture. It's the
Oh
black culture.
yeah, okay, yeah. All right.
Wait.
Look. I want to say something to you because I don't think you understand who I am as a person. I
Who you
grew up
talking
in San Francisco. Look. I swear to God,
Me?
I don't think you understand me. And I'm going to tell you who I
Who are
am.
you talking to?
I grew up in
Your
San
language.
Francisco, in a city of all. I grew up in a high school where I was the only white kid in the school. Okay,
I knew this was coming.
I went to a school where it was 67% black, 83% Asian, or 38% Asian, and 1% fucking white. I was that 1% in the school.
You
Okay?
still mad about
Me.
it?
No. Don't do that.
I
Don't do
can see how
that.
that. I can see how that could be an issue. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Matter of fact, I
So
get it.
I fought. Let me tell you who I grew up. I grew up
I'm not
fighting
wearing underwear.
every day. I grew up fighting every day on the way home to school from black people that picked on me for being white. Okay?
I think we found
come
the
on.
I don't want to hear
Okay,
about it.
I got you.
I don't want to hear about black people telling me about how they were picked on. Because I was picked on my entire fucking childhood by black bullies.
But Demon Slayer.
So shut the fuck up.
I understand.
no,
Wait.
Hold on.
I understand his position. Like let's not clown him. And he's the
I was
minority of the
serious.
school.
I wasn't clowning him.
Yeah.
No,
Please,
I get it. I got teased by my own people for the way I speak. I got called an Oreo, so I get.
Okay,
I get it. So
my bad. Go ahead.
I'm light skinned.
I wasn't making fun of him. Yeah,
You're
I
an
wasn't making
Oreo,
fun.
ma'am.
Or a coconut.
You asked me why did I have sex with a black girl at a young age? Because that was the only chicks. That were the only chicks in my fucking goddamn. They were the only chicks in my sphere. The only chicks in my sphere were black chicks.
I think we're getting a little upset. Okay, so I think we need to.
Demon, we're trying to engage with you, Demon. We're trying to engage with you. Relax.
No,
We're
I
trying
see
to.
why. I
Hold
understand from a different point of view.
on. Demon Slayer, I think a lot of people have more questions than maybe you have answers, but that's because you brought a very strong prompt to the table, right? And one that most people don't feel so strongly on. So that's kind of why they're coming at you with a lot of questions. So don't take it as they're upset or their personal digs or anything like that. They're just
I'm getting a little defensive. Sorry, I was getting a little defensive.
They're very curious about.
I have no animosity, Sarah. I have no animosity towards Demon Slayer. None.
In all fairness, I kind of relate to Demon Slayer. I think that me and him probably agree on a lot of things, but I also think Demon Slayer might need to like jerk off and get some post-nut clarity.
Not on camera. Not on camera.
Let's not say that.
I did that all day today.
That's why you're so clear now, Trippy. That's why
I
your
did that
mind's
all
so
day today.
clear.
I am zen.
Trippy, is that why you ignored me earlier when I said that you need a? So Trippy, are you and Speakeasy gonna like kiss on the mouth and make up or what?
Oh goodness.
No, I don't know where his mouth's been.
Wait, Sarah, can we deflect?
I'm telling you, watch this. I'm zen.
Yeah,
Can we go back to Demon Slayer?
let's okay. Here's what I'm doing, chat. Since you purchased your hour and that hour is running out, so I've put another 15-minute goal in the chat. It is my favorite color, red. If you want it, we will continue the curiosities of Mr. Demon Slayer over here. And I also have backstage Joseph, C with a question mark, Clay, Reese, and Ant. Nope, I think Ant. Wait, is Ant? Oh, Ant. Yeah, Ant is still hanging out, waiting to come back up.
Look at
and
Nate.
of course, Almighty Nate says, "This is Sarah's favorite color, red. I shall display it proudly." Is Angry Man back yet?
Well,
is he on panel?
He's got to be taking a shit. Like he left his camera, or he turned his camera off, but he left his mic on.
I like to think he's getting clarity right now. He's all getting clarity. Is what he's
Angry Man, if you're still listening, I'm going to go ahead and just mute your mic just in case you are taking a shit. We don't want to hear you flush, but I'll leave you there. Leave you there.
Come running back, pulling his pants up. He's busting grumpy. So, Demon Slayer, you've probably been on several panels where you brought this up and then were labeled a racist. I would imagine, right?
Yeah, Dusty calls me a racist all the time.
That's because it takes one to know one.
No,
And
I call you a douchebag because you keep breaking TOS on my channel.
Yeah, don't break TOS. That's not fair. And for the chat, Almighty Nate has purchased a second hour for you.
Oh, wow.
I think you owe him a shit ton of fucking tomatoes in the chat. So keep
Let's
going.
go.
Just
All right,
tomatoes,
Nate.
tomatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes,
I will give
tomatoes.
Nate
Nate said, dude.
He paid half. Well, no, hold on. He paid half for the first hour. Him and Kazak sponsored the first hour. All right, and now Almighty
what I
Nate
do
has purchased you a continuation. It is 5:00 in the morning for me, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy
I am
shit, it is.
only here doing this for your good graces, so that we can dive in to Demon Slayer and figure out these odd prompts of his. So
All right,
tomato
let's do it.
wall,
Yeah, but he
please.
actually.
Let's
Like
do it.
in the morning is for me.
Is it really that odd?
Real quick,
I don't get
no,
bad
really
vibes
that
from
odd.
him, though. I don't get bad vibes from him, though. I don't.
Here.
I don't think he's a
guess I can
racist
relate.
either. I
Yeah,
think he
I don't get
has.
that.
I think he
Oh,
has
he's
bad.
100% racist. Yes,
I think
he
he
is.
has.
I don't think he
bad
is.
Well,
he's
hold
not
on.
racist.
I'm not a racist.
Hold on. I think he has bad experiences.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And so he is prejudiced to those experiences.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Prejudice.
But-
Thank you.
But obviously, those experiences
Where
are
that music coming from?
what has determined what his worldview is going to be going forward. So, for instance, if a man beat the fuck out of me for 10 years straight, obviously I'm going to have a really hard time being around men after that, right?
Don't
I think
justify it.
No,
I'm
black
not
men.
It's not. It's
justifying it.
not.
Black men.
It's not. It's just.
I'm elaborating on why he thinks the way he thinks, and it's not. It doesn't mean it's right by any means, but that's his reasoning. Our
You know what, Triple?
worldviews are developed by our experiences.
Experiences,
So,
yeah.
all right.
Hey,
So
Dusty, have you ever kicked me off your channel for TOS?
Zach, stop.
No,
Stop.
I'm asking. No.
This is
it's
for
fine.
Almighty Nate too.
But by the
No,
way, Sarah,
just-
like how do you structure your panel? How do you structure your
No.
panel?
yeah,
The
baby.
chat. Not Sarah
No,
doing. I'm
this is
sorry.
a
I didn't mean to
legit
read it.
question.
That's what he's launching pies. I was wondering what he was launching over there. Pies.
Oh no.
My
Triple, you're not
pies are
allowed
the
to
best
play around.
pies.
Oh
I thought
Lord.
you were launching yourself.
Are
above.
they cream pies by
Yeah,
chance?
it's speakeasy cream
I
pie.
rather enjoy those.
Ouch.
Cream pie tricky. That's the
Me
thing.
too.
Makes three of us.
Dusty,
Got a
have
fake
you
over
ever
here, too.
have you ever kicked
No,
me for TOS?
see, that's when you fuck it up. They're no longer enjoyable when the third one's there.
Sarah, how does it work, Sarah? Too many
Go ahead.
cooks. How do you control your panel, Sarah? Like too many cooks in the panel.
How do I control my panel?
Well, damn it. She
Good
does
luck.
it well.
That answer- What? I can't hear you, Vanta. You're still
She's
talking?
I want
busy,
order in the
busy
court.
controlling shit.
Order.
Vanta is a
Listen,
fucking
all right,
idiot.
Vanta, let me explain something.
Yes.
About 7 hours ago, we had full control over this panel, and it was a really great panel. But after the 2 a.m. marker, that's when you see how sleepy these little eyes are getting. You see how tired this face is looking. My capacity for control starts going out the window real
That's
fast.
what we hire Flo for.
But we don't
And
stop, so
to
Sarah
balance
will
out the
kick
4
our
I have
a.m.
ass.
permission
That's
to
Flo's
now because I can
job.
kick out too. I want order or chaos. Are you in chaos mode? Because I can go full chaos.
Why
Can
do
I
you
say
get
something?
hey, you don't get to
Sarah, can I
determine
say
whether-
something about Vanta? Can I say
Sure,
something about
yeah,
Vanta? Because I've been
sure.
watching this guy for a long time.
Tell me.
This
Tell
dude
me.
lives in the UK, and all he does is
Yes,
criticize
he's
white
lying
people.
in the morning.
Why don't you just leave? Why don't you just
No.
leave the UK?
I refuse.
I think they need a moment.
Yeah.
Give
let's
him a
have
moment.
Yeah. Okay. Let's have a moment.
I think Vanta is a fucking punk, dude. And he should
Why am I-
leave the
Just-
UK.
Just hold
He
on.
should
Just my
take
kind
off.
reminder. Just my kind reminder, because everybody's angry. Keep it within guidelines.
Yeah. Then no F words, no ad hominems. Go ahead, Demon Slayer. Go all out. Tell me.
I think Vanta is an anti-white UK
Anti-white.
invasionist
Oh,
who doesn't
Invasionist.
belong in the UK, who's He's pretty comfortable in Iran, but he's not comfortable in UK. He's trying to turn the UK into his own little personal shithole.
Wait, what shithole? Iran? I'm not even from Iran, sir. Demon Slayer. I'm Somalian.
I don't care where the fuck you're from, dude. To be honest, dude. I just want you out of my area, dude. Every white area. When you're around, I want you and your family, all your nephews, all your cousins,
be specific.
I want them out.
My area. What area?
Yeah, your area, dude, which is not the UK. Get the fuck out, man. You are not a UK. You're not an ethnic fucking UK citizen. You're a fucking invader. You're an invader. You're an invader. Get the fuck out.
And you're a traitor. If I'm an invader, you're a traitor. You left the UK.
Get the fuck out of white fucking America.
You left the UK under the British crown.
All you pieces of shit that walking around pretending you know what America and fucking Western culture is like. I don't want to hear shit from you. Not a word out of your mouth. Go back to wherever you're from. Go back.
You're gonna shout the whole time. You're gonna shout. You're gonna shout. That's the game. That's the game plan. Just shout.
Nobody likes you, dude. Nobody likes you.
I don't care about who. Sir, your ancestors left the UK. You guys are traitors.
Yeah, we beat your ass.
Americans are traitors of the crown.
Yeah, we beat your ass.
Sir, you ran away from the crown of England. Americans.
And then we beat your ass.
Who's we, sir? Who's we? Who's we? What are you? Are you a wasp? Are you
not the Muslims? It's not the Muslims.
Are you?
It's not the Muslims.
I'm not even a Muslim, sir. I'm not even a Muslim. What are you talking
about? Not the Muslims.
I'm not even a Muslim. What are you talking about, bro?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're an Arab, dude. You're an Arab.
I'm not even
You're an Arab. You're an Arab.
Be mindful. Be
mindful.
Yeah.
Mindful.
Get out of here, dude.
Sir. I'm trying to be civil with you. You're just shouting.
You're not fucking white,
Arab,
dude.
Muslim.
Get out of white Western society. Get out. We don't want you. We don't want you. Leave.
Who's we? Where are you from?
All of us. Everybody.
Who's everybody? Who's everybody? Name them. Everyone. Sir, you're
nobody likes you.
Where do you belong in, sir? Where do you belong in Demon Slayer?
Where do you belong?
Are you
Persia?
Scandinavian?
Persia? Is that your fucking homeland? Persia?
Are you French? Are you German? Where do you belong
Persia?
in Demon Slayer? Where do you belong in Europe? If I throw you in Europe, where do you belong in Demon Slayer? Where do you belong in Europe?
Yugoslavian and Italian. Where do you belong?
Slavian, Italian. So then you and I can talk about.
Where do you belong?
You have been conquered by the Turkish, so you've been.
Where do you belong?
Somalia.
Where do you belong?
Somalia, sir.
You don't belong in white Western nations. Get the fuck out.
And you don't belong in America. You just came over, settled.
We built America. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out.
Interesting. I know. I agree with you. By the way, I agree with you on that point. But I don't know why you're so triggered and angry.
I don't like you.
Oh, you don't like me? That's fair enough. I'm not trying to make you like me. But
do I have to like you? Do I have to like you?
You don't. You don't have to like me. You don't have to.
Okay. You don't have to like me.
I don't even know you, sir.
You live in my fucking country. You live in the white Western world. I don't live in your world.
F words. No need for F words.
You live in my world, asshole. I don't live in yours.
You said you're from
You live in the white Western world. You don't fucking live in Arabia.
You said you're Italian.
You understand it?
What connection do you have to the UK? You're not even Anglo-Saxon, sir. You're not even Anglo-Saxon. So what?
Where are you from? Where are you from, Vanta?
The UK is not your country. You said you just.
Where are you from? What's your origin of ethnicity?
What? You have short-term memory loss. What's wrong with you?
Where's your origin of ethnicity?
Demon Slayer, what's your natural origin of ethnicity? Tell me.
I already said Italian and Yugoslavian.
Okay, so that's not white American English.
What's Vanta's origin of ethnicity?
So you want to rock Vanta?
No. Stop right there. What's Vanta's origin of ethnicity?
He already told you like 6 times.
No, I didn't hear it.
Well, because you're only thinking.
It's not the UK. It's not the fucking UK, dude.
It's because you saw Vanta Black and you got super stupid.
Vanta is not a fucking white Westerner. He does not belong in our area.
You're embarrassing yourself and you're embarrassing.
And I'll keep doing it. I'll keep doing it. I'll embarrass the entire white culture to get all these brown people out of my fucking nations.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about the brown guy that fucked your wife.
Nobody fucked my wife.
Well, you're acting like it.
Dude, how would you know? You don't even have a wife, dude. Shut up, you fucking bonehead.
If I did, she would be white.
Shut the fuck up, dude. No white one would ever fuck your fucking mixed ass.
All right, I think it's time to put that one away.
Well, I was just trying to burn Demon because he's stupid and he needs to get the fuck out.
No, dude, you want to answer the fucking question, you fucking piece of shit.
Congratulations, guys. That was definitely headache-inducing.
Yeah, I tried to
let's
Trippy, this is your fault.
Yeah,
let's talk
Trippy.
about, let's listen to
Somewhere down the line.
sexuality for fucking 10 hours.
Hey, Demon.
Hold on. Let me try one more time. Because I'll just drop him to the back. Angry Man, are you with us, sir? I think maybe.
All right, smoking a cigar. You might have dozed off.
You might have. I'm just gonna go ahead. Angry Man, don't hate me. I'm gonna drop you from panel. Just for now, if you're back with us, hit me in the back chat.
I don't understand. You don't understand, motherfucker.
Whoa. Hey, we weren't talking. Hey,
we weren't talking about
you. Demon Slayer, chill.
Sorry, man. I'm pissed. Sorry.
Yeah, that wasn't for you. Okay.
Sorry,
Demon.
I apologize. I apologize. I thoroughly apologize.
All right. Okay.
You didn't TOS.
All right. We're getting. We're
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Lady. I'm sorry, Miss Lady. I thoroughly apologize.
Her name's Sarah, and lay off the Michelob Lights.
Shut the fuck up! Don't talk to me.
No, he had Coronas.
Yeah.
Not White Claws.
I was thinking Labatt.
Not White Claws.
Corona's a Mexican.
Joe Cool, give us an assessment. What do you think of this situation here?
I think we called it too quick. You're doing well, keeping these guys from crossing the lines and shit. You just fucked up calling on me behind them because I'm gonna call it out. We called it too quick. Dude's an absolute racist. He wants everything that don't look like him out of his country.
Fuck yes! Fuck yes!
See?
Fuck yes!
I thought I was bad, Joe.
Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
I can't lie, Joko. I like Demon Slayer.
Get the fuck out!
Sarah, bring my internet husband up.
Is Demon Slayer your internet husband?
Me?
No, I'm black. I'm black.
She wants Clay up.
It's my internet husband.
What about you, C? C, do you have something to add to this?
I'm just real light skinned.
Just real light skin.
I'm light skinned too. Yeah, shout out to light skin. Yes,
So am I.
Oh shit, I'm racist. Shocker.
I don't know what was funny, but I started laughing.
That's that colonizer blood.
C, stop fixing your hair and give us some thoughts here.
No, I was waiting for everyone to stop talking. Yeah, I mean, dude's an absolute racist and nonsense. What I do is throw him out of my country.
Listen, nothing wrong with racism. I have that feeling towards Arabs. I understand.
No, there's everything wrong with racism, dude. You're an absolute clown and a joke and an embarrassment to everything you claim to stand
I'm
for.
racist! Yes!
Demon Slayer, you have no reason to be racist, you privileged.
I love Demon Slayer. You know, Demon Slayer, we could be best friends, bro. Racism is.
I don't. I really wish Sarah would remove him from this whole panel because I cannot turn my volume down low enough where my whole house can hear.
He don't like you.
Come on, we can be friends. He don't want to be your friend.
Yes,
Black ass.
we could be friendship and racism. Let's come together. Like
I'm racist.
Hey, I just want to say something really quick.
Yeah, Rambo.
I just want to say something really quick. This is the power of the fucking panel verse. We write it down, motherfuckers!
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. That's right. It's like Voltron. Come together like Voltron. Hell yeah.
Together like Voltron. We'd be standing like 6 feet tall and shit.
Voltron, bro.
You know, Trippy is low-key a black man behind of a clown.
Hey, you don't know how many people be calling me black, son.
That's okay.
You'd be like, look at that credit score. It's 510.
He's a black
mind. Yeah,
Republican, which is even better, right?
it.
He's a
Yep.
black Republican,
Bad
but
credit.
had
Yep.
that bad.
You want to bet money
Okay,
on
things,
the highest credit score?
guys, things that give me my black card, right?
I
You
need
want to bet money on
Credit
the
score.
highest credit score?
Clay, what's your credit score? I need to know
510 credit score. All of
Hell
my
no,
exes
not
were
too
fat
trippy.
white
I know
women.
you're black man.
Clay, you amazed using your white
I'm
exes.
sitting at
Hey,
840.
what's the credit
I'm
score?
sitting at 843.
All my
Clay's
exes
your
were fat white
internet
ladies.
husband. Clay's your
I was
internet
born in
husband for
Detroit.
real?
Yeah, it's my internet husband.
I need my black card now.
Which one?
Can I get one?
Hell no, you can't get. No, I
got an 843.
We got a vote.
One at a time. One at a time.
Oh, you look young.
Okay,
You said you're
good
43?
job. He said
He's a-
843, his credit score.
Oh.
That's truth. That's truth.
Yeah.
You gotta
I know
get.
you. Yeah, I know you're white man.
You got to get Demon Slater to
Can I
give me
get
a
a
white card if you want your black card back, Trippy. That's the deal we making here. You got to
Hey,
go
I
through
was
Demon
born with a
Slayer and
black
get
card.
me a white card, bro. I'm just saying. We
I
can
was
make
born
a
with a black
trade
card.
here.
I'm an uncle to two black guys. Wait, how'd that happen?
Clay's your internet husband? I thought I was your internet husband.
Oh,
Nah, you divorced me for Kels.
I'm still.
I'd
Yeah.
zero it
You-
and evict you from this country if I could, man.
You left
Look,
me.
I never said
You're
I
an,
hate black
you're an
people or
embarrassment.
brown
You're an
people.
embarrassment to all things rational and true.
I
Like,
never said I hate black people or brown people.
I don't give a
just said
shit.
I support-
You mean it in your heart. Fuck you, dude.
Well,
Fuck
let me
you,
ask you this.
motherfucker.
Fuck you. Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, oh, here we go.
No, relax.
Hold on,
Fuck
hold on,
me.
hold on. Everybody,
Fuck you.
no, hold on. I'm gonna mute you.
I
Hold
hope I
on.
was never that bad. Was I
Hold
that
on.
bad?
You were borderline
you-
there. All right, listen up.
You
Listen
were
up.
worse,
All right,
actually.
Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Listen. What is the difference, right, in terms of having people in our country who are not of the same color versus booting
Culture.
them out?
Culture.
Booting them out. And yes, Kokomo says to the break of dawn. Yes, Panelverse,
To the
we
break of
ride
dawn.
at motherfucking dawn. It's
To the
almost
break of
6 a.m.
It's
for
fucking
me.
5:21 over here.
Okay,
Exactly.
Sarah,
It's
what
5:21 for
does
Saturday.
London
It's my
look
birthday.
like with
That's what I do.
Sarah? What does London look like with 40% Muslims?
It's a hot. Hold on. It's a hot mess over there right now.
Okay, so what do you want to talk about?
Well,
Are you
hold on,
saying
hold
that?
on. Those
Are you saying that
hold
culture
on.
is an issue?
Why are you
saying
yelling
culture?
so loud? Holy
can't interrupt.
fuck!
Don't.
I'm sorry because I'm
interrupt Sarah,
talking far
Peter.
away from my phone. I'm talking
Well,
far away from the phone.
Get closer to your phone, baby boy, so we
You're
can
screaming,
actually
brother.
have a conversation.
Sorry,
So
the phone's
listen.
like 5 feet away from me. I have to get all the way up
Well,
in here.
okay, let's get some earbuds next time. First question: do you like big booty Latinas?
No.
Of course he does. Who
Nah,
doesn't? Come on.
Everybody likes big
I
booty
don't.
women.
I don't. No,
Even
no.
me as a
Now-
racist,
Question
I
is,
love
am I
Latino people.
attracted or
Come on,
am I?
Demon.
Do I like? Am I
Demon.
attracted or do I like?
Oh, he broke
Hold
It don't
on.
matter, bro. It don't matter. Just say yes.
Hold on.
He just
Hold on,
answered right
hold on.
there.
Am I attracted? Am I
Can-
attracted? Am I? Look, Sarah, am
Can
I attracted to
everybody-
big booty Latinas? Yes,
if
I
she
am.
was
But
bent
do I?
over in front of you, would you fuck her brains out?
No.
Wait.
No, because he can't.
Okay.
The lies.
I
No,
love
I swear on my life. I swear on my life.
Cap.
I swear on my life. I swear
Big
on my
booty,
life.
you're out.
All right. Oh, hold up. I figured out the problem. He's not a racist. He's gay. Okay.
I'd rather be racist than gay. I'd rather be
I
racist.
like big booty fucking man.
Cases.
That's right. I like big
He likes
booty
big
man.
booty mans.
Big booties on a
Big
man?
booty on man?
Big booty
No,
mans.
I'm trying to follow with your fucking bullshit.
No,
He
you,
did
that,
say
was that was you said you like big booty
Following your
man.
bullshit.
Yeah, he
Follow
said
that
big
over
booty
that
man.
clip.
I don't
Shit,
look like
know
big
what?
booty Latinas. I guess
You
it's
said
like big
mans.
booty fucking males, right?
There you go, Joe. We found you a
No,
man.
it's a racist.
Oh, Lord
It's a
have
racial.
mercy.
And it's a white
Okay,
woman too.
okay. So hold on.
so
All
we're
right.
good.
So as of now, hold on, Demon Slayer. Let me talk to you. All right, everybody else, shut your fucking mouths. Mute yourself if you can't hold it. All right. So what's going on in the UK right now is a UK problem. Do you feel or believe that we have the same issue here in America?
Not even close. Not yet. Not even close.
Okay. So why is your issue with here on the home front where we're not currently experiencing the issues of the UK?
Because it's a systemic issue that's going on all over Western white nations.
But not here.
But it is going on here, but not with Muslims. It's going on here with Mexicans.
Big booty Latinas. You know, if y'all just fucked them 6 ways to Sunday, we wouldn't have this issue.
Big booty
Do you want me to break it
man.
down for you? Or do you want me to give you a one-word question, or would you like me to elaborate?
Go ahead and I would like to. Yes, I would like you to elaborate.
Okay. Well, I think the issue is they're trying to dumb down the IQ of the entire world. And why would they do that? Why would they do that?
Who's they?
It's because let me finish. It's because they want to dumb down the IQ of all the people in the world so they can be easily controlled. So you can get a massive IQ of all people under 185 that are completely fucking malleable. They're completely malleable, like 180. You can mold into your
185. Dude, I think you're dumb as fuck. By the way.
Yeah.
I think you're dumb as fuck. I think you're dumb as fuck, you retard.
He meant to say under 85.
Slayer had a wife that
there you go.
fucked
Maybe
a
he
black
meant under
woman.
85.
I think he meant under
Ask you this.
85.
Hold on. Demon
Then
Slayer.
you're gay and you're
Hold
black at the same
on.
time.
I am talking, not you.
I'm sorry.
Demon Slayer. Your name, Demon Slayer. What are the demons that you are slaying, sir?
Okay, well, can I explain to you? Okay,
Are they demons?
Sarah, my original name was 30 Pieces of Silver.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I changed
Okay,
it
Judas.
because it was too long. I
'cause he's
changed my
Judas.
name from 30 Pieces of Silver to Demon Slayer because it was too long. 30 Pieces of Silver, my name was just way too long. So I changed it to Demon Slayer. Okay?
Now you're
That's
an
it.
anime fan.
Now answer Sarah's question, please.
No, I want
Who
to
are
ask
the
Sarah.
demons? Who are the demons that you are slaying?
Jews!
Oh my God.
Damn it,
All
I
right.
had to
Lordy,
ask.
Lordy,
Man,
Lordy.
it gets
all right.
even better.
Wait, Sarah.
Yes,
Can we
Hey,
speak about the Jays? Can we speak about the Jays?
Demon
Let's go.
Slayer.
Let's go.
So
Let's go. Let's go.
how
Let's go.
come, Demon Slayer? How come the United States? This is my question because why the fuck are we backing up Israel and the bullshit Jews that they do? And
Oh,
I have
let me
no
get my
believe in
I
different
yarmulke.
cannot
gods,
explain that.
right?
Yeah, this
Didn't
would
hold
And I have
on,
no
hold on,
Hell goes to hell.
hold on. Didn't you start this conversation, Demon Slayer, by saying you weren't a groiper?
Graper.
I'm not a Groiper. I'm definitely not a Nick Fuentes fan.
But
I'm
didn't
totally
you? But didn't you just say the bagel people? Like,
Well, just because me and Nick Fuentes agree on one point doesn't
A
mean I
lot of
agree with
things,
everything
Sarah,
else.
no, wait. Panel, if I may. Sarah, this man was talking about London. Can I defend London, if I may?
go
let me
ahead,
tease him- let me
defend.
tease
I don't
him
know
about
how
the
you
Jews.
can. I don't know the bagel people. Thank you.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know how you can
I'm
defend
not
UK.
I'm not a Nick
Shut
Fuentes fan.
up! Shut
With
up!
machetes.
Shut up! Vanta, I don't know how you can defend the UK's issues right now because that's a really very
I know.
apparent one, but I will give
I
you the
know.
floor to do so.
I know.
With
I
machetes.
understand. Listen. The London and the UK has a Muslim problem. I will not deny that. That's a problem, and that's for the British to decide. A lot of these English bosses. Listen, I tried, Sarah, for 10 years. I'm like, guys, these Muslim
Yeah, it's
bosses
not
are a net negative. And guess what? They call me a far right, white supremacist adjacent. They call me a coon, Uncle Tom, blah blah. So Demon Slayer, I tried, sir. I tried to dissuade the British to go against what's happening, but yet these liberal bastards in the UK, they love immigration for some reason. I don't know why. Also, the small hats. I agree with you. I won't say the J word. I won't say the J word on Sarah's
Thank you.
channel. Yeah, that's crazy. So, however, I can see there's a certain pattern, and in that on that point, I'll keep quiet. Carry on, guys. Carry on.
Well, I mean, am I lying here? Am I
You're not
lying?
lying.
Am I
You're not
just
lying.
fucking
You're not lying. You're
Let
not
me
lying.
get a shot. Give
No,
me a
no.
shot with Demon Slayer. Can I?
I'm saying I don't want to look. Sarah said we can't elaborate on the J question, so I won't
Okay,
elaborate. But
your
look,
demons.
Banta knows what I'm talking about, and the fact that I can't say it makes it that more fucking annoying.
Bro, I would put you on a boat and ship you out to sea if I could.
Your demons go beyond the small hat bagel people, man. There are a lot of people that fall under your umbrella of demons
I
that
like
you
that
try
White
to
people
slay.
ain't doing shit to nobody, bro. White people
Who, what?
are helping you, black man.
Okay, I don't have a problem with white people.
All the white
Clearly,
people in the United States are trying to help you.
white people, brown people, all races help me do something. I'm sure you're making a point there, though. Maybe you thought I thought white people weren't helpful or something. I got white friends.
White people look at black like, okay, let's be honest. Okay, you're an FBA, right? Are you an FBA?
God, no, I've just learned a word a week ago,
I
so
don't
don't
use that
make
mess.
me
I
claim
hate
it.
that.
FBA is
I don't
wait,
know
okay,
what that shit
for the
I'm an
layman,
FBA.
the FBA is a foundational black American, which is a former slave from years and years ago.
Well, I
We are
can't say
trying
that
to
I'm a
help
former
those
slave.
people.
No.
We are trying to help all those fucking slaves and put them in better positions. Nobody else is doing that. Why the fuck are we getting looked at as fucking bad white people when all we're doing is trying to make shit better? How the fuck?
Yeah, this is.
Hey, little buddy, how you doing? How's it going, Demon Slayer?
All the white people in America do is bend backwards over to help black
Do they?
people and minorities
All of
out.
them?
And then we get shit on.
All of them?
We get shit on constantly by all y'all. So fuck all y'all. I'm done with it. I'm done.
So who are the good guys?
Nobody. There are no good guys.
So do we just lash out at anybody that we see as the problem? Is that what we do?
Let me tell you this. The gay guys are definitely not the fucking good guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 10th man.
Why?
Yeah, 10th man. The gay guys are definitely not the good guys.
All the gay guys or just some of them?
All the gay guys.
Okay, so what should we do with the gay guys?
Dude, you really want to ask me that question? I don't think you do.
Gay, right? 51% gay?
I know you're gay. That's why I asked you that fucking question, Ted.
Interesting. Okay, so what do we do with the gay people?
What do you do with yourself?
I'm not sure. I just found out that I'm the bad guy. Is
I
that
don't
why I
want
got
to
banned
fucking
from
be
everywhere
around
except for
you.
here?
I don't want my children around you. I don't want to be around you. As far as I'm concerned, I don't want the whole society around you. So you tell me what you should do with yourself.
So what is it the gay people do?
Do I want to fucking
that is so
eliminate
bad?
you as a group? Do I want to kill you? No. Do I want to put you on an island? No. Do I think you should integrate into society? Yes.
How are you going to do that?
What do you want me to do with you? What do you
No,
want
I'm
me to
asking
do?
how are you going to integrate us into society?
I don't fucking know. You're gay. You fuck men in their ass. What the fuck am I?
Sometimes.
How the fuck? That doesn't equate into Western society, bro. And you
I'm
know
pretty
that.
big, so there's not a lot of butt jamming. It's mostly, other stuff. So
Somehow I think you're a top. You're a top, dude. I know that, dude. You're a top.
okay, but I'm saying gay butt stuff is
Yes,
much more rare.
I'm just gonna interrupt just so we ensure we're not saying certain words. This is your second kind reminder. Thank you.
I'm trying. So it just seems like you have a lot of hate in you, sir. Like
frustration.
You seem
frustration
to think,
is different. No, frustration is different than hate. I do not hate black people. I do not hate brown people. I do not hate gay people. I do not hate lesbians. I just find it difficult to be around them. There's
Why?
a difference.
Why is it
Because you
difficult to
guys
be
have a
around me?
completely different culture.